Your path to glory starts at your local Nexus Night at your local store all over the country and all over the world. Battle at your local game store in a casual, relaxed environment where you can kind of learn the ropes and get yourself all set up for possibly being the next regional champion. Check it out at locator.riftbound.uvsgames.com/events or scan the QR code. All right, folks, it is all built up to this here in the regional qualifier in Las Vegas. I'm Jim Davis. That's Casanova. This is the round of 8. Our players. We are down to 8 players still in the tournament, vying for the championship. The hall's starting to get packed up. So if you're not in top 8 right now, if you're not in the round of 8, you gotta get out of here. But for these players, they have a lot more work to do in top 8. Our number 1 at the top, Priz.
Look, I gotta say, look, you said you gotta get out. Don't get out of here. Get over to the section where you can watch the match, build a crowd up. You can't let Bologna outdo us with that Polish crowd cheering and chanting. We gotta get hype up for this top 8. Prismaticism, the first seed on Draven. A lot of Draven for this one overall.
Yeah, a lot of Draven for sure. We got TTA in second. We have the 5 players, or I'm sorry, there are 4 players who drew in. Then we have the 1 player who won in. And then we have our 3 X2s. These are the players. There are a lot more players than this at 11 and 2. So our 3 tiebreaker winners, Colin we saw play wonderfully on camera. Alan, of course, our champion from last weekend, and Shizzle. And we got an Ezreal, we got an Aurelia, and we got a Jax.
Where Jax?
Wait, hold on.
Wait, check the script. I don't where did this Jax? I mean, we did see him winning in on camera, and that's not that surprising. But it is a surprise that Jax is here and at the top of the tables, because this is not a legend that has shown very much success. 1 top 8 in China over the 4 different events that happened there, and Bologna not nearly there to be seen. There was one at 10-3 that won the best of that did pretty well, but Jax not anticipated to be a top 8 threat.
Yeah, we heard the finance report here is the Counter-Strikes are sold out in the hall. Really, really cool stuff. Very, very exciting top 8 for all of our players. 13 rounds have come down to this, a championship and a little bit more. Here's our bracket. So look at these matchups here. We have a lot of Draven. So break down the matches. What do we have going on here?
Yeah, so we got a Draven mirror up top, Prismaticism versus Shizzle. We've seen them both on camera. Prismaticism on that Miracle Draven. Shizzle, I believe, was on mid-range earlier when we did see him play, so it is going to be kind of that pseudo-mirror matchup between the 2. Then Sam D. Sherman versus the very best gamer. We saw the very best gamer take down Colin Kaiser to stop his kind of earlier run that he was having. You know, he was undefeated, ended up 10-1, ended up going into that winning in against the very best gamer and losing to the Jax. So Draven, a matchup that he's quite familiar with. And then it is Aurelia v. Draven and Draven v. Ezreal to round it out. Of course, a lot of Draven across the board, but these few extra survivors, none of them are going to have to take each other down. They're all against Draven.
So the big question here is, of course, who do you got in each side of the bracket? Now, some of these players are hard to root against, of course, our defending champion, Alan, Priz as well. Who do you have in each bracket?
So I think for me, Priz has been playing outstanding all day. Took the 1 loss earlier on to Colin Kaiser, but other than that, has been impeccable. I think Priz, it's his time to finally get a win. You know, he topped in Houston on Teemo, tops in Bologna on the Miracle Draven, comes back again, immediately makes it back to the top 8. His only loss in Bologna was to Alan ZQ, making it then, and then eventually losing to Ghoster Driver to get knocked out of top 8. So from there, Priz is just, he's been looking for it for a long time. I think he's going to get there. When I look at the bottom side, I mean, I look at a rematch between Alan ZQ and Colin Kaiser happening potentially in that semifinals, and those are the 2 players I really have my eyes on fighting their way towards that Grands. But untimed rounds, Alan ZQ, Ezreal, Jim, I don't think there is anything more powerful in Riftbound right now. And odds on for me, I would predict Alan a winner.
So yeah, that Colin-Alan match was unbelievable. Probably match of the weekend so far for me. But what about the very best gamers? So kind of our wild card here. So we have Draven. Of course, we had Ezra win last weekend. Aurelia doing quite well also. The wild card is Jax, very best gamer. And kind of the odd one out. Does very best gamer have a chance here with Jax?
Well, I would say, you know, he made it all the way to the top 8 with Jax. His name is the very best gamer. I mean, imagine if he had a real weapon, he would be unstoppable at this point. But I will say, he took down Colin Kaiser's Draven earlier, who looked infallible throughout Swiss, was at 10-0, finally falters in the last 2 rounds. One of those players to take him down is the very best gamer. If he can take down Colin's Draven, who are these other Dravens for him to take on? Bring them on. I think he's ready for it.
There's one more Draven lined up, and that's kind of the heart, just awesome match. We got Sam, first major Riftbound event. So kind of like the Cinderella stories where I was looking for. There we go. Very best gamer playing Jax. Sam, first major Riftbound tournament, making top 8. You know, it's cool to see both sides of the coin. You know, Priz and Alan coming off last weekend in Bologna and just, you know, showing a level of domination. It's still a fairly new game, Riftbound, but just we haven't really seen. You don't see often in card games, you know. So we have the domination of the players who've been really doing well, and we have some new faces as well.
Yeah, there's a side thing happening here as well when we look at this top 8. Very best gamer, that's the best of Jax right there, right? There's no other Jax in the top 8. Deluxe Phil Cheese, that's the best of Aurelia right there. Congrats as well. And Alan did say he was going to win 4 out of 4 Ezreals. There's Ezreal number 2.
It's so funny because you say that, and I just laugh because it sounds like an absurd thing to say. But if someone can do it, it's probably him.
He's halfway there.
Right. Like,
already.
So,
job's not done.
Unbelievable. A fantastic top 8. And of course, like I said, we are on time. This is going to be an awesome, awesome view of some really, really high-level Riftbound, which I'm absolutely super excited for. So, we're getting ready. We're getting things all set up. We also got a little bit of a look in at our best of as well. So, kind of lost in this bracket is there are a whole bunch of other winners in this tournament. There were prizes, you know, top 16, top 32, players qualifying for the regional. It's in the name, regional qualifier, of course. But there's also all of the best ofs for all of the legends. And we see, you know, there are a few of them here. We're going to see our Draven best of might end up winning the tournament or falling in the grand semifinals. But all these other legends, these players, you know, maybe they were out in there, not in day 1. Maybe they were deep into day 2. We saw some really cool day 2 runs. Lux, Victor, you know, Rek'Sai. These players fell a little short. You know, we had some exciting matches early in the day of Rek'Sai and Lux, but they still were in the running for the best of. Let's take a look and see how they did.
There's a Volibear. There's the Yasuo. Look at all of these smiling faces. I see no veggies in there, won the Sivir. It's one of our top 8 players from Houston. Amazing work from all these. That was Nightingale. We saw him on stream for the Ahri. It looks like he ended up picking it up long term.
So cool.
Hey, Billionaire ended up picking up his Yi. He's been trying to get that for a while.
Ornn, fantastic. Annie. That's just so cool. I'm sorry. Got LS in there also.
LS did get the team out.
Got the team out. Fantastic. So really, really cool to see. And here you go. So Nightingale won the Ahri at 9-4. Kenku, the Annie at 9-3-1. Rocklow, Azir, 11-2.
Bubbled.
That's a virtual top 8. You know, that's the record that made top 8. But of course, a lot of folks didn't make with tiebreakers. We got Darius, Carry Boy Denny at 9-4. Really, really cool to see. And I wonder how many 11-2s we'll see in this. Players who had that kind of virtual top 8. Lee Sin, Blind Monk, played by Silverman at 5-3. Just missed day 2. And speaking of just missing day 2, Lafinite, Leona Radiant Dawn at 5-2-1. You can't get much closer to day 2 than that.
Oh, yeah.
We got Damon XGG, our Lucian winner, at 10-3. Vexter, Lux, Lady Luminosity. That was not the Lux player we saw on. We had
we had Grappler on. Yep. Grappler not quite able to beat out there. It might have been even in tiebreakers. I know at one point Grapp was 9-2.
Then we got Billionaire, Master Yi, Wuju Bladesman, 10-3. A bit of a near miss. Sly, Misfortune, Bounty Hunter, 8-5. Reasonable enough. Luna Sky, Ornn, 10-3. Ornn?
That seems crazy. I did not realize there was an Ornn making that deep of a run. That is amazing. And I want to call it Vooz. If I'm remembering properly, this is not the one that was on stream, of course. Vooz, I heard, was running yellow Rek'Sai Champ Zone, and I was very interested in the brew. I am looking out for when that gets published, because Vooz was cooking up something spicy that we never got a chance to check out that I really wanted to.
And it just goes to show that the stories kind of go beyond what you even see on coverage, you know, and when you're able to walk the hall and peek around, and I actually saw that, probably that Ornn player, because there was an Ornn player in every top tables in one of the last rounds, so I can only assume it was that Ornn player. But, you know, the stories behind the story, there's so much more going on in the tournament itself. So many players, but the players are focusing on now, there are 8 of them. We are in the round of 8, and we have our very first match. Speaking of Jax, speaking of Sam Sherman and Charlie Lowe, ready to rock and roll. Let's look at this Jax list. The very best gamer, Jax, Grandmaster at Arms.
Well, so one of the big things that we had coming into this week is there was that announcement of some rule clarifications, and one of the big winners of that rule clarification was Jax. Being able to use the Jax ability to attach an equipment that is already equipped to a unit back to that unit. Essentially unattach it and reattach it with the second part of Grandmaster at Arms. And you think, well, that doesn't feel like that's good at all or make any sense. Why would I want to do that? Well, there are 2 big reasons. Aphelios has an when I am attached trigger that is able to give a buff to a unit, is able to ready 2 runes or channel a rune. And then the other side of it is Brutalizer. When it is attached, it gives a +2. So by doing this, you're actually able to kind of reinitialize that Brutalizer and gain a lot of value. And I think this is one of those things that can really help Jax find an even better place in the meta. On top of that, you do have Jax Unmatched in the Champion Zone that is turning all of these gear into combat tricks, which can provide just an insane amount of value throughout the game. And the final thing I want to call out, and one of the biggest reasons that I felt that Jax maybe could one day find a place, and I wasn't sure that it would be so soon making his way into the top 8, is Counter-Strike. Such an incredible signature spell in its ability to help you either win combats where you get very favorable trades or guarantee a hold, or even in a pinch, stop spell decks from dealing with your units.
Awesome stuff here. The Brutalizer one, too, you often see players kind of get stuck with Brutalizer. What am I going to do with it? So that ruling very, very good. And we have, up against Sam D. Sherman, our Draven player.
Yeah, and I mean, this is just very standard mid-range. We talked about the Ferris Forerunner being very good into spell decks. What I would say is Jax is very much not a spell deck. However, this is still a lot of might that Jax may have some issues dealing with over time. One of the big things we have to look out for are going to be the rebukes. Now they're running into green here. Not So Fast becomes a very big tool at dealing with what is normally a massive threat against Unis-based strategies.
All right, so we got a big match here. We've seen Sam on camera. We've also seen very best on camera as well. Now we see them battling each other in this best of 8, round of 8.
Best of 8, let's go. No, of course, the round of 8.
And Sam D. Sherman on the right. Now, we see some deck list here. Is this an open deck list top 8?
Yeah, it looks like it, yeah. Open deck list top 8. It looks like that was both of them going through it. I think Sam was asking, what does this card do? When reading it off of the piece of paper. And, you know, when you're playing the side, the rogue deck that your opponent says, what does this card do? You have to feel a little bit good about that. Ready to be like, okay, my opponent does not have much experience in a matchup that I probably have a ton of reps in, because this is Jax playing against the most popular deck in the tournament, Draven.
I would venture the very best is played against Draven probably 1 or 2 times.
Yeah, maybe a few times.
Yeah, maybe once, twice.
Yeah, maybe once on camera against Colin Kaiser and actually picking up a win there.
So we got Sam on the right side. We got very best gamer on the left. Top 8 action, Sam the 4th seed. Very best the 5th seed. Treasure Hunter is a start for Sam. Going right over to Lucian on very best gamer's side. And we got big game. These players, you know, it's a big accomplishment to make top 8, but there's still a lot of work to be done. These players want to hoist that trophy. Hunter's in. Here's a gold. And on the board, first blood goes to Sam. Will we see a Draven? Will we see a different rollout?
Yeah, Treasure Hunter Reaver's Row, very great start to infinitely generate that gold. It makes it really easy because when you defend, you just run away. As Draven, your opponent doesn't get to draw when you lose a combat, so you're happy to just run away with the tail between your legs, pick up some additional gold, and make sure you have no rune issues going forward throughout the game. Because we do have a Bone Shiver get slammed down, and it is going to be Jax just going to activate that to equip it for cheap. You don't have to pay the power cost, just the 1 rune to equip the Bone Shiver. And that is going to be a rune, a Conquer, a ready for Lucian. He gets to come home and evade combat. Lucian, very good for any deck in orange when playing against Draven to try and evade combat as much as possible.
Yeah, and it makes a lot of sense, you know, with Lucian being so good against Draven and Draven being so popular. Avoid that combat. We've seen the avoid combat thing across multiple decks, playing against Draven in various ways. How can I avoid the combat step? And Lucian does that quite well. So going back Sam's way. 2 more runes. Draven ready to rock and roll. Get a whole point on the Hunter. Sam to 2. Very best at 1. Gonna read that Bone Shiver.
He's rocking the participation promo Bone Shiver
Pretty
that
cool.
maybe he got yesterday morning or Friday morning whenever he came in and registered.
Pretty cool feeling register your deck list. Down 1 card. I'll get that one. Don't you worry. So Sam's surveying, and you're totally right in that, Sam super ready to play against Draven. He's played a bunch of mirrors. You heard in the interview, played against Draven a ton. Preparing against all the various versions. You can't really prepare against every legend. So you pick out the top ones, you prep your matchups, you prep your plans. How many games do you think Sam has played against Jax, just overall?
It's very possible 0.
No.
I'm not going to say it's 0. It's also possible he's played a few, but Jax is one of those legends where I think a lot of players coming in with their prep may have actually 0 reps into, and I think that's part of the edge that Very Best Gamer is finding as well, right? When you get to play one of these rogue decks that's still quite strong, it's less likely that your opponent is going to know what you are up to. And so far, it has led to a top 8 for Very Best Gamer in this tournament. Let's see if he can take it any further than that.
The rogue deck edge is awesome. So we see Draven come in, taking over the Monastery, and following up with a Ferris Forerunner, and that is a lot of might. Yeah, so, in green and orange, no rebukes, no fight or flights. Still hard to get this thing off the board in a clean manner. Come back, Very Best Gamer's way. Lucian's readied up. A lot of runes to work with. Treasure Hunter also went home and made a gold, so a solid stand happening here on the Monastery. Admiring the... I got one of those too. That's pretty,
hey, this is really...
That's pretty cool.
Hey, that was a really great participation promo we got, guys.
Cool card.
We'll add the Blade of the Rune King to the deck next.
Yeah,
Top 8 promo.
that's a nice one. Really showing off. Our top 8 players all getting that promo. The winner getting the special promo. One of the more unique cards you can own in this game. So here is Lucian coming in to Reaver's Row. That's a point. 2 points, Very Best Gamer. We're going to see a ready. Saw the rune come in as also, thanks to Bone Shiver. And now, is this a hit and run? Or is this a stay on Reaver's Row? Gotta imagine it's a hit and run.
Yeah, it's very likely run. I mean, you definitely don't want to give up the Lucian, and especially with developing Jax unmatched. Yes, there are a few runes available to maybe play around and defend the Lucian holding at the Reavers, but 3 runes only is a little scary. Very Best Gamer is going to go for it. He always has the out of if Sam is presenting more than he is comfortable with, he can take the Reaver's Row and dip. But this at least just does not allow the Treasure Hunter to just walk in by her lonesome and take this down. The fear for me would potentially be switcheroo, and the question is that in the main deck? And reading through here, it's not. There is a switcheroo in the sideboard for Sam, and with the open deck list they had at the start there, Very Best Gamer knows he does not have to worry about switcheroo in game 1 for Treasure Hunter walking in.
Yeah, different vibes once you have open deck lists. Now we're in the top 8, and now you can take a second. You're untimed, so you have more time to kind of just take a second, take it all in, and you have that info of the open deck list. You can't look at it during the game. Before the game, you get a good look at it and know what you got to play around. So we see stack deck. There's a hold point also on the Monastery, putting Sam to 4 and Very Best to 2. So this, defending the Reaver's Row stops the 5th point, which is one of the most awkward points anyway. So Sam working it through. We are untimed. Players need to play at a good pace. Hunter will just move over to the Monastery, making another gold.
Yeah, I mean, Sam is very ahead on points currently, 4-2. So there is the luxury of just developing if Sam decides. Could even retreat, and that looks like what he was considering, but I don't mind holding still as long as some amount of runes are being kept up. However, if Sam just wants to go for a full deploy, not too bad an idea to just bring everything back, look to conquer to 6 on the next turn.
All right, so yes, we see Darius readied, but just get a Darius, play hopeful, and say go. So Hunter hangs out, saying that gold is very important. Not going to be too good at defending, but wanted the gold, looks like. So powerful back line for Sam. We get a hold for our very best gamer, up to 3. Lucian ready, Jax ready. And with this Jax in play, it changes the texture of the game a lot.
Yeah, it turns every single one of those equipment in hand into a reaction speed spell. And what I mean by that is they gain quick draw with this Jax unmatched on the board. Stellacorn going to be placed into the Reaver's row, potentially just to get a trigger so that she can retreat. Jax going to swap the Bone Shiver over so Jax can go in and get an additional rune. That is now already 12 runes that Jax has available at this point. And I was wondering if we got a little bit of info about the texture of the hand, because Very Best Gamer did not respond to the trigger of the Treasure Hunter moving by playing any gear at reaction speed. So I was curious if there were none in hand, but I think Very Best Gamer was still just trying to play safe around that potential Darius running into the Lucian, so held off, and it is going to be a challenge taking down the Darius as well.
So, yeah, great here. Challenge, of course, plays fantastic with equipment. You go big, you set up a little fight, and Darius going down. Now Jax hanging out. Going back Sam's way. So it is 4-2-4. Stellacorn very nice on Reaver's row, but has to back out. You get a draw also. Both players will draw. One for the combat win, one for the move. A lot of might in the back line for Sam. A lot of runes available also. Both these players have a ton of resources. Sam gonna work it through. Might in play, cards in hand. Sam is first major Riftbound tournament, finding himself here in the top 8, and you gotta wonder, you know, what's the mental state? You know, like, are you just happy to be here? Are you nervous? Are you just, you know, playing relaxed? You know, with no real pressure? You know, different folks react different ways.
Same for Very Best Gamer. It's like, have you reached your goals already? You are the best of Jax.
Right.
You've made top 8. This has certainly exceeded your expectations coming into the event. And the interview I had with him, it was very clear that top 8 was not something on the table for him, but he said he did want to prove this username that he is, in fact, the very best. So
it says it right there. It's just written out. So stack deck. Sam has a lot to work with here. This has got to be the feel-good match of the top 8.
Oh, for sure. Almost certainly, but for Sam, a lot of the job not done. Being a Draven player, the best of, you're going to have to keep fighting for that. Now, you can feel good about a top 8, about a qualification to regionals, but there is so much more on the line. Though they seem very friendly with each other.
Yeah, they're having fun.
Yapping back and forth.
They're having a good time. They are very, very happy to be here. And of course, must have played extremely well all weekend. You know, you could say, you know, first tournament, Sam is playing other games, is experienced gamer. Very Best Gamer has to be good because of the tag. And then also, if you're willing, if you're willing to take, you know, kind of a rogue deck in and, you know, go best of hunting, you better make sure your list is tuned up and you're ready to battle. And battled all the way here into 5th place. So here's Darius.
Yeah, big thing I'm looking at now is how can Very Best Gamer potentially keep a hold? Because preventing Sam from going to 6 here is the name of the game. That is what opens up the door for Very Best Gamer to find a win in this game 1. He's behind on point tempo. He just went to 4. Sam went to 4 last turn, gets to go to 6 this time around and push to end on the following turn. Counter-Strike would be a house to try and defend against the push onto the top battlefield. 7 might on that Jax for now. 7 can be contested by Draven, but if you need to push over, Sam will have to commit more, and that's when Counter-Strike can find a potential blowout.
So Draven moves in, takes the win against the Herder, which will retreat and draw a card. So Reaver's Row, you know, working both ways here. Obviously works in Draven's favor most of the time, but the Herder getting a little value as well. With so many runes in play, Very Best Gamer happy to see more cards. And now, like you're saying, Sam needs to try and figure out how to navigate this combat up top at the Monastery with the Jax, Counter-Strike a possibility, and of course, any equipment as well, also with Quick Draw. Both players thinking it through. So get it.
4 runes up for Jax. Is it 4 or 5? There's a little bit stacked. I think it's 4.
I see 4 too. And you see stack deck. You see another Noxious Hopeful. Looks like an Axe as well. So a lot of options, both, you know, as far as you can just cast stack deck and start there, or if you want all of these runes for other things. You know, most things in Draven do come in 2s, so Sam really thinking it through.
Yep, Spinning Axe, very important piece of this puzzle. +3, gonna allow it to bump over a lot of the potential responses from Very Best Gamer.
So, moving in. Here's Forerunner, here's Noxious. 10 coming into the Jax.
10 into 7. First action going to be tapping 2. Is that going to be the Counter-Strike?
Thinking it 2. Thinking it through. 2 installed. All right. There's the Counter-Strike. So choose a unit. The next time that unit will be dealt damage this turn, prevent it and draw a card.
Yeah. All damage happens at the same time in combat. So the 10 damage being presented here by Sam just will not happen to the Jax. Instead, Jax will be able to kill the Forerunner off.
And now the remaining unit will get pushed back, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Decides instead to leave the Forerunner. Says, you'll get the mechs. I don't want you to have the mechs. Just going to take out the Hopeful to actually make Sam have less might.
Yes, less might overall. You know, if you can lock the mechs inside the Forerunner, Forerunner's still, you know, still hanging around, but less total. And now we see another move in. So here comes Darius, 7 to 7. Counter-Strike is the next damage, so this one is a valid one unless there is a Guardian Angel at quick draw reaction speed.
That puts Jax to 8, but the Spinning Axe will come through. That will allow Sam to win the combat and get rid of the Guardian Angel, but Very Best Gamer able to retain Jax Unmatched. Very important to keep Jax Unmatched around because it is this chosen champion that allows you to play these equipment at reaction speed with the quick draw. It is not your legend letting you do that, right? This is the chosen champion. So it completely shifts the texture of the deck when you lose Unmatched.
Yeah, one of the issues these equipment decks do tend to have is they play at slow speed, where, you know, you have an equipment in play, your opponent can kind of just look at the equipment, add up the numbers, and see if they can beat it. But quick draw, making it tricky, giving a lot more flexibility. So, Sam with a good turn, up to 6 points, and on a pretty strong presence on both battlefields. And last piece is going to be Noxious Hopeful to the back row. So 4 more might, says go. We're going Very Best Gamer's way. Jax, Lucian, Stellacorn. 2 runes. And... okay, oh, hold on a second here. So 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So we have 11 runes here in play. There actually was a judge call, so apparently the 12th rune was stuck in Very Best Gamer's deck box. So kind of a silly dexterity error, very little to be gained from that. So judges issued a warning and just simply took the rune and shuffled it into the 1-card rune deck, and we play on. So warning, a little bit of a miscue, very little, you know, possibility for any kind of abuse. So how about this? That Spinning Axe looks cool. Hey, can I have that?
Yeah, Akshan steal the Spinning Axe. You can still move this around with the Jax Legend ability. Usually it's really tough to actually move it, but Jax Legend does kind of let you use Akshan in this way where you can start to move the weapon around, and now we have a Jax with the Spinning Axe.
That is awesome.
Well, he said imagine if you had a real weapon, and then that's a real weapon. So Jax with the Spinning Axe, that is very threatening.
My equipment's cool, your equipment's cool. You know what?
Charm's great.
It's so cool. Why don't you come in and take a look at it? So, Charm, Draven over. Draven's got no shot there. So Draven's down also. And a monumental swing of a turn. Akshan stealing stuff. Charm pulling in. Stellacorn moving to Reaver's Row. Draw a card. And, of course, Stellacorn fantastic on Reaver's Row, even if it gets pushed back. And now Very Best Gamer up to that all-important 6. Now, Sam is also on 6. So the question now becomes, can Sam break for those last 2 points?
Yeah, that extra draw is going to be very important. There's a lot of runes available. I mean, this is the great thing about this Jax deck is it it often is very power light. It's able to keep a lot of runes around, and especially when we saw that early Bone Shiver, you know, because Jax doesn't have to pay the upfront cost of power, Bone Shiver is a lot more effective in this deck because it doesn't go -1 before you can ever go +1. And because you can move it with the Jax, you can conquer with one unit, move it to another, conquer again, get a bunch of runes, and it actually ramps very effectively in this deck where it struggles in a lot of other ones.
So we're going to see a reinforce on the top, on the Monastery, but here's a Thunder Song. So if you got things to play, you got to play them now. All those equipments are a quick draw at his reaction speed, so they can come down, and it doesn't really nullify the effectiveness that much.
Yeah, and most things are reaction speed in this deck because the equipment are when you have Unmatched. Also, a lot of your other tricks in combat are things like Discipline. That's at reaction speed. Counter-Strike. That's at reaction speed. A lot of the things in this deck are just going to be at reaction speed. So we're going to see that draw.
So
I think he said that's it, though, just the Discipline.
Ooh, okay, so plus on Lucian. So now we have a total count. We've got Jax is at, what, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 on the Jax, and 5 on the Lucian. So 15.
Sam does math like me. He said, this is 5, this is a million. That's how I do it as well, right?
Ooh, but a million, 10, 15, all falls to Rebuke, and that's a huge one. So Shiver falls off. The Spinning Axe falls off also. And now Lucian on his lonesome. This is looking a bit scary for Very Best Gamer, who's currently unable to cast any spells. Here's the Forerunner. Lucian's down. Draw a card for the combat, and Noxious Hopeful coming in. There it is. Game number 1 goes to Sam. Stealing the axe was really, really cool, but just not enough. And the Thunder Song says, this turn is all mine.
Yeah, it's not the first green deck I've seen struggle with Bryn here into Rebuke. I think there's a certain Fire Below the Mountain that has a little bit of trouble with that exact combination as well, and that is another deck very built around single large unit with a bunch of gear. That has been the main issue for a lot of these types of builds because you can't have the not so fast as an out, and it's the same problem for Jax. But Jax is a lot faster in the early game than that aforementioned Ornn deck, and so there is still a lot more room to not get completely juiced by it when that does come around.
All right, so we're going to game 2 here, and we got Obelisk of Power for Sam and Sunken Temple for Very Best Gamer. Very Best Gamer now down a game, has to win 2 in a row, or his tournament is over. A great tournament it has been, if that is the case, but Very Best Gamer is not done yet. Yeah, it's Very Best Gamer, not, I'm happy with the top 8 gamer.
Yeah. It's the most chill top 8 demeanor I think I have seen in my entire life, by the way.
So here's Lucian, Weapon Master. Pop it up. Noxious Hopeful on the side of Sam. Jax hanging out in the champ zone. We'll see, the purple spells are really good against equipment. You know, the ability to fight or flight or rebuke against, you know, when you're kind of going Voltron on one big unit, very, very potent.
And that's where being in green helps Jax a lot, right? Because you have the answers to those spells. You've got the Defy for the fight or flight. You've got the Not So Fast for the Rebuke. Now, that's where, of course, Bryn here became a big problem in that last game, preventing, even if there was a Not So Fast in hand, no way to answer it, as the Bryn here had stopped that from coming down. So being in green doesn't solve everything, but it does mean that you actually have a little bit more game into those tricks than a lot of other decks actually do. And it's why green has kind of snuck around as finding some good purchase in the metagame, especially with Aurelia, but Aurelia kind of cheats because she's got purple as well.
Have the purple cards and the cards good against purple cards. That's a good recipe.
It's a good combination.
Playing the good stuff with the stuff that's good against the good stuff. So Rebuke goes to hand. Sam agrees. It's a good card in the matchup. Noxious Hopeful hanging out. Draven in Champ Zone also. Now the problem is, can the Hopeful really afford to get in here? Or is there too much risk of reprisal?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of risk of moving it in, right? I think at this point for Sam, just developing on the back line and looking to maybe go to 4 on the next turn is a little bit more attractive. The other option is to fully attempt to hold, like full send, Hopeful, put Draven there, say you're not beating 10. But I think it's a little bit soft. This is into orange. Punch First is a card that can exist, but I believe this was a one punch first deck in the main, one in the side. Punch is an interesting card because in the Draven matchup it is good. However, against purple, Punch can have some issues. there's push, there's rebuke. So sometimes it's a little bit tough to decide whether or not you'd want to actually play around those punches. And I'm curious if the very best gamer sights them in or out, or just keeps one in this matchup. I think all three have merit to be decisions to be made.
There's some gamesmanship there too, because you're right. They are kind of weak against Flash. I'm sorry, not Flash. Fight or flight, things like that. But because they're weak, Sam might assume they're not there. And if you assume punch first is not there, punch first can be a devastating blowout.
Yeah, but Sam did end up just going for the, I will just chill. We'll play back. We'll start to build the base. Very best gamer is going to get to go collect a buff from that Warmogs, running in, running away with the Lucian, and start to develop Jax Unmatched.
All right, so Jax is in. As long as Jax is in play, we get to see a lot of tricky kind of flexibility from Very Best Gamer with these equipments. If Jax is not in play, if Sam can deal with it, that kind of limits the options. So, cards in hand checked for Sam. Nox Soulful, Draven in the back row. A lot of runes to work with, a lot of cards in hand. Sunken Temple, possible card draw avenue for both players. And Sam's going to think it through. Sam up a game. Big match. A player of it is playing again in his first major Riftbound tournament, all the way in top 8. Here's a Ferris Forerunner, and again, the patience, just saying, you know what? I don't think things will go great if I pass the turn tapped out. So, Forerunner, develop the back row, Sega, going back Very Best Gamer's way. And Lucian, this is a perfect time for Lucian's hit and run. You know, if you're just going to develop in your back row, I could say, I'm in, I'm out, keep scoring those points. So, up to 2. Lucian's in, Lucian's out. And the next step is Stellar Core.
Well, even more card draw. Lucian gets to draw off of the Sunken Temple, right? Because the buff after the Warmogs. Now Lucian is a 5. So now each time he runs into Sunken Temple, you can pay 1, draw a card, run home.
Yeah.
Pretty good deal.
And that is a situation that Sam can't abide by forever.
No.
You can't just sit back. So Forward going to get it on the action here. And we see one of these battlefields that can draw cards that both players can utilize. We end up in a very resource-heavy game. Who does that favor?
Resource heavy, I think, is just going to be in the Draven direction, because generally, as Jax, you're actually going to out-resource people a lot of the time, because you don't spend that much power. Sometimes you're even generating a bunch of runes with Bone Shiver. So you kind of end up in these spots where you've got like 2 units on board, one of them being Jax Unmatched, and you just like pass with 8 runes up and a bunch of action. And because of that, I think Jax can find a lot of purchase in those spots. But if Draven is also having that much action, and it's the purple spells that can be really difficult to be dealt with without the very specific counterspell answers, I tend to think that the Draven is going to do better on high econ than the Jax will.
All right, so Sam has drawn the card, has a handful of cards, a bunch of runes available, and looking pretty well set up here. We're going to see Draven going to reinforce, nope, pump fake. Rebuke in hand, is going to ride the wind. You got switcheroo also, kind of a nice one here. And Draven's to move in. So, moving in, another recycle. Darius, readied. Nope, not readied. No second card just yet. Or was Darius the third card?
Might have been the 3rd card, or just the pass was all Sam wanted to do anyway, and just kind of skip the trigger, shortcutted past.
So, going back Very Best Gamer's way. And now there's a formidable force on the Sunken Temple. This also stops the Lucian kind of come in, draw, come out also. So the draw engine for Very Best Gamer has been stymied at the moment. Jax hanging out. A bunch of runes. Free shot for Stellacorn to come into the Obelisk and draw a card. A lot of options. A lot to work through.
Yeah, it's this weird spot where it's like, okay, you do want to move the Stella, you want this card, and the Obelisk is a free move, but also like Lucian is free to go in and out of Obelisk if there is not a swing going towards Temple on this turn. But I think for Very Best Gamer, get this kind of draw first from the Stella, see if there's a world that you can actually attack into this Sunken Temple. Definitely some concern about the 2 runes up, but if you can find a not so fast, then you don't have to worry about something like Rebuke, and you can just, with Reckless Abandon, buff up the unit and be like, all right, go ahead, rebuke me. What do you want to do about it?
Yeah, and with Jax in play, these equipments are a surprise. They are combat tricks, so it's hard for Sam to know exactly how much might will be in this combat. So Very Best Gamer with a brand new card. Gonna put the hand down. And looks like wants to go in for a showdown
Oh, just the Jacks. I was kind of thinking it would be both.
Wow.
There's a lot of action that I'm expecting behind this. Maybe a Counter-Strike, actually, is what this is reading to me. Kill like half of them with the Counter-Strike, and then push the Lucian in to finish things off.
That's a brave Jax. So, now it's on Sam. Well, I guess focus. I mean, if Very Best Gamer just passed here. Yeah, so no pass.
Yeah, this was waiting on the Draven trigger.
Right.
It looks like declined. I did not see a red go under.
Yep, so we see that a Guardian Angel.
Looks to be.
Slipping in there. So Guardian Angel bringing Jax up to 6 might. And more to come.
Cannon Barrage just to deal some damage.
Oh, okay. So Cannon Barrage, that is 2 to each of the units at the battlefield.
This is
enemy units.
This is tech for Overzealous Fan, but in this case, Very Best Gamer just doing some math and saying, okay, well, if I deal 2 to each of these, suddenly 6 damage is enough.
Yeah, this is cool.
So this already works to trade this down. Doesn't give a combat win to Sam and says, okay, you go ahead and do something. I'll give up my Guardian Angel to wipe your board up, and then can go in and conquer with Lucian, draw, run home, you know, have Lucian and Jax back at home afterwards.
Yeah, reopening Lucian's card draw Emporium there at the Sunken Temple. So, Sam, what do you got here? Sam does have some tools. We see Fighter Flight, Rebuke, Ride Through. It actually has almost all the tools, and Switcheroo. So, here's Fighter Flight. Is there a counter?
Yeah, that would just be covered by Defy. There are 2 copies in the main.
And the Fighter Flight is in the bin, but the Jax is still at the battlefield. So we'll see, one player shortcutting here. And the follow-up is a big spot.
Challenge.
Okay. So
this has to wait for the Fighter Flight to resolve, though, before the challenge goes.
Correct. So the challenge is at action speed. So...
Oh, Fighter Flight was cast on the Draven. I completely missed that because I was like assuming that the point was at the Jax, but then I saw the Draven is at base, so it had to resolve. That's why it went to the bin, waiting for a Very Best Gamer. Just trying to save the Draven, not let it go down there was Sam, keeping all of his might on the board because as Pharos dies, you get 6 more might back on the back row. So Sam just valuing keeping all the might together, felt like, you know what, I don't think the push is worthwhile in this spot. And from there, it is just going to be Very Best Gamer running in, picking up another card, and then moving the buff, the Warmogs, over to the Stellacorn so it doesn't get traded for free.
All right, so not a bad turn. Reestablishing Sunken Temple, keeping Jax alive, keeping Lucian in the back row. And now we're going Sam's way. Sam did maintain a bunch of might. Ferris Foreigner, just a really, really hard card to deal with at parity. So these mechs are hanging out. Draven, Noxious Hopeful. What's step 1? Draven heading over to the obelisk.
Yeah.
And gonna float 1 energy. Pay the power, pushing Draven up to 6. Oh boy.
Ooh.
Quick draw. We got the Brutalizer coming in. It's gonna give a base of 1 and plus 2 more thanks to it being equipped this turn. And that is enough to take the day if there's not more things coming from Sam. But there is.
There is. Spinning Axe
Okay.
is going to answer. That is a new +3. The Brutalizer sometimes you forget about, too, when you're trying to play around ranges, because you think about green, you think 2 runes up, and you think, well, +2.
Yep.
That's what you're expecting, +2. But this is +3 when it comes down. Spinning Axe, of course, easy to cover it, but is forced out with the Draven on to the obelisk. Though we do know there is a Ride the Wind if Sam did want to ride the wind over to Sunken Temple, go home, and just keep everything back at base. But that play line feels a lot better when you have the point lead. When you're behind, it feels a lot worse. It doesn't really accomplish what you need. You need to be able to hold at some point in order to win the game when you're behind. You can't just keep trading points back and forth.
There's also some weight on Sam to try and kind of D-up this Sunken Temple and not allow Lucian to keep kind of coming in, coming out, drawing cards. So we're going to see that right now. Noxious, Mech coming into the Temple. Another point for Sam. And now the follow-up. It's still a lot of cards in hand. And wow, really going to stack up. So here's the hopeful. That being said, the Brutalizer is still in play. So that is 3 might, ready to rock and roll. But Sam is not done. Here's a hidden card. And we're really seeing the power of the Draven deck. The ability to put in a bunch of numbers while also having this great interaction.
Goes in and hides a card. This is a total of 14 might on the Sunken Temple with the hidden card.
Yeah, and then also 5 runes available too, so it could be a lot more.
Incredibly difficult to break this.
Yep, so we're going to see a pass. So Draven's buff wears off. We're going back very best gamer's way. Lucian, Warmog, Brutalizer, Jax. A lot of runes to work with, but a whole lot to get over.
A big group of cards for this deck as well. He's been able to draw so much off that Sunken Temple. The Stella finding something. You know, oftentimes green-orange can run into card trouble, and that has just not been an issue for Very Best Gamer so far in this set, as we've been seeing.
Yeah, very, very cool. Kind of showing up the weaknesses, you know, where typically orange-green doesn't get to interact as much, and then also has card draw problems, but quick draw being great with the equipment. Battlefield's helping out with the card draw, and now Very Best Gamer has a job to do, and it is to try and clear that temple. Very Best Gamer is up 4-3. But both battlefields have a significant amount of might on them, and there's always the fear of what Sam's got behind with 5 runes available and a lot of cards in hand. Players thinking it through here. This is kind of the beauty of untimed rounds. You know, we are almost approaching what would be the end of round clock in a regular round, but in top 8, these players get to really take their time, think through, and play some high-level Riftbound. And here we go. Stealing the axe once again. That is a big power shift. -3 to your board, +3 to mine.
Can still look to move it.
Yep, so
move it over to unmatched once more.
Going on a Jax. Ain't done yet. Here's the Brutalizer. So that is a lot. Brutalizer's 3, Axe is 3, Jax is 5. It looks like 11 to me.
11v4. Draven Trigger currently. Not a lot of these Fury runes, these Engi runes, ready to buff this up.
However, there's a hand of super high quality tricks here from Sam. I think I see a Rebuke, a Ride the Wind. I think I saw a Switcheroo also. So many, many options. Of course, green has the ability to counter and has the ability to fight back. So Sam needs to decide how much to go in and how to go in.
There's also just the note that Jackson Match does have Deflect. So you don't really want to go Rebuke into this. Oh, get not so fast. Well, I guess I Switcheroo. Oh, wait, where did my runes go?
So Sam says, you know what? You can have it. So the hidden card was a Tide Turner. Going to swap in with the Draven. Tide Turner's like, wait a second. I got to go over here. Yeah, you do. Sorry about that one. So Tide Turner hops in the Obelisk, gets smushed by Jax, but now Draven is over at the Sunken Temple, joining the 10 might that was already there. Sorry, 14 might that was already there, and making it even harder to break. And now the Brutalizer's also already on the Jax. So
I was about to say, this just opens up an opportunity for Very Best Gamer to just develop and pass, and Aphelios is a really great opportunity there. He's going to equip the Warmog's armor ready 2 runes to have defensively. One of the modes of Aphelios, there's ready 2 runes, channel a rune exhausted, or buff a unit whenever you equip. To Aphelios specifically.
Love readying 2. So, and readying 2, the other 2 are much more proactive, immediate gains. Readying 2 speaks to, hey, I'm going to interact next turn. And of course, Sam sees that, sees his choice made, and now gets to go into the turn with a hold. So a mega hold there on Sunken Temple. It's only worth 1 point, despite there being so much might there. And now, Jax hanging out on the Obelisk. So a bit of a split board scenario. And Sam's got a lot of options here. We see the Thunder Song in the window. That can be the killing stroke, if need be. And Sam thinking it through. Thunder Song. Looks like Ride the Wind, Switcheroo, Rebuke. And I'm not sure what the card on the far left is.
Yeah, but the big thing that you've called out, the Brynhir Thunder Song Rebuke combination. We saw it in game 1 to close it out. We've seen it time and time again to deal with the heavy stacked unit decks. Like we see it against Aurelia. We see it against Jax. We see it against Ornn. This combination of cards is a big win condition for the Draven deck. For now, it is just going to go for a hidden switcheroo next to the treasure hunter. This is pretty face-up on average. It's not often you leave the treasure hunter there unless it has a switcheroo to back it up. And we'll see if Very Best Gamer wants to walk into that.
It's pretty funny here, the visual of the entire army leaves the temple, and the hunter has to go on by himself. It's like, all right, you guard that now.
Yeah, they're stuck picking up the treasure. I left behind.
So hunter's in, going back Very Best Gamer's way. And yes, this looks very switcheroo-esque. Of course, the 1 might on treasure hunter, the preferred target for a switcheroo. Jax does get the hold, so Very Best Gamer is at 6. Can't win the game this turn, can go to 7 possibly. So could even maybe see a retreat and try and go for the full win next turn.
Yeah, I think that's actually quite reasonable. The problem being hidden cards start to become more of a problem the more time you give. And it also allows Sam to retake, set up these kind of perfect holds, hide cards, and then have as many runes as possible available for that interaction. And in the previous game, Very Best Gamer got blown out by the Bryn here, and I wonder if Very Best Gamer is concerned about maybe similar happening and doesn't want to hold, so we do end up seeing that exact kind of idea of backing off and just playing for the attack instead. Holding becomes a really scary prospect for the Jax, even though normally that's what you like to do when the Bryn here gets involved. Now holding suddenly becomes something very difficult. So this point lead, definitely not something you want to throw away, and I think Very Best Gamer, though, does want to walk into the switcher. He says, hey, you know what? I can deal with it.
All right, Solutions coming in. Wants to go shopping at the Sunken Temple Emporium one more time. And I mean, switcheroo is there, so I guess Sam is deciding we could see. I guess he ride the wind.
Wow.
Okay.
All right.
So going for a different method. Is it possible this is not the switcheroo?
Technically, yes. I think there may have been another hidden card there, but I feel like the worlds where it's not switcheroo are more confusing to me, and I don't like them.
So
hidden cards are scary. I like the known.
They are scary.
I love sabotage. I get to see my opponent's hand. Nothing to worry about.
Yeah. Also, a lot of room for skill expression. Because you can play a hidden card, you assume it's something, and it actually isn't. So we see Draven gonna get the buff. Going to go up to 6. So Draven's at 6, Hunter's at 1, hidden card still down, and Lucian just going to take out the Hunter. So now leaving Draven at the battlefield at 6, can go up again if a new combat starts. And that hidden card still hanging. If the hidden card is switcheroo now, it's lost a lot of its value.
Yeah, it's not very good with Draven at 6 already. There's also Grandmaster at Arms still available, so Spinning Axe can be moved over. Brutalizer can be moved over. There are options. Brutalizer going to get moved to Aphelios. Looks like Ready 2 runes not going to be the option. So is it Channel or is it Buff? Or just going to float 2 runes in response and then allow them to get re-readied. So 2 floating for Very Best Gamer.
So a lot of energy available. And here we go. Hello, Draven. It's time to rumble. Now again, Sam has the trigger. Can recycle another Fury rune to give another +2. Draven always happy to get into another combat. Total count on Very Best side is 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So looking at a possible trade. But it is a switcheroo. Okay, so bit of a juke there to start, but switch the 8 and the 6. At this point, I suppose the Raven Trigger could not have passed yet. We're going to see a counter-strike.
Ooh. That feels like a steep cost to pay to try and deal with this switcheroo. Really just looking for something like a second Brutalizer, a couple of buffs to try and push over the top. But being sent home after the fact, counter-strike not actually getting much value here. And in fact, all it did was kind of interrupt a switcheroo. Not feeling like a good place to be for Very Best Gamer.
Yeah, all right, so Very Best Gamer on 6. The Jax is hanging out Obelisk. Still some energy to go, so not done quite just yet. And we're going to see Clockwork Keeper. So, pay the power, draw a card. And what is the next step?
Really, after all this, we might be where you said we were going to be at the very start, where his unmatched moves back, and then it's just 6-4, and let Sam move it and look for the retake. And all this was for a bit of fun.
I'm having fun. You're having fun. They're having fun.
Sam's drawing cards. I'm sure he's having fun.
Yeah, for sure. So, very best gamer, what is the next step? A lot of runes spent this turn. And just going to see Jax back it up. All right, so back it up. You see a Stellacorn. All right, so, I mean, very, very energy efficient. Using all the runes possible. And then the kind of classic at 6. Everything's in the back row. I'll get you next turn. So, over Sam's way. Sam holds to 5. Can get to 6 here as well, but more importantly, needs to fortify and try and stop the onslaught from next turn. Our very best gamer will be trying to take down the game and force a game 3 here in our round of 8.
It looked like a pair of rebukes in Sam's hand.
Whew.
So those are very good for the matchup. Better on offense because they can be paired with Bryn here, but on defense they're still powerful. It just means that there is room for very best gamer to find the not so fast, to find some other answer to dealing with them.
Yeah, definitely a bit of a minefield next turn for very best gamer of things to, you know, needs to make sure that the combat goes in a way where you can kind of tiptoe your way around each possible pitfall and find the way to 8 points if it is possible. So Sam's at 5. I have to imagine the 6 points coming in here as well as a bunch of other units stacking up. So we're going to see not 1 but 2 Noxious Hopeful taking the Obelisk. That's point 6. 2 mechs over to the Temple. Kaisa going to pop in, just played over to the Obelisk, and there's a pass. 4 runes up, 2 rebukes. Probably just 2 things in general is what very best gamer has to think about what those 2 things are.
Dream counts by 2s.
That's the puzzle. So, going back very best gamer's way. This is it. This is the turn. Both players on 6. Very best gamer with the initiative, looking to break. Work to be done. Lots of cards in hand. Pretty good resource count.
Double Conquer does win here. Enough runes to do multiple equips and cascade through this Brutalizer, especially if needing to bait out a rebuke, a push, something of that nature. Grandmaster at Arms allows 1 move as well.
Yeah, that is one of the upsides here. So Rebuke is very, very powerful. But once you're in this late game state, Rebuke is almost worse than Fight or Flight when it comes to equipment, because Fight or Flight can lock the equipment down.
Yep, so this is the trick we talked about leading into this game. You can go ahead and use the second part of Grandmaster at Arms, unattach that Brutalizer, reattach it to Aphelios, get an Aphelios trigger, and get the Brutalizer trigger to give that +2.
That's nice. Technology. Zhang is also played in the back row. All right, it is go time. And okay, it is really go time.
Whoa, everything.
Party at the Sunken Temple. Everyone's invited. And now, that's a whole lot of might. So 2 mechs and a Draven. Of course, we know that there's, I believe, 2 rebukes in Sam's hand, correct?
That's what I saw. Very least 1.
Yep.
There's guaranteed 1.
So draw off Stellacorn. And now, so it's very best here saying, okay, I'll take the 7th point and I'll hold for 8.
It's a strong idea with this much might, especially because Sam had committed 12 might to the other side.
Yep.
It's not that hard for Draven to pivot. It's hard for Draven to pivot multiple units all at once.
Right. So, Sam really thinking this through. You know, this is a bit surprising. You know, the feeling is that the players are going to go for the double conquer, go for the win, but this looks quite good as well. That is just a boatload of might over there. We'll lose some on the way out, both from the combat as well as the Brutalizer buff falling off.
A total of 12 might defending now. The +2 is accepted by Sam.
Okay, so now where does Sam want to start? Total might count on very best gamer's side. We got 4, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 20, 22, 25 is what I've got. And of course, quick draw. Possibility with Jax as well as other tricks.
but it's just going to be pass.
Okay, so trade-off and a win for Very Best Gamer. So Very Best Gamer goes to 7, maintains a good amount of power. The Zanya saves the Jax, so Jax is now in the back row.
Yep. Notably, with Ukshan dying, Sam now does own that spinning axe. However, it is attached to Jax.
Right.
And it will stay there until Jax is gone, and then the spinning axe will go back to Sam.
Okay. So, first mate, great pickup. That adds a whole bunch more might to the temple. So, ready up, Jax is back in, the party's at Sunken Temple. Now, Sam holds 7, both players at 7. Very Best Gamer in a great spot to force a game 3 here in this round of 8. Sam, what do you got for us? Can you break what looks to be unbreakable?
My guess is no. I mean, this is just way too much might, you know? Coming from hand, Draven already not the best deck at accelerating. It does have the Darius, it does have the Kai'Sa. It's got some ways to do it. It's got some decent pivots. Tide Turner, bring something home, send it back in. Fight or flight your own unit, bring it home, send it back in. But even if Sam had the ability to pivot all of this might, it's not enough to break yet. 12 is already not it. So you need all of this plus something else that you're playing from hand, and that's just not the most feasible to get done. Looks like Ride the Wind. It may have been Ride the Wind, 1 Rebuke, not double Rebuke, and that looks like what the case is. Looks like Falling Star as well. That can clean up 6 might from there. Rebuke can get rid of one of the big units. But there's still 3 energy from Very Best Gamer, and we even see him reaching for a response there. Brutalizer in response because the Jackson match is going back to hand. This is cool from Sam, though. He does now have a spinning axe that he can potentially cascade through.
Yeah, so freeing up the axe, if there is an accelerated threat of some kind, axe can pop right on there, but there's still a long way to go. That's not a bad step 1. But this is a many-step process. Sam looking for a 5-step program to get into the top 4. Very Best Gamer wants to keep on gaming. So, looks like 5 for a second there. I think that Darius does seem like an important piece of the puzzle if it is available. This game is going to continue. Next step is probably Darius, the biggest possible ready unit available. Pick up the axe, and then try and get busy. Also of note that the Brutalizer kind of turns off the full might of Falling Star. And now Falling Star can kill a 2 rather than a 3, so a little bit of value there also.
There is exactly 6 might on Aphelios, so that's another potential target.
That's true, yeah. It could also go up the Stellacorn 6 too, so it could just go out for 1 single unit. So I guess Star could go for 1, Rebuke could go for the other. But is there enough to do everything? That is the problem. Looks like 1 short.
It is 1 short of everything. Darius could come down.
1 short indeed. Very Best Gamer is not done gaming. Not done yet. Forcing a game 3. Wants to continue in this round of 8. Wants to go on to the top 4. And wants to maybe have a chance to battle for a trophy. We got a game 3. Nothing like it.
And now we should be heading to a battlefield that is usually very Draven favored, which is the Targon's Peak. Uses it better than any other deck because of all its tricks being at 2 cost. However, Jax actually uses Targon's Peak pretty well, and the Dreaming Tree used quite well from Jax. Also, in order to just continue to have this card draw, there haven't really been any card issues from Jax. Historically, when I've watched Jax games, it feels like they end up having card issues, and that has just not been a factor in this round of 8 game.
Yeah, both the battlefield's being super clutch here. So, Sam's in the play. 1 game to see what player moves on. What player's going to go home with a great finish. Wonderful memories. But maybe just, you know, wanting a little bit more. Here's Lucian. Tide Turner for Sam. Going back Sam's way. Dreaming Tree on top. Targon's Peak on the bottom. Draven, of course, always hanging out. Ready to rock and roll.
Brynn, Kai'Sa, Forerunner, Brynn, and that looks to be a hopeful on the edge there. A lot of units.
Yeah, and the double Brynn at this point in the game, pretty clunky.
Yeah.
So,
just going to be bluffing the 2 from the Targon's Peak, because you would assume there's some kind of trick in this hand, but it is all units.
Yep. So, Draven gets played to the Peak. Lucian is in. Lucian is out. 1 point for each player. Here's Lucian number 2, but that is it. Nothing else. So we see a hold for Sam on the Targons. Goes up to 2. Now 6 runes available. These Lucians, kind of make, we've seen Draven kind of like to hang back a little bit and do these setups, but double Lucian does not really allow for that. If you just kind of hang back, let both Lucians both come in and both come out, that's just 2 points every turn. And going to need to keep mounting a defense. So Sam kind of unit heavy. I think I saw multiple Noxious in there. So
yeah, 2 Noxus Hopeful. It was another one off the top. So double Bryn, double Noxus Hopeful, Ferris Forerunner. I mean, there are some games with this deck where you are playing a mid-range deck. Just go 2, 4, 6. There's nothing wrong with that. There's a lot of might that gets to be developed, especially because a lot of Draven's units are just kind of above rate. I mean, Ferris Forerunner is 12 might total that you're paying 6 energy for. Draven is 6 might. Yeah, you got to pay that power cost, but.
So, Lucian comes into the Dreaming Tree real fast in and out if you missed it, so point is scored. Here's Jax, but Targon's Peak gets held, so Ferris Forerunner standing strong. Sam goes to 3 with a chance to go to 4 here and take that all-important point lead.
Finally some interaction for Sam. Finds a Rebuke to go alongside all these units. But does feel like, maybe just Kaisa plus a Hopeful. You just start kind of spamming these units out, having as much might as possible, because that's what the hand is telling you to do.
Yeah, a little awkward here. Playing Forerunner last turn, cost a rune, so now Sam at 7. As you were saying, a lot of even numbers in this Draven deck, so the odd-numbered runes can get wasted at times. And Sam going to the tank. Draven's hanging out. Dreaming Tree is available, but at pretty large personal risk. At 4th point, though, is really appealing, but just going to develop. So here's Kaisa, here's Noxious. Draven stays home, so stuck on 3. And once again, giving a free point to Lucian if he wants to go out. But now, Very Best Gamer is feeling pretty good. Jax is in, a bunch of runes are up. Now all these equipments are quick draws, a lot of interaction, and ready to decide what is the next stop.
Yeah, this pass ends up a little suspicious in the sense that Very Best Gamer now has the potential to gain point tempo, right? This is a math equation once again. 8 might on the Targon's Peak. 1 rune up. There's no interaction at 1 rune, right? So this is just going to be up to Very Best Gamer. Does he have the spells to actually make it happen? The start with the Clockwork Keeper is not promising. That is certainly not what you want to be seeing, because that means he needed to dig to continue to find more. Might be way too unit heavy with this hand and not finding ways to buff over the top of the Ferris Forerunner, and that is what I am reading from this body language from these plays so far.
Yeah, whenever you see your opponent start with a card draw effect, that's kind of like cheap and finicky. That's usually a sign of weakness. And Very Best looking to put it together. Sam unfazed. These are 2 players who maybe didn't expect to be in this spot. We've got Very Best Gamer bringing Jax, kind of looking for a best of. Sam's first big tournament, and now under the lights, playing for all of it. But Jax coming in. All right, so the armor's in, the buff is in, the point is 1. Not going to be a hit and run. We're going to see Jax coming in, take the spot, conceding the Targons for the turn, putting Sam up to 4, and So this Very Best Gamer's play spoke to a lot of interaction. Thundersong, the perfect answer. We see a quick draw coming in. That's a Guardian Angel and another armor. So, I mean, being able to use the runes effectively at least, and the Guardian Angel can kind of back out if necessary. So, not a disaster.
Yeah, it goes to show that weakness, though. 2 Warmogs in the hand. A bit weak on the non-monastery game, but because of the overall count of equipment, kind of need to keep them in for this Jax deck, and it is just going to be a Rebuke following the Bryn here. We know the power that holds, and that is just going to be all of these gear falling on the floor, and Jax unmatched back to the hand.
Yeah, so Kaisa's in, a draw for Kaisa, a draw for Draven to put in the combat, and now 5 points for Sam, feeling in the driver's seat. Very Best on 3. Having to deploy the Jax, again, is tough. That takes time, and currently Sam is not giving Very Best Gamer much time. And now it's time to reinforce. Here comes the Noxious. Here comes the Draven. So we have Noxious, Draven, Kaisa on the Dreaming Tree. Ferris Forerunner and Tide Turner hanging out on the Targon's Peak, where they've been for a while.
Yeah.
They're pretty well situated there. And now we're going back Very Best Gamer's way, and Very Best Gamer has some work to do, and Very Best Gamer wants to keep gaming this weekend.
Yeah, I mean, he's shown he can't beat 8 over these last 2 turns. I mean, 8 has just been completely stonewalling Very Best Gamer with these tap outs from Sam. And, you know, one more card is not seeming to make the difference. If the best that he could do in response to the Bryn here was to play another Guardian Angel and a Warmog's Armor, just the +2 might. This is only +3 might of equips to go on to a Lucian and pushes up to 6. Yeah, you could send both Lucians in, push over that 8, but all you're doing is putting back the mechs onto the back row. A lot of struggles here for the Jax deck. Makes me wonder what the rest of these cards are. It feels like it almost has to be units based on what we've seen so far, and not the units you even want to see. It must be something very slow to develop. Could just be something like a Stellacorn where there just hasn't been a lot of room to play it out.
Yeah, cards like Stellacorn, Jax, of course, in hand. Very powerful, take a little time to get going. And you're right, a lot of the kind of like the finicky equipment series, double Warmogs. So Jax is coming back, and you know, Jax is a powerful card. Sam is at 5, not 6, so we're not looking at, you know, total destruction here, but a very precarious spot. So here's Jax. And now, a lot of might on Sam's side. Sam, you can almost see Sam, a little bit of the, you know, the kind of anxious energy, and that's a common tell in poker. We are in Vegas for a player who's got it. When you're nervous, when you're bluffing, you usually calm as you're working so hard on being calm. When you have it, you're just so happy you do have it. It's almost hard to control it. So feeling pretty good. And we've got armor up. All right, here comes Lucian.
7 into 6.
So we are going to see that trade. So Targon's is finally taken. The mechs are in the back row, though, providing a lot more might. Very Best up to 4. Also, Targon's trigger is relevant, but kind of running out of stuff.
And Sam just being able to continually jam might all this game has been so effective over the course of these early stages.
Going back Sam's way. Sam is on 5, holding to 6, so cannot win this turn, but very well poised. We're going to see a draw, a lot of runes, a lot of action available still. That big party on Dreaming Tree. Lucian holding at Targon's, not, you know, the most powerful. We did see the Guardian Angel and the other Warmogs kind of just hanging out, not equipped. So, bit of a statement there.
Yeah, Sam thumbing the Bryn here again, just saying, well, I could probably just pick off this Lucian, not worry about the runes still left available for Very Best Gamer. Just see if there's anything there. It is going to be a Guardian Angel. That puts Lucian up to 5.
Okay. Also preserves Lucian in the back row, so the Angel will go away. Lucian get recalled, and so even if the fight is lost here, still the might next turn to kind of re-attack. But with Sam at 6, if Sam's able to push here, pile up on both battlefields and look for a hold, that could be it. And now Sam, of course, with Very Best Gamer under the Thunder Song, it's a safe place to be. Coming in, trades off a mech for the Guardian Angel. That's a point. So Targon's triggers Sam to 7. Sam has the might, looking for a hold, looking for a path into the round of 4.
Double Conquer still on the table. It looked like even third Bryn here potentially in the hand. That was a third one in the sideboard, 2 in the main.
Wow.
Third has come in. It's been so good. Third one is there. I feel like at that point you can just bring all this might home. Wait till next turn, play out the Bryn here. There's even a spinning axe. You can even just bring everything home, play the spinning axe, or play a hopeful, or play whatever unit you've got. Wait till next turn and just Bryn and push.
Yeah, Thundersong's been absolutely fantastic. So many cards in it for Sam, too. At 7, on the edge. Really thinking it through. Very Best Gamer is currently a spectator. Unable to play anything, only able to watch. Plot out for next turn. And you are absolutely correct. We are Nox Soful. We are returned everything back to base at 7 points. Say go. So we're going back Very Best Gamer's way. Very Best Gamer's at 4. That mech needs to be dealt with in the fear of a hold. Then, of course, defense needs to be mounted in some way or another. So Jax, Lucian, a couple of equipments, a lot of runes, but as the last few turns have stated, very best gamer's hand is not great. Not really able to do a lot of kind of exciting stuff. So here's Lucian. The mech is down. Targon's triggers, that's a point, up to 5. Lucian readies as well. So Lucian can back up here, but kind of really can't.
Yeah, you're not allowed to.
You just got to
right?
hold,
Yeah.
you know, so got to lay up some defenses here. Now, is very best going to go for just one of these battlefields to try and really pile up and just say, hey, beat this?
It's another Jack's weakness, unfortunately. There's not a lot of pivot potential. It's all in first mate. And so if Very Best Gamer goes for a single stack, Sam can just say, all right, let me pick up this entire board here, shuffle it up, and throw it onto the one battlefield that you're not going for.
Yep.
And I'll just hold from 7 to 8 on the next turn.
All right, so Charm's a good starting point. 1 energy and a rune to deal with one of these units to kind of start chipping away. There's a lot of work to do. It's not a bad place to start. So Draven gets charmed in, and we've got 5, 6, 7, 8. Draven can go to 6. Doesn't really, I guess with the spinning axe.
Yeah, there's a spinning axe there.
Ooh, boy. So spinning axe could win. Not willing to say, all right, if you have a retrick here, I'm gonna lose a lot of my action. Just saving the action for next turn, it looks like.
Yeah, the power cost, I think, probably breaks some of the math that Sam is doing for the next turn with the Bryn here and the follow-up. Can't see exactly how many runes it is, but it's very possible that losing one to the spinning axe is actually detrimental going forward. But it looks like Very Best Gamer is just going to scoop it up, says, I actually cannot beat the might that you've got on this board, no matter what you do. And Sam's going to push forward to that top 4.
Sam's first big tournament into the round of 4. Very, very impressive. Awesome game for both players. Great stuff. Just an awesome game. Really, really great. So Sam kind of chatting it through. Again, these are our two Cinderella players. You know, players that maybe didn't expect to be here, and you know, both have a story that lasts a lifetime. Sam's story is not over yet. There is still much more to write. Hopefully, a lot more. Hopefully, 2 more rounds, and then maybe a little trophy ceremony.
Hey, maybe so. But the journey of our Jax, the very best gamer that there ever was, is unfortunately over in the round of 8. Does win the best of, though, of the Grandmaster at Arms, and I think that is a hell of a run for our player here.
The very best Jax gamer.
The very best Jax gamer. Imagine if you had a real one.
To be sure. So let's hop down and hear from our winner.
I'm here with Sam D. Sherman after winning your quarterfinal match. You're now in top 4 in your first major Riftbound event. How does it feel?
I'm loving it. Yeah, I was pretty happy to get that pairing. I was telling Jim earlier that I think my good matchup is every metal card hunter, and you know that guy is a Jax metal card hunter, so I was very happy to see that.
Well, unfortunately, now you're walking into a sea of Draven mirrors for the rest of your top 4. How are you feeling about that matchup?
I don't love it. I mean, I think that the Miracle version is a somewhat good matchup, but it's definitely losable. So we'll see how it goes.
Best of luck.
Thank you.
All right, so we are back here at Regional Qualifier. Las Vegas, the round of 8 is complete. The round of 4 is coming up. Let's take a look and see how that shaped out. All right, so
Whoa.
it is the League of Draven.
It is the League of Draven. A few upsets coming through, I would say, because, you know, we've seen Priz and Allen in the top 8 of Bologna. You would expect them to come in favorites. Both of them knocked out in that round of 8.
Wow, as the surprises continue. So Shizzle takes it down over Priz, playing Draven, of course. We just saw Sam, so that'll be one of our semifinal matchups. And then Colin, we saw Colin play absolutely fantastically on camera earlier in the tournament, taking down Deluxe Phil Cheese playing Aurelia. And TTA taking down Allen, our former champion. So
incredible work.
We'll have a new champion here, which is kind of a thing to say, well, yeah, it's a huge tournament, but Allen, of course, on a ridiculous heater, still incredibly impressive to see the consistency from event to event. Just really awesome to see.
Yeah, I mean, and it's back-to-back a best of Ezreal still for Allen. Priz did end up with the best of Draven from Bologna. Not going to be able to repeat that success, but still, the consistency of another top 8, incredible. Beautiful runs from these two. Of course, unfortunate for Aurelia to have the run ended there, but congrats again to Deluxe Phil Cheese on that best of. And Colin that we saw earlier, he might still be one of the favorites coming in, going for the rest of the game, but this is going to be a lot of Draven mirrors to get through.
Yeah, very, very impressed with Colin's play in the match that we watched. And Draven was locked out of top 4 in Bologna, correct?
Correct.
Not make it in, and Draven said, whoa, whoa, whoa. Hold up, guys. I'm still here.
It's still a tier 0 format.
Yeah, exactly. So a Draven top 4. That's going to do it for us as we get into our round of 4. And just an awesome event so far. I cannot wait to watch these last few matches. I'm just stoked.
I'm going to run over to that crowd and be yelling, hooting and hollering as we got Pastry and Ursi coming in to round out the rest of the day and close everything out. I had so much fun in the booth with you, Jim, and I just can't wait to see the culmination of this event.
So, round of 4 is coming up. Don't go nowhere. Buckle up. Get a lot more Riftbound to play.
Welcome back to the Round of 4 here at the Regional Qualifier in Las Vegas. If you like what you've been seeing on stream, perhaps you should head on down to a local Summoner Skirmish. Your kind of next step in terms of competition. Play, maybe get a buy for something like a Regional Qualifier and play, a little bit more competitive Riftbound than your Nexus Knights.
Yeah, so many people got the Summoner Skirmish buy. It was really nice this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, the pre-queue that was happening right before this event was chock full of people looking for those buys. So very important if you're looking to do well at an event like this. I'm Pastry Time, and that's us today, and we're going to be bringing you through the Round of 4 and, of course, our finals coming on up. But we have a few things to settle here first in what is now the League of Draven. But I am unofficially dubbing the Battle of the Best of, because the winner of this tournament is also not going to win, get their playmat, get their Special Blade of the Ruin King promo, but they're going to win the Best of Draven as well. In the top side, it is Shizzle and Sam D. Sherman in the top half of the bracket. In the bottom, Colin versus TTA. And I can tell you, up top, it's mid-range Draven. In the bottom, it's Miracle Draven. So we're going to see what the best Draven build is by the end of this tournament.
Yeah, I am so excited to see the differences here, and I think that's what's going to decide just that Best of.
Absolutely. We've heard so much about how powerful the Miracle Shell is with Ezreal, as we are going to have a look at some best ofs that we haven't quite highlighted just yet. It is LS himself, the League of Legends Lord, winning the Teemo Swift Scout best of. He was debating right before this event, do I play Ezreal, which I think is maybe the best duck, or do I play Teemo? Wanted the Teemo best of and got it all the way there, losing, by the way, to Prismaticism in round 3 of this event. We have a custom dipped as well on Victor, E3 TCG winning the Volibear one, and of course Gentle Giant on Yasuo Unforgiven.
Yeah, I got to talk to him a little bit. It was really, really cool, that Yasuo deck.
Renata also getting through there. Ryujin Shin taking that one down. Prostel winning the Rumble best of, which was kind of a tight one at the end of it all, because no Rumbles unfortunately made day 2. Victor Lupin managed to pick up Set the Boss best of, and no Veggies, just barely missing out on the top cut, but did win the best of for Sivir.
Fantastic job by him. We've seen him last tournament as well.
And of course, Deluxe Chiefs in 6 of this tournament did lose in the quarterfinals, but still wins the Aurelia Best of for being the only Aurelia to make top 8. Maybe the unsung hero of the event, the very best gamer on Jack, Grandmaster at Arms. An absolutely spellbinding performance. Eric Jinx on Jinx Loose Cannon, who I believe has been a Jinx one trick in Riftbound for basically as long as the game has been out. And Agrisha winning Kaisa, Daughter of the Void best of. A best of that was very prized last year in Houston, but we have not seen a whole lot of Kaisa. And as we know, we're here in the last 4 players, an awful lot of Draven.
That is for sure.
What's even more, we've got AlZQ winning Ezreal once again. Have to note, he did say he wanted to win all of the medal cards for Ezreal, and he has done so despite the 8th place finish. His Depression, what a username, on Fiora Grandulis, and Duality, Usurping T for the best of Garen. And of course, you might see up the top, we haven't quite filled in the player for the final best of card yet, and that's because it's a question mark. In fact, it's going to be the winner of this tournament, which is a pretty nice additional prize on top of winning the RQ.
Yeah. That is going to be definitely so nice for whoever takes the win here today. So many Dravens we're going to watch, but each deck list in itself is, has their own pieces, and they've decided exactly what they think is going to make it the best deck.
Yeah, I think it was very clear that Draven was at least going to be one of the best decks, if not the best deck, and it was absolutely the most represented decks. As you see, our semifinalists both squaring off in the feature match area. We'll have a look at our deck list for our upcoming matchup, because like I said, the bracket is split between which is the best way to play Draven. On the one side, it's mid-range, and we have the mid-range side of the bracket for you. Sam D. Sherman, who's been on a tear in his first ever major Riftbound event. This is their mid-range Draven list.
Yeah, it's really exciting to see. Both of these obviously are going to have more might in their list just from all these different units. But some things to keep an eye on is Spinning Axe in both of these lists. It's a super important card in the mid-range Draven. But a huge difference that I do note is that Shizzle is running Piercing Light, as well as the Edge of Night, but the other list actually only ran Falling Star, so very interesting choice.
Yeah, Falling Star seems like a pretty good spell to have in a matchup like this, but certainly interested to see who's going to get the best of, not just Draven, that was unintentional, the best of the kind of might battle, as it's going to be, more grindy, kind of big units, wanting to really put sticky units on the battlefield's first Forerunner. Definitely going to be a standout as Shizzle, a player we haven't seen yet on stream, played off stream in their quarterfinal, defeating the #1 seed Prismaticism. At this point, it was maybe one of the favorites, at least to win Draven Best of again. Certainly one of the favorites in the event as well.
Yeah, and both of these players are running the same battlefield, and they are choosing Reaver's Row here for game 1. We all know how great Draven's ability is on the leader, because when you win a combat, you get to draw a card. And if your opponent, when you move into Reaver's Row, decides to take that trigger and move back to base, you still will win that combat and get that card draw.
It's a really interesting thing as well, because this kind of battle, unlike the Miracle where, both decks can do extremely explosive things, especially as you get deeper into the game, this is really kind of a game of inches between these two decks. And Reaver's Row, I think the general battlefield shortcut is play my best battlefield in game 1, right? And I would say Reaver's Row is probably Draven's best battlefield. It is so powerful at triggering your ability early, but at this kind of matchup, you do not want to give your opponent extra cards if you can help it. You are trying to deny every single card draw you can.
For sure. And immediately we are into this game. Both players do get their 2-cost unit, and which we kind of expect in mid-range. It has a lot more 2 costs, has a lot of different units in their deck. But a big thing to watch out here for, especially in this position, is I saw in Chiselhand was Piercing Light, and a huge momentum swing here could be that because Sam did move this Treasure Hunter up into Reaver's Row and put Draven in base, we could see this Piercing Light repeated here and able to kill both the Treasure Hunter and the Draven that we just spent our runes on.
Yeah, repeat, very powerful. It is a unit at a battlefield and a unit somewhere else, up to one other unit, 2 damage twice. Lucian's little signature cue there from League of Legends. Most importantly, this is a regular speed spell, so Shizzle cannot move into Reaver's Row. I guess at that point there'd be a trigger you'd have to respond to, but if the trigger is denied, say, and Sam D wants to trade, you can't then Piercing Light the unit, win the combat, and draw a card. Instead, commits it all, and that is still so much power. We talked about Falling Star being good in this kind of matchup. That was basically Falling Star here.
And it's going to be really important. We've now cleared Sam's board, and even though he did go first, there are now no units on his board. A really nice place for Shizzle to be in, and kind of showcases why Piercing Light is such a strong spell, but why it can also be really nice in this deck list particularly.
Yeah, makes sense. Again, the removal, there's a bit more of it, I guess, in these deck lists than maybe some of the Miracle lists, but there have maybe a bit more recursion. But I do think in general that, again, you are trying to fight for the most efficient unit on board, and the flip side of that is fight to remove the units most efficiently while trying to deny each other card draw. So Breen here, Thundersong, going to be the unit of choice. And unlike, its usual job of shutting down things like Aurelius and Ezreal, this is really just a 6-energy unit that's got 5 might. And honestly, that's kind of good enough here.
Yeah, I would not feel the most happy playing it in this spot. There is a second Bryn here in this list that we could find later. We really want to use Bryn here later in the game, potentially to bring lethal and take the win, so that our opponent's Draven will not be able to have any response when we move into battlefield. So we do get might here, but it does decrease what we can do later in the game.
Would much prefer having the other 6-drop that both these decks run 3 copies of, and that, of course, is Ferris Forerunner. But Tide Turner going to do exactly that on the Reaver's Row, push that Treasure Hunter back to base, and that means that Treasure Hunter is now ready to move back onto the other Reaver's Row and get yet another point and yet another gold. And a big difference between the mid-range list and the Miracle list is that the mid-range lists do not run any seals, so this gold is very valuable.
Yeah, this is going to be so nice for Shizzle as he plays some of these more power costly units, but Noxus Hopeful will be nice enough here, getting more might down, as you mentioned earlier. We want to build out our base, get it pretty wide with might so that we can fight later.
Yeah, not the most efficient Hopeful here. Actually have to pay the full 4 for it, which is not necessarily what you want to see. But we'll see what Sam D. Sherman has as a response here. It is going to be Bryn here moving in, and Reaver's Row is going to be accepted as Tide Turner retreats. But that, of course, means that the other Draven on the left does get to draw a card. And again, you want to try and keep the card draws to a minimum for your opponent. And of course, with 2 Dravens in this matchup, 1 on either side, can be tricky to deny draws for the entire game.
Yeah, they still do want to take those points, and moving into Reaver's Row does give that option for combat, obviously. It's going to be hard to avoid it, but both players are going to try to draw as many cards as they can, and also not let their opponent draw as many cards as they can.
Yeah, and kind of, again, talking about key differences between the mid-range list and the Miracle list, you've probably, if you watched us all weekend, seen a lot of this card called Battering Ram. It's a very efficient 5-might unit that often costs 1, which is a very good rate for something like that. No such thing. Instead, we got a little bit bigger than that. Things like Darius here for both these players. So Sam D. Sherman going to play 1, play a Tide Turner, ready up there. Darius, that's now a 7 about to charge into a battlefield. Maybe going to say hello to this treasure hunter. I said a question. And the question is, I would like to retreat, as Reavers are on both sides of the battlefield. Does make kind of for some funny interactions, but maybe for Sam D. Sherman, more importantly, starting to farm a little bit of card draw with these bigger might units, forcing units out and winning combats as Draven.
Yeah, it's a nice position for Sam to be in, controlling both of these battlefields. But Shizzle is just moving that treasure hunter around as he wants, and he's honestly up to 4 gold. That is such a high count. I'm excited to see how he decides to play with it later in these games, as hopefully he can get more and more runes as well.
I'm going to check on how many copies of Falling Star may be available. Actually, none in the main here for Shizzle. So that was the thing that came to mind, because there's actually no second red rune right now for Shizzle. It is simply all those gold, which would be great for paying big power costs. And the card I think of immediately when I think of larger power costs is something like Falling Star. So not all that many runes here, but plenty of possibilities here. And again, you get a slight rune advantage over the course of the game if you're paying for things like Ferris Forerunner's power and other things like that. Even helps with your own champion unit if you want to use Draven's little attack or defendability, but Noxus Opal's going to move in, and that's actually enough to scare away the Darius. That was 4 versus 5, and Sam D. Sherman wants nothing to do with that matchup.
Yeah, both these players are running Spinning Axe, which is a reaction speed equipment that can give you +3 might. So even though this Noxus Opal is smaller than the Darius when he goes into that Reaver's row, with all of our runes ready, there's still a lot of might that we're threatening for our hand.
This is a really good accelerate here for Shizzle, using the gold to accelerate this red Kai'Sa. This is, again, another big difference between the lists. It's kind of a throwback to when Kai'Sa was the best deck in Origins. Both these decks running 3 Kai'Sa. This is an extremely powerful card. We already talked about how in these mid-range matchups, every little card matters. Every bit of advantage you can eke out is so important. We already talked about Draven triggers being something you want. Well, now Kai'Sa double dips by giving you a Conquer trigger that also draws you a card. Yeah,
you can really see how much this Draven list can be about like getting resources from these card draw triggers. Even the old Kai'Sa list really only ran 1 to 2 Kai'Sas in it, mainly being that chosen champion. But with 3 in Shizzle's list, he's going to be able to move into the battlefield, get that Conquer trigger, and if there was somebody he came up against, also get the Conquer trigger from his, or combat win trigger from his Draven.
Interesting stuff here. Looks like Stack Deck, I think, was used there in an action window that was available for Sam D. Sherman. Only had 1 rune up, so decided to use it there for a little bit of filtering. Not sure what other trick could have possibly had, but going to go ahead and select a couple cards here. I think Sam's currently looking through the rest of their hand, seeing what he can find. So far, so good, I feel like, for Shizzle, but this is such a funny first game because Reavers are on both sides, and where each player is basically saying, okay, when I'm attacking, I'm going to be ahead. Because you're probably going to want to move away from me because you don't really want to get in combats. Unfortunately, you're already in the combat, even if you don't, get into direct contact with the enemy, which means each Draven gets to draw some cards. And right now, Shizzle's winning the race on points. So I have to feel like if there's going to be basically this back and forth of moving into Reaver's row and retreating, that the player that's ahead on points is currently winning this game.
I do feel that way as well, and I think that goes back to that piercing light turn. You would think because Sam went first and even got the first point that they would have been able to keep that lead, similar as we see here, going back and forth. But it was such a tempo swing, not only killing the Draven in base, also killing the treasure hunter in the battlefield, and then having time to get our own points to come back and take the lead.
Yeah, it feels like if we're just trading units back and forth, it's not really going to break any sort of stalemate here. So it feels like removal going to be the thing players want to look at. Of course, Bryn here and Darius very big units, so we'll win 2 combats, draw 2 cards, and get 2 points. But again, if this is the pace of game, if they continue this back and forth doing nothing else, we already know which player is going to win if you want to trade points. So there has to be something else here. There are, I'm going to say, 1 million cards or so in Sam D. Sherman's hand right now. I see at least a Rebuke as one of them. Sam does have 2 Falling Stars in the main deck as well. So some options here to try and make something happen, but I feel like at some point you have to break this pattern. You're going to have to stay at the Reaver's row at some point.
Yeah, I do think at some point we are going to have to hold, but you also see on Shizzle's side just how nice this Reaver's row is, because while it feels good to get all these card draws from the Draven leader ability, Shizzle's units just continue to survive, and he's just getting a bigger and bigger base. Meanwhile, Sam is still only at 3 units. He's going to want to grow his base as well.
Yeah, Sam units are a little bit bigger, but I guess I do a quick mic count while we're here. Let's call it 5 apiece. Actually, it's easy on Sam's side. It's only 12. 2 5s and a 2 is easy math there. But 6, 1 for the Treasure Hunter only. So 7 plus 2 is 9. And Kaiser's only 4. So 13 versus 12. That is actually very close given the unit differential. So the big units are helping here for Sam D. Sherman, which when you think of mid-range, you kind of think of bigger units. And I do see a Ferris Forerunner all the way to the right of Sam's hand. Wonder if that's something you consider to make a stand on one of these Reaver's Rows. Because again, can't let this pattern continue too longer. And kind of the annoying thing about Reaver's Row is that these little units that you think would finally been picked off in combat, they just keep on retreating.
Yeah, that's very true. I do wonder why Sam is choosing to wait on this Ferris Forerunner, but I was talking to some of the players today about this Draven deck, and the point that they said is Ferris Forerunner, you really have to be able to protect it, especially against Rebuke, because if you decide to play Ferris Forerunner and you get rebuked, then you've just committed 6 energy, a whole power, and you're getting nothing from it for only 2 on your opponent's side. So presumably we may see they said that you would want to hold it until you get a fight or flight to hide. So hopefully we'll be seeing that come out, but it doesn't look like it on Sam's side.
Yeah, no fight or flight. I did spot a Falling Star as well, but no obvious targets for that spell right now. Holding up Rebuke right now as well, as you know from Sam's hand, and plenty of cards in and amongst them all. But again, Falling Star, very powerful spell, regular spell speed as well. So not something you can play on your opponent's turn when showdowns are happening. And there are always showdowns happening when Draven is involved. So here we're going to start with a stacked deck out of Shizzle's side. See if we can't kick off the 11 might that's currently down on the bottom Reaver's Row.
I did see a fight or flight, but also a spinning axe, which is going to be absolutely gigantic, I think, for Shizzle. He is at 5 points, so we're not exactly at the turn where we're going to win, but we could potentially pose it as multiple times. On our turn, we can still reattach it when one of these units dies. So we can trade up into some of these bigger ones that Sam has, looking at 6 and 5 on that Bryn here. But you can now do +3 with Spinning Axe. Your unit dies, you do lose a couple draws, but then you can keep reattaching it and clear out these Reaver Rows.
Yeah, just kind of checking through other spells players have access to. They actually both have access to 2 copies of Rebuke, which is a spell that's going to be pretty good against these much beefier units like the Ferris Forerunner. Shizzle looks like going through a couple cards here. I do see Rebuke in the middle of the stack of 3 that I'm currently looking through with this stack deck that is still resolving.
Yeah, Rebuke is definitely could be a good choice, especially with that target already in Reaver's Row. I can't exactly see the other cards that Shizzle has just yet, but we'll have to see.
Yeah, I think certainly winning on cards is Sam. The bigger units kind of bullying out the smaller ones. Even though you're behind on points, you do get draws off of Draven from those Reaver's Rows, so happy to win those combats and grow the hand pretty significantly, but kind of feels like the first big turn here between these 2 decks where Sam has decided, you know what, I'm going to commit a bigger unit here to this battlefield, and in the kind of matchup where you just want to be a little bit bigger than your opponent, that's kind of mid-range's general thing. Currently a lot bigger with the Ferris Forerunner there, so Shizzle kind of has to figure out a way to get rid of that particular problem, and stack deck number 2 is going to be at least searching for the answers.
Yep, let's see. We do see that option for Rebuke again. I do think I see a Ferris Forerunner up top.
Yep.
Missing what the bottom one is.
In the shadows.
It is in the shadows, but we do have to keep in mind Sam does have those 2 runes up that Shizzle is debating. What could Sam have that I need to account for, be it if I go to that northern Reaver's Row or if I go to the southern one?
Yeah, we can actually take a quick look through the main here and just fan through the possible options at 2. Falling Star, as we already pointed out, not an option. Fight or Flight, kind of the obvious one. Hard Bargain available. Rebuke and Ride the Wind and Spinning Axe, of course, the other one there. So those are kind of all the options, and you said it quite a lot over the course of the tournament here, Ursi. Whenever a Draven holds up 2, you have to think of like a million different possibilities because it could be so many different threatening effects.
For sure, and especially in top 4 now, you don't just want to send those units in willy-nilly. You don't want to, lose the tournament based off of some card that you didn't account for, but maybe you should have. And so it does look like we're coming in here with 8 might versus 11, but we have 6 runes up. There is so much we can do, and we're kind of saying, like, I dare you to dare me to have it.
Yeah, it does feel like Shizzle is the one that has to make something happen. He's currently losing the battle pretty badly as far as might goes. So it is going to be a rebuke. There's 2 gold cashed in to keep the resources flush. And Ferris Forerunner is going to go straight back to hand. Not where you want to see that powerful 6-drop mech. Yeah,
that is not where you want it at all. As we mentioned earlier, we spent 6 and a whole power. Comparatively, Shizzle had so much gold after all those treasure hunters. He could spend that a little bit easier, and meanwhile, Sam wasn't able to do that.
To note, Reaver's Row only can choose 1 unit to potentially retreat when the defense trigger goes off, and we are already very clearly past attack and defense triggers because we've started playing action spells in Showdown. So Sam decided, I have the bigger army, I want to keep it here on the battlefield, I know I need to in order to kind of push this game forward to any point where I'm going to win. So it's time to ride the wind away to the other Reaver's Row. Oh no, Darius is coming in instead, but he's going up top. Interesting. So wants to maybe take out the Kaiser here on the bottom side and take a point still. This is a way to take the tempo back.
Yeah, this is one thing you have to kind of account for when going up against purple. Not purple, but against this deck, especially when you know that it has Ride the Wind in it. I do believe Top Cut is open deck list, so Shizzle and Sam do both know that there is Ride the Winds in these lists. And so you're going into this battlefield with the knowledge that there is, no threat in the other battlefield to stop Ride the Wind right now.
Yep, just to clarify, open deck lists, pretty common practice among TCG tournaments. The way it works, when you sit down to your match, you get handed your opponent's deck list and you get a few minutes to look it over. You then put it away. You don't get to look at it again during the game. We have, obviously, these players at this level can memorize pretty much everything that their opponent could have in their deck. And then when sideboarding happens, you get to look again. And then, of course, again for Game 3 if we get there. So have to imagine both players are certainly aware of the tricks that could happen. Ride the Wind. Both players actually playing 2 versus 1 the count for Sam and Shizzle respectively. But Darius kind of throwing a wrinkle into the plan, not just scoring a point on the opponent's turn to, again, kind of break the tempo, but also doing this, threatening another battlefield, because all of a sudden these little units that were going to take this free point, well, that point's not very free anymore.
Yeah, it is not free at all, and Sam kind of gets almost like cheats that point by getting into Reaver's Row during their opponent's turn, kind of changing that point game that you were talking about earlier, that it seemed like Sam was behind. Now, not only was he trying to hold, but he's also able to skirt into that Reaver's Row.
Can't imagine Darius wants to retreat here.
Yeah, I can't either with it being 2 versus 5, but I mean, 4 runes still up.
Yeah, it's only 4, it's only 2 right now. It's 5 total if you count the units back in base, but they have not moved in, and Sam is going to take the retreat. He's going to give a card and a point over to Shizzle. Not necessarily the point you want it to be at, but a little maybe respecting the runes that are up, which I think is a reasonable decision here. And is it 6 points? So with the army that's assembled in the backline, could maybe make something happen for a double conquer, which would result in a win.
Yeah, I think it was smart long-term to move this Darius back. We've already gotten that point. Darius has done his job, and we still have so much for him to do this following turn. We have to take both of those battlefields, or at least clean them out from Shizzle's side.
Yeah, we do know that Shizzle isn't going to win this turn, doesn't have access to something like Draven Audacious, not being played in this version of Draven. Much prefer the Fury chosen champion. So 7 points is where Shizzle's going to be for this turn. Not able to get another conquer to maybe draw a card off it either, so it is actually going to be back to Sam to set up to try and win the game. A double conquer would get it done, which means all these Reaver's Row retreats we've seen are going to be a lot less attractive on the following turn. And it is clever that Sam is using this Ride the Wind to kind of steal a point at a critical moment, because we're not sure he's necessarily going to win next turn, but he was not on pace to do so with the way the game was going, and is now suddenly snuck into first just barely.
Yeah, that's a great point. I think Shizzle is trying to decide where to move these different treasure hunters, though. He only has to keep one side to win by holding that following turn. But if he loses both, it will also automatically be a loss, because Sam conquering 7 and 8 points during his turn. We do still have those 4 runes up, and it looks like we're going to be playing Noxus Hopeful for that Legion cost of only 2. And then do we leave 2 up, to potentially have something to play, or do we fill out our different battlefields a little bit more?
Looks like we're hiding a unit here. The question, sorry, I say unit because I'm pretty sure I saw it was a Tide Turner. Hiding a card here for Shizzle. I think we're deciding which battlefield we want it to go. Does make sense over there because you can maybe trick some might over, move one of the hopefuls over, and make it a little scarier than it might look. And of course, it always looks like a fight or flight whenever you do this. Edge of Night also in Shizzle's list. So a few different hidden cards for Sam to consider. But again, if Sam can find a way to conquer both battlefields, to score on both battlefields this turn, that would be enough to get to point number 8, which is the last point needed in this opening game.
Yeah, it's almost too bad it feels like that we have not run into the Edge of Night on Shizzle's side. It feels like such a strong card and a huge difference between these two decks. Shizzle is running 1, Sam is running 0, but it is a hidden equipment that you can then equip to one of the different units at that battlefield.
Spinning Axe is going to be the card deployed here. This Falling Star, by the way, looking very good in this spot. Trying to pick off the Tide Turner up the top, which would also destroy the hidden card, remind you, and cut down the might at the battlefield. So Overzealous Fan was actually the unit put there. So is going to try and stop the fan, which actually is getting the Axe. So Shizzle valuing the fan's push ability more than the Tide Turner occupying the top battlefield, which I think makes sense. Overzealous Fan is such an annoying card to try and get through. Like, when your goal is to get into a battlefield, that's how you're going to win. Real annoying to have Fan there, as Tide Turner is going to swap around. I think just going to, yeah, knows it's going to go down anyway, so just, I guess, plays the hidden card so it doesn't get lost. There's still a unit occupying that battlefield, seems totally fine. But 3 damage marked on this Fan, and there's probably more where that came from if that die is coming out.
Yeah, that is for sure. We have so many runes up on Sam's side. We could have more falling. We could have more falling stars. There's other spells that we could play as well. But that Spinning Axe is so nice. Not only are we saving the 2 might of the Overzealous Fan, we're threatening that fight or flight ability if we decide to use Overzealous, and now we have +3 as well, threatening even more in this attempt to hold at least one side of these two battlefields.
Well, another Darius is coming out here, and Shizzle is out of active runes, so both these Dariuses are very big, but can we deal with the Overzealous Fan? Because it's only 9 might if the fan goes down. Rebuke on the fan, I think that's going to be enough. Tide Turner can't win the exchange in the top side, and I think both Dariuses can crash in for the win. Reaver's Row be damned. Darius is going to move on in, and there we go again. And Shizzle, do you have an answer? No, you don't. It's game 1, Sam D. Sherman.
Ouch. And yeah, what a fantastic game 1 by Sam. It did feel like we had lost tempo early in the game, and yet I feel like that Ride the Wind was able to bring us back into the game, and sadly, Shizzle did take the loss here.
If you cut a letter off that card, it seems very appropriate for how that game went. Ride the win for Sam D. Sherman in game number 1. As we're going to move on to game number 2, as a player in their first major Riftbound event is looking to make it all the way to finals, potentially. But Shizzle, who's already taken out quite a competent Draven pilot in his quarterfinal, going to have a thing or 2 or 3 to say about it, as Treasure Hunter is back on board to kick things off, and it is Obelisk versus Targon's Peak for our game number 2 as far as battlefields go. So Treasure Hunter going to be deployed on turn 1, and 4 runes now for Sam D. Sherman, which is a pretty nice little way to alleviate the disadvantage, I'll say in air quotes, of going second.
Yeah, that is very true. And just look at exactly what you're saying here. 2 units here coming down on Sam's first turn. Shizzle doesn't have the same exact threat, coming at him this game, because while he was able to swing tempo last game with that Piercing Light, Sam neither has it in his side deck or his main deck. Obviously, Falling Star is kind of an option, but if Draven Vanquisher does get played, then we won't see that Falling Star being able to kill both of them, just one.
Yeah, interesting kind of things just going through the sideboards quickly. Falling Star, an extra one there for Sam, which looked pretty good in that game. Also, 2 Bind Splitters might be something you want to bring in here. And also a Last Rites if we're really trying to go late. In fact, both players with the shovel in their sideboard have to think that's coming in a matchup like this. It can get pretty grindy at the end of it all. And there is a Falling Star, just a single copy here for Shizzle, likely for this matchup as well. And there's a lot of fans and Treasure Hunters on that top battlefield. It is Fan Hunter, make a gold, get a point. Shizzle really locking down the Targon's Peak.
Yeah, I will say Targon's Peak is such a strong card or strong battlefield in Draven. For a lot of matchups, I feel like the Targon's Peak is almost the one where you're like, yes, this is my game. It doesn't matter really what you do, I have it. But it's Draven versus Draven. How is that really going to work out here? I mean, 2 is the magic number, so we were able to ready 2 of them, but Sam can do that too.
Yeah, it's interesting because, like you said at the top of this match, both players do have the same battlefields here, so choosing to bring in different battlefields for the second game, which makes some sense given that generally the thought is you play your best battlefield to open with, and then you have a battlefield for when you're going first and a battlefield for when you're going second. And after game 1, you always know what's going to happen because your opponent gets the choice, and you just kind of pick whatever battlefield works out for you. It is going to work out that because of Obelisk, both players are going to kind of get Obelisk when they want it, which does also give Obelisk to your opponent. But in general, I feel like on even playing fields, quite literally in this case, both players happy to navigate here. Because again, it is a mirror at the end of the day, and they've certainly played plenty of these en route to this round of 4 finish.
Yeah, we could see Piercing Light again this turn, just, able to take out Treasure Hunter and Draven. It won't have the same exact effect as game 1 since we got that second unit because of the Obelisk. But that being said, stopping Sam from generating all that gold will be nice, and taking a 4-might unit off the board super early could be good as well. But instead, it's going to be an accelerate Kai'Sa, and you can't run Treasure Hunter away the same way you could on Reverse Row, but ooh, a fight or flight is coming down here.
You have a hard bargain out of here for Shizzle. That would be such a good punish, because this Kai'Sa looks so good in this spot. Looking at Conquer, draw 2 cards thanks to her Conquer trigger and Draven's ability, but does not come through. The fight or flight does successfully push the Kai'Sa back to base, keeps the Treasure Hunter on board for potentially scoring a point for holding, and kind of means Shizzle has to go back to the drawing board here. So what spell's coming up next? We're going to cycle 1 power, ride the wind away, and do it all again. Get out of there.
This time it looks like we will succeed at both staying in the combat and winning it. And you, as you said, get those 2 card draws, 1 from her ability when you conquer and 1 from when you win combat.
Such a good punish here for Shizzle. Having a way to get back in after that fight or flight was trying to prevent that play again. Definitely don't want to make missteps in combat versus Draven. I think Shizzle correctly going to retreat Kai'Sa back to base here. That unit is so good when it's conquering, so you basically almost always want it home when you can. And again, extra punishing in Draven, even though you don't have the same access that Kai'Sa did in Origins as her chosen champion. Still a card that both these players are happy to run a lot of, and there are 3 in each of these decks, and Sam hasn't seen a single one so far. Shizzle having one in both games, but still plenty of play here. 3 points to 1. Looking good for Shizzle, trying to make the comeback here and even up the match, the game score, excuse me. But as we know, there's a lot of play left still in this game.
Yeah, I mean, we were so confident at the end of last game, and Sam was able to bring it back. I think that, Sam is definitely feeling a bit more confident this game, but Shizzle has moved all of his units from those battlefields. He's going to protect them in his base and kind of decrease the amount of ways that the might on his board could get decreased. Falling Star could still kill them. It can hit in the base, but that's only one of the few options.
Yeah, again, I think Overzealous Fan is so good at protecting your bigger units that you're kind of wanting to wait until you can maybe do something like deploy a Ferris Forerunner. So just going to be patient here, and the Fan's going to go down to the Targon's Peak, grab a point. And once again, Sam D. Sherman kind of playing catch-up as far as the points race goes. This is going to be 2. That Mind Splitter, though, is going to be huge in this spot. Fans out the hand, only 3 cards left. Kai'Sa and 4 cards. Kai'Sa, though, just drew a card, and so did Draven. So Shizzle has basically nothing to work with now. After this, Mind Splitter is going to strip the best card away.
Yeah, I wonder what Sam will decide. Obviously, the one of Darius is kind of a threat, and I wouldn't be surprised with it since it's a one of. Otherwise, Spinning Axe is such a huge, monster in this mirror match. It's something that Sam really has to worry about. But there's not one of them that it would really matter with. There's 2, so does it matter to take one of those away?
I think if you know the axes are there, it's definitely not worth taking them away, especially because you can't deny the effect outright. I think at this point, if I'm Sam, I'm deciding between Ferris Forerunner and this Darius. Which do I care about more? Do I care about the unit that readies quicker, that has more might when it's coming in aggressively, or do I care about maybe the better defensive unit once my opponent gets on the battlefield and Ferris Forerunner sticks there, especially next to something like Overzealous Fan? That's a pretty tough battlefield to crack if you don't have something like a Rebuke to kind of reset the situation. So Mind Splitter is big. It's a 7, and there's an Overzealous Fan standing next to it, cheering very, very loudly. And instead it is going to be the Darius. So I think wanting to protect the battlefield that Sam has set up, and make sure that Darius can't come crashing in to try and mess up the plans.
Yeah, I think Darius is a good pick. Sam is up a game, so he can also make less conservative choices. Not saying that the Darius is that, but he can do that. He has a game that he could lose and still come back in game 3 if so needed. But Shizzle is on the ropes here. He has to win this game, or he won't be going to a game 3.
Yeah, points feel valuable enough here for Sam that going up with the Draven does feel worth it. Pretty tough to challenge this Draven as well on Shizzle's side, because it is going to be 6 might almost always, and there's going to add a hidden card into the mix as well, giving Shizzle something extra to think about. Targon's Peak being conquered means runes are ready, and all of a sudden, a lot of might being put in a battlefield, both points being scored, and runes being left open all feel like excellent things from a mid-range Draven player on the left. I talked about how in mid-range, going a little bit bigger than your opponent, having the biggest thing is usually the best. Mind Splitter, I think, one of the best big things you can do.
Yeah, I think it is so nice. I mean, it threatens all those might, just like you said. We also got to decrease what Shizzle has in his hand and gain knowledge of what is there as well. Shizzle will have 1 extra card this turn, but Sam knows 3 of the 4 cards, which is really, really important.
Yeah, the hand information is very valuable, and this is a new card because whatever was being cast does not cost that. It is Piercing Light repeated. 2 to the Fan, 2 to the Mind Splitter, and I imagine 4 to the Draven. Does that work out? Yes, it does.
Yes. That would be perfect, and I think that would be the math that Shizzle wants to do as well. This repeat on Piercing Light is just so nice to be able to kill the units on Sam's side. If we could take out that Draven, it won't only take out Draven, it'll also take out that hidden card, which more than likely is a fight or flight, but technically could be something like a Tide Turner or even a Switcheroo, which was in Sam's side deck, which he's now had access to since we're into game 2.
Yeah, that's actually kind of a fun one in this spot as well. But unfortunately, all the hidden cards don't matter when everything's just kind of getting shot at the battlefield. It's kind of like Falling Star here for Shizzle, who doesn't have that many copies of that card, but does have 2 Piercing Light in the main. And of course, being used to great effect here, that hidden card does go away. It was, in fact, a Tide Turner. And the Overzealous Fan loses its best buddy, Mind Splitter, going straight to the trash. So now this Kai'Sa, a treasure hunter, and a couple of fans of his own can move over and maybe try and challenge the Mind Splitter. But of course, first things first, I'll take my point and my card. Thank you very much.
Yes, that will be really nice that we've cleared out so much so Kai'Sa can just ease in to that obelisk. I mean, Sam has 3 runes up, but I don't think it's going to be too much of a concern here. Looks like we were able to get that point, that draw, and now we just have to deal with the Mind Splitter, who I believe does have 2 damage on it.
It would now have cleared if it did have damage.
True.
Because a shouldn't has happened. That one definitely gets confusing. Yeah. It looks like Shizzle's deciding to stack one of the battlefields. They're going to play Draven to base, though, but it's a Fan, a Treasure Hunter, and a Kai'Sa all up top, and Mind Splitter's just going to be left alone, so players will be tied dead even on points, actually. And all of a sudden, a race that Shizzle seemed like he was winning going to be basically closed completely. I did see Sam's hand earlier, though, and I believe it is Ride the Wind, Falling Star, and then whatever card was just peeled off the top. And again, when your opponent is consistently denying you combat wins, especially with things like Overzealous Fan when you're trying to move in, you don't get those Draven draws, and your hand can get thin pretty quickly. Both players pretty low on cards, and there's the Falling Star I spied earlier. Overzealous Fans getting kicked out of the venue and straight to the bin.
That is such a nice play by Sam. Those Overzealous Fans are just like a constant threat, similar to that of a fight or flight if he decides to go into those battlefields. But we are going to be having another Falling Star come down, it looked like, to put
sick.
More out, and then Mind Splitter in to wipe out Obelisk of Power.
Yep, Ride the Wind doing a pretty good Yasuo impression or MF impression, ganking over to the Obelisk of Power, winning a combat, clearing the battlefield, and scoring a point. And of course, as I mentioned, drawing a card, something that both players are getting a little bit low on. And then once again, all of a sudden, it seems like Ride the Wind is the card that's making the difference here for Sam D. Sherman. Kai'Sa deployed, not accelerated, huge force left in the base, now up again on points, and is starting to make it really challenging for Shizzle to get any sort of foothold on a battlefield. Because again, this Mind Splitter, I mean, the hand structure is one thing, but it's just so big.
Yeah, and that Ride the Wind was able to ready it as well. It is an additional text on the card, and so we can protect that Mind Splitter back in base, threatening 11 Might next turn that Shizzle is going to have to account for. Sam won't get 2 runes this turn, even though he held on Targons because it is Conquer only, but Shizzle could potentially take advantage of that this turn, play what he needs to, use his resources to the fullest extent, then take Targon's Peak and have 2 more for when Sam tries to reconquer it.
Yeah, we actually haven't talked about this much, which is funny because there's been so much Draven this weekend, but one of the things that's kind of happened in Spiritforge with Draven being so popular is that people just don't really want to play on the battlefields all that much because it just leaves you vulnerable to combats, and combats is exactly where Draven wants you. So that extra ready that you pointed out on Ride the Wind, helping out by just being able to retreat and say, you know what, I'm ahead on points, you have to come in and conquer these things, and that's exactly what I want, because then I can come in, beat up your units, and draw more cards.
Yeah, that is a great point. And we are up into Targon's Peak now. Just gonna... it looks like we only have 5 cards here in hand, so we will have to decide how we want to develop our board. We also have 8 runes that are ready, it looks like, though, you know, I may not be the best at counting, so I could be wrong with that. But
you are correct.
Awesome.
It's first Forerunner hand for Shizzle, spinning axes that we do know about. Again, Sam has decent hand information here. But I think Shizzle deciding how much to commit to these battlefields. Have to imagine a Forerunner is going to make it onto this peak, though. That seems to be what's tapped. Oh, is that a Mind Splitter of Shizzle's own? No, that's 6 runes tapped, 1 power depleted. It is indeed Ferris Forerunner. Shizzle is going to make a stand at the bottom battlefield here.
Ooh, yeah, that Ferris Forerunner. And we see that hidden card come down. This hidden card is going to be so important for Shizzle. So when you see that hidden card come down on Ferris Forerunner, you basically always know it is going to be a fight or flight. And I mentioned this briefly, but a big threat for the Ferris Forerunner could be a Rebuke from Sam. And Rebuke, I do believe, has to be at a battlefield. And the problem is if they're able to take out that Ferris Forerunner for only 2 and 2, where if you paid 6 for 1, there's a huge issue. However, fight or flight, when hidden, is actually a reaction, not only an action. So you would be able to react to that Rebuke and send it back to base where it is safe, versus if you keep fight or flight in hand, it's an action and you can't respond to a spell with an action.
Yeah, leaving that top battlefield open feels a little awkward here, but Shizzle didn't really have much of a choice. It's Mind Splitter number 2, just going to get all the hand information. We know about the 2 axes. What is the 3rd card that Shizzle is holding onto? And that's going to give basically perfect information for this splitter if it does want to come into the bottom battlefield. I can't imagine with a hidden card and 10 Might, though, being represented, that Mind Splitter is going to go walkabout down the bottom side anytime soon. But Shizzle just deciding, what do I want to respond with? Again, the 2 axes are known, and you've got 4 runes up, so might as well deploy them.
Yeah, these spinning axes are going to be so nice. As long as we don't lose them during our opponent's turn, we can reuse them and reattach them if they get lost, which is going to be really nice. And it does look like both of them are coming down and leaving Sam with only 1 option for this Mind Splitter, Edge of Night, which is one of my favorite hiddens, honestly, this set.
It's actually like decently some good information there for Sam, because that's one of the hidden cards you can cross off the list. It's only a one-of in Shizzle's list, and now that you've seen it, you know it's not hiding at that bottom battlefield. Of course, you mentioned already, it's very likely to be a fight or flight. That's kind of what you always expect. But I think Sam has decided, I'm actually ahead on points. I'm just going to play to win by holding this top battlefield.
Yeah, and it's not a bad plan. This Darius, though, currently is a 10, which is a pretty... Not Darius. Draven is a pretty big Draven. We could still move Draven out if we can get something. Both of these units are ready, so if we have either a fight or flight in hand or decide that we are no longer going to use this defensively for our Ferris Forerunner, which is what it looks like it's going to be, we could bring that Draven back and it would maintain being ready.
Yeah, a lore-accurate Draven holding 2 spinning axes is always nice to see. She's going to retreat the Draven with both axes and going to go ahead and waltz on over to the other battlefield. 14 plus 4 is 18. That is not how much might Draven has. 6 plus 4 is 10, plus 2 for the Draven is 12. So there's going to be something else here for Shizzle.
To note, we did kind of see the card that got drawn. I do believe it's a Rebuke.
That seems pretty good.
That's going to be really nice here going into these 2 Mind Splitters. And because Sam has no runes up, we know he can't do anything to stop it.
Yeah, and that's going to be both units down, Draven getting in there, a conquer happening, a point being gained, and of course a card being drawn. And Shizzle is desperate for cards right now. Out after that Mind Splitter happened, used the 2 axes, committed everything, finally getting a few cards back in as Sam's going to have to try and find an answer. And I talked about Mind Splitter being very good in these kinds of games. It is pretty resource intensive. I don't think you're going to win this game when Shizzle's at 7 points, threatening to hold on either battlefield by playing a Mind Splitter and hoping you hit something good.
Yeah, it is going to be difficult here. We are up, I guess, to 3 cards now on Shizzle's side, which is a lot nicer than that 1 or 0 even that we had at the end of our opponent's turn there. I guess we have 1 card right now.
Yeah, picking between 3. Good old stack deck. Doing a little trickery there. Looks a little like Brainstorm sometimes, but instead it's Noxus Hopeful reinforcing the bottom battlefield. I don't think Sam can win this game, and he's going to draw his card as a pleasantry, but this is a lot of might and a lot of units to kick off these battlefields. You have to dislodge both of them to get anywhere, so Stack Deck's going to start and see if we can get somewhere else. There's 1 Rebuke, but there's 4 units you have to move out of the way, and 3 units, and you have no units of your own. So instead, we'll play a 3rd game here to see who's going to make it to the finals on mid-range Draven.
Yeah, let's see. Fantastic game by Shizzle. We'll be going into a very similar one for Game 3. Obelisk of Power and Targon's Peak will both make a re-show into Game 3, but on different sides here. Again, we'll have to keep an eye on who's conquered, keyword conquered, Targon's Peak on their turn, because that will help them keep runes up during their opponents, which they can respond with those spells in hand. We are going to see what they have here. With 3 runes up, though, because of that obelisk, Sam will be able to stack deck and try to find one of those 2 costs.
So Shizzle's hand is really slow. I can see him flicking it back and forth pretty rapidly. There's a single 2-drop, it's a tide turn, and not all that exciting. A 7 and a 5. Sorry, a 6, I think. Brynja's a 6. But the reason I think Shizzle's happy with this cape is because he's going second. There's an obelisk in play, and the unit he can play on turn number 1 is none other than Kai'Sa, which has been very, very good all game long.
Yeah, he's got a couple different options with these 4 runes. We could decide to go a little bit slower, keep 2 up with just playing that, I think it's a Tide Turner he has, or go for Kai'Sa, who could draw more cards later because of her Conquer ability, or Draven, who obviously is our chosen champion and is not in hand but is accessible on the table.
I feel like Kai'Sa, no, it looks pretty attractive. It does not want to, actually it wouldn't even deramp because it only happens if you accelerate. I think Shizzle may be valuing the surprise, let's say, of Kai'Sa accelerating out, conquering and getting 2 draws between her Conquer trigger and the Draven Legend ability. So Titan is going to be left to hang out, to chill, and probably conquer this Targon's Peak. It's kind of, it's the same battlefield matchup as we saw in Game 2, so the texture of the game battlefield-wise is exactly the same as what we've just seen. Felt like Rebuke has really been the key card, at least for Shizzle in that last match, and did help Sam get over the line in the other one. Speaking of Kai'Sa, by the way, there she is. Over we go for an extra point and a card. Now it's Sam, sorry, with the fast start to this game.
Ooh, getting these 2 points so early just on our second turn is going to be so nice for Sam. And I did see a couple of different cards in his hand that he can use to help protect his position in these battlefields. We have those 2 runes up from Targon's Peak, and there's options like Fight or Flight right in his hand right now.
Yeah, that peak is absolutely that at this point of the game. Would not have looked all that good if you just conquered one of these battlefields, and certainly Kai'Sa would feel a bit risky, against the face-up Draven in the base of Shizzle, but with a couple of interaction spells to play for here, Kai'Sa feeling a little bit more protected. So instead going to go topside and try and take out the Tide Turner. Does recycle 1, floating an energy and pumping up the Draven.
Yeah, he's really respecting the fact that there's different things that these 2 runes could be. It looks like it will be Fight or Flight coming down, though, to push, I think, Draven back.
That does seem, that I assume that is the target here. Tide Turner, not really a unit you want to save all that much. They're happy to try and take the tempo here and push Draven back to base, but Ride the Wind in Shizzle's hand, I believe his only copy of this card. It is, in fact, the only copy of this card. Doesn't even have an extra one in the board. Might kind of undo all the plans. In fact, Hard Bargain's just going to do the easy work there for Shizzle. Stopping that spell, getting that Conquer, and we can still Ride the Wind over if we want. Take out the Kai'Sa, get a draw from linear combat again, and kind of undo Sam's excellent start.
Yeah, this is so nice. That Hard Bargain does mean that the Fight or Flight would have costed at least 4, but we only had the 2 runes up. And as you said, Fight or Flight, not Fight or Flight, Ride the Wind is going to come down. He's going to go into that obelisk, and with 6 might, kills the Kaisa.
And of course, the text we always forget on Chosen Champion Draven, whenever you win a combat, get a gold. It's not just draw a card from your legend ability. You get extra gold as well. And even with the unit being ready, can retreat back to base if Shizzle is so inclined. So lots of good stuff happening on that turn there on the right-hand side of your screen. And Shizzle is going to retreat the Draven slowly but surely back to base and will reset 2 runes thanks to Targon's Peak. So Tide Turner it is.
Yeah, that is going to be so nice. Knowing that you're going to get those 2 runes up means that we can use our resources to our the fullest extent that we want. Does look like we aren't.
I think we may have forgotten our trigger.
That's okay.
It's late. It's been a long weekend, and it's not going to matter too much here as Sam taking kind of a turn off just to redeploy some units in the base. It is Draven and his overzealous fan occupying the bottom section of Sam's playmat. But Shizzle untaps with all the tempo now, ready to take 2 more points, ready to maybe do some conquering. Maybe ready to play the Kaisa that's been in hand that we know about.
Yeah, Sam had to take basically a turn off there to re-get his units. That turn by Shizzle last turn was so nice to, stop and reset Sam's tempo. While we are at equal points, he couldn't take any of the battlefields, and now Shizzle potentially going to 4 here, knowing that there are no runes up on Sam's side because he had to dedicate all of them to creating units in the base.
Yeah, when you don't have runes up, when you don't have a hidden card, really nothing to fear when Draven is tapped out. Generally true in Riftbound. There are very few spells that are free, although there are some. And Stack Deck kind of going to be the cherry on top here. And again, if Shizzle remembers the trigger, we'll reset 2 runes at the end of this as well. So already drawing a card off Kaisa for the Conquer, already getting a point. Getting back in the lead as far as that race is concerned, up 1 point overall, 3-2 in this game. And Stack Deck going to give a little bit more selection, as we'll have to see if Shizzle wants to claim point number 4. Have to feel like Tide Turner, relatively safe unit to push over there, especially if you have some tricks you can untap with. I do see a Fight or Flight in hand. We are going to pop the gold to hide a card, perhaps. Certainly seems to be the thing that Shizzle is thinking about. Let's hide that Fight or Flight, shall we? Right under the Targon's Peak. And then it's just a matter of, do we want to potentially throw away a unit, quote-unquote, to get an extra point? And the answer is actually we don't. Again, respecting Draven's legend ability. Don't want to give an easy combat for Sam D. Sherman to win.
Yeah, I mean, it does look like he has 5 to 6 cards in Sam's hand, but we don't want to give him the ability to keep drawing or, as well, to start generating gold on Sam's side, which he could use to keep his resources up.
See a Rebuke, see a Spinning Axe here for Sam D. Sherman. I see a Draven rumbling on in and just saying, I guess it's a Fight or Flight. I guess I have to play against it. I mean, you can't do nothing. Kaisa is a card that is very, very good if you leave her unchecked. I see Switcheroo as well. Not all that good in this particular spot. So Draven's going to send on in, recycle a rune. Float an energy, I have to assume. Indeed, the die comes out to indicate that there is still a resource remaining for the rest of this turn. And now Shizzle has to answer the question, do I want to use a card in my hand or the Fight or Flight hidden under this battlefield? And if you do so, are you saving Kaisa or are you pushing Draven? I have to think with Draven's legend text, you're probably pushing the Draven away, but Shizzle likely a bevy of options here in hand.
Yeah, we'll have to see what he does. I mean, he could also Fight or Flight to protect our Kaisa as well, but it looks like it will be done offensively, pushing the Draven back to base. We do still obviously have so many runes up here, which does mean Sam could find a way back in, and that is going to be that same Ride the Wind into Targon's Peak and finally killing the Kaisa, sending it to the trash.
Yeah, I like that. Taking the time before the showdown is done to move the Draven back in. So you're the one that wins the combat, not the Kaisa. So Kaisa down, Draven in, point scored and card drawn. Everything coming up Sam D. Sherman in this turn. Now just another question of what is happening at the Obelisk of Power. Are we taking the point? Are we playing it a little bit slower here? Are we going to deploy the Ferrous Forerunner? I do spy in hand, alongside Switcheroo, Spinning Axe, and Double Rebuke is the hand of Sam D. Sherman. I'm impressed in the low light of the feature map area this late into the convention hall here in Las Vegas that I can just barely make out what cards are in the hand.
Very good.
I guess I've seen enough of them so far this weekend.
Yeah, I think that, we've seen these cards enough that just a couple hints can help us figure out what they are. I'm interested to see exactly what Sam decides to do with the position he's in. He obviously still has those 6 runes up, could develop some more might here in base. We'll have to see.
I think pretty telling, though, that this isn't the kind of matchup where you just want to willy-nilly get all the points. I say that, and Sam D. Sherman's about to move the Overzealous fan in. Does decide that this is a point worth claiming, and Chisel's going to think about it for a moment before saying okay. 4 points now for our Draven player on the left.
Yeah, I think getting, equaling the same points is going to be nice, and then getting above that, slowly trying to gain a lead on Shizzle here so we can take that win. And Overzealous fan is kind of safe on I don't say completely safe on the combat side, but if you decide to only bring 1 unit up, or if we decide to protect it as well with a Ferris Forerunner, we can use that ability that it has to kill the Overzealous fan and push something back with a fight or flight ability. Sam also puts down that Ferris Forerunner, but I wonder if he has a fight or flight to protect it as a hidden card, because while we don't have any runes unexhausted, we can still spend a power to hide something.
Yeah, already this battlefield looks pretty gross to try and check into. It went from being kind of puny to being very overwhelming, and it's going to get even worse as the card is hidden under the Obelisk of Power, and Draven is going to retreat after already doing his job. Sam D. Sherman making, I would say, the first big move here in the middle section of this game to try and really overwhelm and stack a battlefield in a big way. Looks like we're just deciding we want to use different power, and of course the Targon's Peak Trigger holding up maybe the best form of safety Draven can ask for. That is Rebuke, ready and available. Runes are getting a little bit low, but the position is really good for this Ferris Forerunner.
Yeah, I think we're pretty happy here for Ferris Forerunner. It's protected potentially by that fight or flight if Shizzle decides to use a Rebuke. And obviously we do have multiple cards in hand that we can use as well with those two unexhausted runes from Targon's Peak.
Look, I'm no master at reading body language, and I can't quite make out Chisel's hand with the lighting right now, but that does not look to me like a player that has a Rebuke in hand. Because I think the decision gets a lot easier if you do.
Potentially, right? But what if we then spin those 2 runes and he just fight or flights away? I guess is one thing to think about, because sending 2 runes to the bottom of our rune deck might be a price that we don't want to pay if we don't get an effect from it, while Sam is also at a point lead.
Makes sense, but I guess if you feel like you have to get on this battlefield, that is a way to do it, but you are right, it kind of is just a sucky situation all around. There is at least a Targon's Peak to go visit. I hear the scenery is quite nice this time of year. So we'll see if Shizzle wants to take the easy points first, or if Tide Turner is going to go ahead and... yeah, never mind. Tide Turner is going up top. Does not want to be involved in whatever potential barbarism is happening in the bottom side of the map. Just going to take the point and keep it simple.
Ooh.
Mind Splitter? Yep, that looks like Mind Splitter to me.
Does look like it here. Potentially have that Mind Splitter come down. I do think I also saw a Darius in hand as well as a stack deck potentially. But yeah, we will get to see our opponent's hand here from that Mind Splitter, which is just going to be so nice for Shizzle, gaining that knowledge what's there, and also, removing what he doesn't want. I think Sam is trying to decide if he wants to react to the ability before his opponent actually gets to see his hand, which would let him use these 2 runes and potentially remove something from what Shizzle has the option to discard.
It's interesting to think what card you might play here. I guess you could Rebuke, but you're not going to stop the potential conquer. Just a Spinning Axe here. Going to be equipped to the Draven. Costs yet another power. There is a Golding Reserve, but have to awaken first for that. And the choice is easy, thankfully, for the Mind Splitter, because it is just 2 Rebukes left and now down to 1. I do know Piercing Light is in Shizzle's hand. I saw Overzealous Fan. I believe I saw Ferris Forerunner and Bryn here, Thundersong, are all the things I can currently update you on. And looks like players have decided that in the midsection of this game, the pivot is going to be to try and stack a single battlefield. And Shizzle has decided that the Targon's Peak is where he wants to be, and Sam D. Sherman is firmly entrenched at the Obelisk of Power.
Yeah, I mean, as long as we've already conquered it, at some point now we're holding, both battlefields kind of don't have text on them, so it's not a big deal which one we are holding long term. We did see during game during the earlier games that Mind Splitter is a great holding unit, but we do still have 3 runes up here, a threat for whatever Sam D. Sherman does want to do. It is a currently 7 Might Draven, which is enough to kill the Mind Splitter, and with it being Sam's turn, we could still then reattach that same spinning axes to one of the units at the bottom battlefield or to one of the new ones that we might play with these 5 runes.
Yeah, what I was going to say is that by base might, Mind Splitter is easily the biggest unit in both these players' decks after sideboard. But Draven is currently also as big as the Mind Splitter at 7, and if we pay a power, which we are going to do right now with that gold, that's going to go all the way up to 9. And I don't know if you've done the math yet, today, but 7 plus 2 is the same on both sides right now. It is 9 apiece. Yeah. As Sam D. Sherman charges into the Targon's Peak and tries to disrupt the festivities that were going on up there.
Yeah, that's potentially enough to kill both of Shizzle's units. We aren't enough to survive right now, but if we can get something in there, we could also get that Targon Peak ability.
So it looks like Sam has passed in the action window. So Shizzle, I think, is just considering, do I want to do anything here? Am I just happy to trade all these cards away? And looks like the answer is, yeah, I'll trade away. Spinning Axe, of course, is going to be redeployed. You have to imagine on one of these units. Now, the question does become, where do you put it? Because First Forerunner is rebuke target number 1, and Overzealous Sven sacrifices itself very often for the greater good of Draven drawing cards. So not an attractive equipment option right now, but maybe there's another unit in hand for Sam to equip with that deadly axe before it goes away.
Yeah, and it looks like we will be spinning our 5 runes to accelerate Kai'Sa, or not accelerate. I'm not sure if it's actually accelerate or it's just to attach the spinning axe, but it is going to be that accelerate up into Targon's Peak to get a point, get those 2 runes unexhausted at the end of our turn, and I'm assuming we will see that spinning axe attached.
I have to think so. I mean, maybe think about the runes you got, because again, Sam is burning through runes right now, trying to set up these really powerful battlefields with pretty tough might values to break, but the axe seems good enough here to give 3 more points of might to Kai'Sa. So we're going to pass back, holding both battlefields at 6. There's a Forerunner and a Fan on the bottom, and a 7 Might Kai'Sa on the top, and there is only a Draven here for Shizzle. Granted, a bevy of cards in hand to play with, but once again, we're in a position where if a player cannot crack both these battlefields, or at least one of them, we know who our first finalist is going to be.
Yeah, I mean, luckily Shizzle, as long as he can take one, would be or at least clear one, would be able to hold out one more turn. But it isn't feeling good once you get to 6 points, and when your opponent is threatening already both of those battlefields, it's going to feel even worse. Kai'Sa is a 7 right now. We've been talking about how much might that is in this deck, and that's a lot to break through. Right now, this Draven is only threatening maximum 6, unless we're seeing spinning axes come down for Shizzle's side as well, unless we see some of those damage spells or some spells to push Kai'Sa back into the base.
I'm pretty confident I've seen a Piercing Light already out of Shizzle, and unfortunately there's not much that does. I mean, you can't go bottom unless you deal with the Fan, and Piercing Light can take care of that, but you don't really have good options for repeat here if you're trying to take out a unit, because frankly, Kai'Sa and First Forerunner are just too big. It's a 6 and a 7, which again, we already talked about. 7 is the biggest might total that both these players are playing just on its face, so Shizzle going to have to puzzle through the rest of this turn here. I see a Noxus Hopeful, I see a Darius. That might be the ticket here to break up one of these battlefields, and there's an Overzealous Fan to maybe get that started, but not a lot of runes and a lot of potential lines here for Shizzle to think through very carefully, because again, we are now at the point in this game where a misstep is going to cost you a spot in the finals.
Yeah, so much to think about. What can we do with these 8 runes that would help us win or at least save a turn? Shizzle's really got to think here, because you don't want to look back at your top 4 and say, if I had just played this X card, it would have gotten me there. So we'll have to see what he decides. Can't see every single one there, but Darius could be a good option. It could also threaten 7 as long as we can play a second card, and since he's only 5 and 1 power, we'd have the runes to do so.
Yeah, certainly plenty of options to ready up that Darius if Shizzle does want to. And as a reminder, it's not just a spot in the finals these players are playing for. It's not just the champion of the regional qualifier in Las Vegas. It's not just the Blade of the Rune King promo exclusive and playmat that goes to the champion. You win this, you maybe win, honestly, the best prize of all, given how the best ofs have been doing. You win the best of Draven. You are officially the best Draven in Las Vegas. Certainly likely in North America. In fact, you know, it's been a pretty global tournament. Maybe you're the best Draven in the world, because I don't think Draven has run an RQ yet since Spirit Forge has come out in the West. I'm going to have to caveat that.
Yeah, I mean, that's a great point. And to some extent, if you win this one particularly, you're the best of mid-range Draven. You don't get an award for that one, but, you know, like, you can pat yourself on the back and say, my mid-range Draven was the best mid-range Draven.
And then you get to ask the question, is mid-range or Miracle better? Something we'll find out in our finals when we get there. Shizzle deep in the tank here in our semi-final. Again, all the options can't be the best ever if we have to think this long. Clearly not a line that is clear. Clearly quite a lot of problematic things to deal with, because again, it's also multiple turns from now. It's not just what do I do to survive, because again, I have to break at least one of these, otherwise I'm going to lose. But once I do that, if I break only one side, well then what do I do next turn when I have to also contend with the same question, but now if one of them is holding, I lose. So a lot of questions and answers are only going to be in the mind of our Draven player on the right. We're going to start things off with that Piercing Light, and I think this one is just a baby Piercing Light. Only for 2 this time. So Overzealous Fan going to be the first target, and Ferris Forerunner going to be the second. So 2 damage marked on the Forerunner. Overzealous Fan kicked out of the pit at the Obelisk of Power. And that's good news for trying to take out this Forerunner here and break the bottom battlefield. This was certainly the trickier one to take, but what else does Shizzle have in the tank?
Yeah, we do currently have Draven who is 4 because of the 2 damage on Ferris Forerunner. This Draven potentially could kill it or trade with this Ferris Forerunner if I don't think we would want to pay the power, because we would still just trade 6 for 6 and we'd lose a power we could trade otherwise. But we do have to worry about this hidden card. Again, we do assume it is going to be that Fight or Flight to protect Ferris Forerunner from a rebuke. And it could be used to push Draven back, but by doing this early before we've spent too many of our runes, we can, you know, threaten Sam with 6 different runes, as well as make more plans later. It actually looks like switcheroo, and that's still just going to be 6 versus 6.
And I believe that's just base might you get to swap around, so not really anything worth swapping for there over with the Kai'Sa. Yeah, swap the mites of 2 units at the same battlefield this turn, so actually the only option was the 4 might Draven. So pretty heads-up play there for Shizzle to kind of mark the damage and just send on in. Playing around the switcheroos that are in both these players' lists, playing a pretty big stack of those cards on either side. And also leaves up the Darius to maybe go back in if it was a Fight or Flight. But now that it isn't, can Darius go in the top side and maybe boot this Kai'Sa out of the Targon's Peak? Off the mountain she goes, but 7 might is a lot.
Yeah, I will say I do think,
That's it?
Looks like it's going to be concede here, and I think Sam
didn't have a way in. Kai'Sa was going to hold for a point. The 2 mechs in the base were going to get a point, and there was just nothing they could do. Couldn't stop the Conquer, couldn't put might on the battlefields, and all of a sudden, Sam D. Sherman been taking out everyone so far in this tournament, still into the running for the best of Draven, advancing to our grand finals.
Yeah, fantastic job by Sam D. Sherman, able to take game 1 and 3 here. That Ferris Forerunner was too much to deal with, and I loved that bluff of the hidden. I think everyone, you see the hidden, you say, okay, that's a Fight or Flight, how I'm going to deal with that, and he knew that would be in everyone's mind. So hiding switcheroo, not as good, doesn't protect against a rebuke, but you could hope that he thinks it will.
Yeah, it's funny because I feel like for how much Ferris Forerunner we've seen, we haven't really see it do the Ferris Forerunner thing. I think we got 2 mechs being made and didn't really make a difference, but actually it made quite a difference this time, because not only was that battlefield tough to crack, but even when you cracked it, the Conquer's still being threatened, and Shizzle had to use all of his resources just to break one of those. And it turns out that's not enough, because it's not just the hold that they're threatening, but they're basically threatening a Conquer behind it as well. And you can see why in mid-range matchups, protecting something like a Ferris Forerunner, when your opponent does have Rebuke, is a very good way to win games.
Yeah, that is a fantastic point there. I mean, you would want to be able to clear both battlefields, but still 3 might units each. And then you also have the worry, right, that you're not going to be able to continue turn after turn when you only have 4 points.
Yeah, definitely a really intricate game between these games. I think showcasing that, you know, Draven isn't just about, you know, playing these great cards and shoving might onto the battlefield. There are a lot of different decisions you have to make, and I think we saw both players pretty expertly navigate around Draven's Legend ability. I think if you looked at all the cards, probably not that many cards drawn between the things. We are going to pull up our bracket because we do have our finals. And in Miracle versus Midrange, TTA won the Miracle Showdown 2-0, a player that has taken out Alan ZQ and is now only one match away from being crowned the champion of the Regional Qualifier Vegas.
This is going to be an interesting matchup. I mean, we've talked about it a little bit. It is Miracle versus the more mid-range that we've been watching. Mid-range obviously is not as, well, it doesn't have a great matchup into Miracle itself. However, we are going to want to see a quick rush, I think.
Yeah, I mean, I'm very curious to see how this matchup goes, because you kind of seen Sam D. Sherman's speed, right? Mid-range kind of have these chunky units that are good kind of in the middle section of the game. Certainly some play in the later stages with things like Ride the Wind, can build up very imposing boards, but again, it's the explosiveness of Miracle Draven that I kind of feel like gives it an edge in almost any matchup, again, given enough time. So will mid-range Draven be able to give that time to the Miracle player? Because mid-range Draven, not a deck that is blazingly fast, but it's not particularly slow either. It's not trying to get all the way to, 8-10 runes and make things happen. It's playing a 2-drop and challenging you very early on.
Yeah, that's a great point. I mean, even I think in the Miracle matchup, you're really hoping to get those 2-drops, and Sam is running so many more than TTA is. I'd be really interested to see how much points that Sam can get before TTA has his engine set up.
I have to say, we had Colin on stream earlier. Very, very competent Draven player. Was our last undefeated player until being defeated by TTA, who's honestly taking out absolute killers so far at this tournament. I mean, beating Alan is already a massive achievement in and of itself. So the fact that TTA also won the Miracle matchup against Colin, who's an extremely good pilot, finishing in the semifinals, not the result he may have wanted, and TTA now advancing and maybe adding a new household name to the Riftbound scene.
Yeah, that's a great point. I was actually talking to some of the players earlier, and it sounds like TTA and Colin faced off during the Swiss rounds, and TTA lost there, but he obviously gained some great knowledge about Colin's deck, as well as how he plays it, and he was able to bring it back and win in this rematch that happened.
Yeah, it was a 2-0 as well. We did go to 3 games in our game, but it was 2-0 on the other one, so very excited to see. Again, we kind of set up the bracket, not intentionally, in a way that where there's just 2 different archetypes of Draven on either side of the bracket, and we haven't seen them play each other yet. But we'll get a little bit more information about how our winner went in an interview that we're going to throw to right now.
All right, Sam, we're making a habit of this, and first Riftbound tournament, first big event. You find yourself going into the finals with a chance to win it all. How are you feeling?
I'm so excited. The first I've ever gotten in a Magic tournament is top 4 at a Grand Prix, so this is a new personal best, you could say, and I've really, ever since I've been competing at big card tournaments, the one thing I really wanted was to win a trophy. So, I got one match for it. And, yeah.
We have a chance for that right now. You're going to a Draven Mirror. You played a lot of you so far. Are you confident?
My understanding is he's Miracle, so I think I'm a little favored, but, anything can happen. Hopefully it goes well for me.
All right, so a trophy on the line. We're going to find out what happens. Finals is coming up.
It's time to go to break. Regional Qualifier Las Vegas is so close to finishing it off. There have been incredible games, incredible matches all weekend long here in the feature match. We've seen Leona, we've seen each other. We're popping off at every possible step. But the feature match era can only contain matches for so very long. And there is one more left to find out who's going to be our champion. Stay tuned. Welcome back to our final bit of coverage here at Regional Qualifier Las Vegas. I'm Patriot Time, and my voice is followed by Ursade's in just a moment. But if you like what you're seeing here, you know what you should do? You should get on down to your friendly local game store and play at Nexus Nights, the best way to meet new people, play games of Riftbound, have a good old time, and you know what? Maybe win some prizes. There are some pretty sweet promos available at your Nexus Night.
Yeah, I think they're one of my favorites right now, the Nexus Energy Arts. They are so pretty with the Spirit Blossoms from Spirit Forge. So that's my pull for this event.
We saw Randy rocking them all weekend long, which was pretty sweet to see. Lots of cool promos you can get. Some are honestly pretty valuable as well at times. And I feel like they keep coming, they keep getting better as the sets keep releasing.
Yeah, that is completely true. And I do believe they're supposed to kind of do the competitive cards as well, so a great way to catch up.
All right, well, here's our bracket. Just to remind you how we got here, we had 8 players to start off our round of 8, and we have whittled it down to 2. It is Draven all the way down since we've hit our final 4. Sam D. Sherman, our mid-range Draven player, can be up against TTA, the Alan ZQ Slayer, on Miracle Draven.
Yeah, this is going to be a great match to watch shortly here. Really excited to watch that Miracle versus the mid-range Draven lists.
Kind of had a little bit of everything so far this event. We had a Jax in the top 8. We've had a Aurelia that we didn't get to see on stream. We had an Ezreal, but all of those legends have fallen by the wayside. The best ofs have been giving out for just about everyone but Draven, which we are going to determine also with this finals. But before we get there, we have something fun to show you, and I'm very excited to see this because I haven't seen it either. Unleashed, as you know, is going to be the 3rd Riftbound set coming out, so there are some things we can show you. My goodness, that looks gorgeous.
That is so cool looking. Another really cool rune. We were already talking about it, and this is so pretty.
I feel like we keep getting runes every single set. There's the comment. Okay. That's going to be extremely problematic for me as a player that really does love Karma. I have to say, the runes have looked pretty nice, but I haven't quite have my eyes snared by one just yet. Until right now. I saw this on stream. Here's the Chaos Rune for you all. A nice little squirty thing in the sky. And there's a Scuttle Crab in the bottom section of the pyramid. Blabberfish will be happy.
These are adorable. Yeah, I mean, I feel like they do the most fantastic runes every time.
Yeah, I mean, it's so cool to see each set have their own themed set of alt arts. We saw the Spirit Blossom ones you were talking about already. We had the original ones out of Origins. Now Unleashed is going to give us even more, as there's the Mind Rune sitting in the fountain. I believe that is a Nexus Crystal, or maybe an Inhibitor Crystal. But a fun little bit of landscaping here. From League of Legends as more art and more landscapes get brought to the game. As the final one here is going to be the Order Rune, and these are all looking real nice. Unleashed brings League Summoner's Rift Fantasy to Riftbound through leveling, perfect timing, and explosive plays. So if you're a fan of League of Legends, this set is going to look an awful lot like the League game you already know and love. Previews kick off in full on March 16th, but keep an eye out for another reveal before then. The dev drop will feature some names players will know, and for the Chinese dates, the pre-rifts begin on the 3rd of... Oh my goodness, dates are hard to read because I'm from Australia. The 3rd of April 2026, and the release is on the 10th of April 2026. For English, pre-rifts begin on the 1st of May, and release is on the 8th. And as a reminder, Unleash is the final set before the English and Chinese launches converge together for set number 4, which is an incredible feat given how the timelines began, that they're going to converge that early. The final set with not simultaneous release is going to be Unleashed, and already just from those rune reveals alone, it's looking pretty sick.
Yeah, those runes look so pretty. I am torn what I'm going to be running in my decks coming up, but I'll have to be looking for my pre-rift. I am so excited to get to see all these cards, especially with the releases coming up.
You can do the truly chaotic thing and get kind of slowly get one of each as they release more sets. I think your rune deck is just, 12 different unique alt arts.
That is true. It would kind of be cool, honestly. I think I might actually like that, as long as actually one of each.
Yes. I would not like that because that irritates me for reasons I cannot fully explain. But for some people out there, that is a thing you can do. And for our players, they're going to be playing some Draven Mirrors, but here's TTA's deck, as we noted on the Miracle Shell. 3 Rosses, 3 Seals, 3 Battering Rams, a couple Fizzes, a Falling Stars, and a Partridge in a Pear Tree. Bushwhack definitely a card to keep your eye on there as you look at Sam D. Sherman's mid-range Draven list. 3 Ferris Forerunners, 3 Kaisers, 3 Dariuses, 2 Brynhir Thundersongs, which are going to be pretty good in this particular matchup, and a little bit more removal in things like Falling Star. But of course, we have to look at cards like Fight or Flight, which both players will have access to. We heard in the interview that Sam said he feels a little bit favored in this matchup. So we'll have to see who is going to reign supreme. The best of Draven is on the line, and everything is now coming down to this. We started with almost 1,600 players. now down to just 2.
And I am so excited to see how it starts. I think one thing that's really important for both of these players was kind of actually starting with a 2-cost unit. It does look like TTA did miss that. He is only running 3 2-costs. Is going to be that Traveling Merchant. Meanwhile, Sam had 9 in his list, so it is no surprise that we see that Treasure Hunter in the base right now.
Yeah, I think the general expectation and maybe why Sam feels like he is a bit favored in this matchup is certainly as far as getting on board early and getting some points into the game. Mid-range Draven on the right is going to be doing a little bit more of that, but Miracle, as we know, can have some very, very unfair-looking turns. So I don't think Sam can let the game push on too long, but again, his deck is one that is kind of designed to get ahead early and then get really ahead in the mid-game and shut out the game with things like Ride the Wind.
Yeah, that's a great point. And I think it's really interesting here looking at these different battlefields that our players decided to run. I feel like a lot of times, especially with mid-range Draven, we normally see Reaver's Row, especially so we can protect our units when someone comes into attack, just continue to add more and more might in our base. But Targon's Peak is one of our strongest ones, and we know in this case that TTA is going to take a little bit longer to come online. Sam's list starts a little bit quicker, has a lot more units, and TTA is going to try to get to that later game with that Miracle Shell.
Going to be even more units here. Treasure Hunter and Noxus Hopeful also coming through as Titan, another one occupying the battlefield in the bottom, resetting those 2 runes and passing the torch back over to TTA, who started with Trifarian War Camp, which I was looking at the list and trying to figure out what's going on there, and I have to feel that maybe it's just a way to get a bit more might on battlefield so that things like Falling Star aren't so easy to pick off your smaller units, or maybe a way to dodge some damage spells, but it does feel like in this matchup in particular, for the most part, it just kind of is a wash, right? The buff applies to all units at the battlefield, so yours and your opponents, but with things like Ferris Forerunner, those mechs can get a little bit bigger than you might expect, so I don't think TTA can really take advantage of this battlefield quite so much, but I'm sure Sam can in some niche cases.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see. I do kind of wonder if it plays into the fact that a lot of these decks have things like that fight or flight where it doesn't matter the might, right? Or rebuke. It doesn't matter the might. Meanwhile, if you go into a deck that is running things like the Falling Star, the Piercing Light, suddenly there's extra hoops to jump to actually kill your units.
Yeah, it's interesting too. There are Spinning Axes in this list as well. Don't always see too many in the Miracle Shells, but TTA does have 2. 1 Rebuke, we've seen that card be pretty good most of this game. And then Ezreal, of course, one of the big departures in this versus Sam D. Sherman, not playing this card at all, which has been kind of the talk of the tournament. So interesting to see that Ezreal is going to make it to our finals, but maybe not in the fashion to be expected it. So a bit of might added here. A big Battering Ram also added, and that is a way for TTA to kind of out-muscle the mid-range deck, right? The units are pretty big, have a lot of good base might printed on them, can be kind of annoying, things like Ferris Forerunner, but when Battering Ram doesn't cost too much energy, it feels awfully unfair.
Yeah, that is completely true. And TTA is getting this early seal of Discord down. That is so important for his list. He's got a lot of units that do have power, and it's just really nice to be able to keep your runes, not have to recycle them to the bottom of your deck, and start to expand on how many resources you have, and hopefully more than our opponent.
Yeah, I've seen those seals be pretty important, and actually, we aren't going to talk about gear destruction in Game 1, because I don't think Sam Sherman has any, having a glance at the list, so we'll talk about it a little bit more in sideboarding, because there's at least 1 spell that might be pretty good, but for now we aren't going to bother with that, because Ferris Forerunner has come crashing down onto the Trifarian War Camp alongside that Treasure Hunter, and all of a sudden that 1 might that was technically 2 with the War Camp there looks an awful lot bigger, and even though there's no overzealous fan protecting the Ferris Forerunner, there's a single Rebuke here for TTA, which has been the card we've seen most often deal with the Forerunner, and it's going to have to do a little bit of overtime to get it done here, especially with a card being hidden at the battlefield as well.
Yeah, you did say TTA has that Rebuke in hand, but we talked about this briefly last round. The fact that oftentimes you don't want to play Ferris Forerunner until you have a fight or flight to hide. And it looks like we are going to be hiding a card here. This card most likely is fight or flight to protect Rebuke because it has to be a card at the battlefield. And while you could use fight or flight, sometimes it is normally an action card, but by playing it hidden, it's actually reaction, and we can respond to that Rebuke.
You can see both players kind of looking off as we had a little bit of a bang in the hole. It is getting a little late here in the hole in Las Vegas. Things are starting to shut down, and the only thing left is us here in the coverage booth bringing these matches and our 2 players fighting to be the champion of Las Vegas and also win the best of Draven medal card. There were 4 Dravens in our top 4. There were 5 Dravens entering this, and that single Rebuke has made their way in. And looks like we are denying our Draven trigger. Moved a little quickly there for TTA, but the Rebuke is in hand, and that is going to be the target here for TTA, as Sam D. Sherman has to decide, what do I want to do? And I want to do exactly what Ursa Day told me to do. That's retreat my Ferris Forerunner with a fight or flight.
Yeah, I mean, it is so nice. We tried to use that 2 power, 2 energy card to get that 6 energy, 1 power out of the battle, out of the field, but instead, a hidden card we've already paid for is going to be able to stop that.
Yep, had a gold there as well, so kind of prepaying for your power cost, so it doesn't feel quite as bad to hide there when you don't have seals. But a gold also generated for a combat being won by Draven on TTA side, and of course a card being drawn for Draven as well. And we talked about Mind Splitter being a pretty big might unit in the mid-range Draven's list. Well, that's a 7. Battering Ram and Rasa are 5s and 6s, and they're a lot cheaper to try and deploy as the game goes on. So yes, Sam D. Sherman in general has the bigger units, is wanting to try to play a little bit bigger, but when your opponent has multiple 5s and 6s to throw at a battlefield, your units do not matter as far as their might values go.
Yeah, and maybe that is something the Trifarian War Camp plays into as well, because we just have so many of those larger might units. Even though there's a lot of 5s, suddenly it's a lot of 6s, and that does add up.
Well, Cold Shot, probably the interaction of the tournament at this stage. Ezreal and Cold Shot, usually with their best friend Seal of Discord, have been in perfect harmony all regional qualifier long. The TTA going to get to look at a lot of cards here. It's not just the Draven Legend ability that lets you draw cards. There are plenty of ways for Purple to power through their deck. As Stack Deck now going to get played for a bit more selection and replace itself. Find a card we like, put the other 2 on the bottom, and perhaps pass things back over. We'll see TTA has anything else left. I think it's 2 cards so far for a potential Battering Ram, and I do see 3 energy. But first things first, Targon's Peak going to be conquered here by the War Machine.
Yeah, these Cold Shots and Stack Decks, I think, are a huge difference between Sam and TTA's lists. While obviously Sam does have Stack Deck as well, TTA is actually able to cycle through a lot of his deck and decide what the order of the deck he wants is, while Sam won't have that same option. Oh my gosh, another Battering Ram, though.
Someone didn't count nearly enough cards being played. That someone is me, because those Battering Rams all cost 1, reduced to their absolute minimum that you can have. They cost 1 less for each card you've played this turn to a minimum of 1. They do start at 5. They have 5 might. It's all very neat in the numbers department until your opponent vomits out 3 of them in a single turn, which is exactly what TTA and the Miracle Draven build did, which is exactly what Miracle Draven wants to do.
Yeah, it is what Miracle Draven does best, and it's discounting these units just from all of the actions they're able to do each turn, and suddenly 15 might for just 3 energy.
Looking pretty good there. So TTA going to fan out the graveyard a little bit, and Sam D. Sherman going to go into the tank. There is 10 might on that bottom battlefield. There is 7 up top, and it could be 2 more with a flick of the Fury Rune to the bottom of the Rune deck. So call that 9 at the top part of the map, call it 10 down the bottom, and we're going to have 10 might roll in here. Noxus Hopeful and Ferris Forerunner going to try and do some damage, and TTA does indeed want to trigger Draven's when I attack or defend trigger, so 2 more might going to be added over there, and a fight or flight going to push out the Forerunner once again. This time cast by TTA and not by Sam.
Yeah, a little bit different here, but now suddenly this Noxus Hopeful is really getting threatened. But it looks like we're going to have a Rebuke of our own come down, which does mean that that Draven, which was 6 by spending a power, suddenly not really something we look at.
Yeah, kind of reduced a bit more simply here in that exchange in top side. Basically 2 6s looked at each other, both flew away magically to different zones of the board, and then a 4 and a 3 were staring at each other, and Noxus Hopeful going to win the fight versus little old Ezreal just about every single time. So winning exchange there for Sam, a card being drawn, and the points lead still in his favor. These Battering Rams looking a bit imposing. Again, they are so efficient when you're able to play them for only 1 or 2 energies. So plenty of might to answer back with, and there is 1 at home. I like that TTA decided not to overstack 1 battlefield, knows that I do kind of want to keep challenging for these combats and not make it too easy for you to sit at these different stations. But a stack deck here is going to see at least a falling star for Sam D. Sherman, and I have a funny feeling that's the card that was taken, but we'll find out in just a moment. Is Sam likely going to... No, not going to pass back just yet. We have 6 runes, so surely something else is going to get played here.
Yeah, we have a lot of options with those 6 runes. Sam did have the Falling Stars in his deck, but I'm not sure we're going to see them come down just yet here with this Tin Might in the Targon's Peak. To note, I do think it is great that we kept that Battering Ram in the base, just because while it's not a great chance we're able to clear both battlefields, on the off chance that we do, we want to keep this moving and not completely lose tempo.
Well, if you have 10 might on one battlefield, I'm going to have 10 might on one battlefield. As a Tide Turner joining that Draven reinforcing from the champion zone. I did get another look at Sam's hand, and unfortunately, I am a liar this time around. It is not Falling Star. It's Spinning Axe, at least is one of the cards in the hand, and I think one more for Sam to ponder over. So TTA going to Awaken, score a point from the Targon's Peak, which, as you've noted many times, importantly, not going to give yourself the on-conquer trigger. But the Miracle deck is starting to get its engine online. There are 8 cards in the trash, there is 1 seal in play, and there are many more cards to be drawn, especially when Ezreal makes his way back onto the battlefield.
Yes, Ezreal is going to be able to discard and draw 2 more cards. It looks like we're discarding that Falling Star to get those draw. But also he's going to be able to discount additional costs coming up that includes repeat costs like Calling Shot and Accelerates or other things like that. But also we're dangerously getting close to those 10 cards in the discard pile. And TTA does actually run 3 Rasa the Sunderers, which gets discounted by how many cards are in the discard pile.
Yeah, between Rasa and Bushwhack, those are kind of the turns you really want to look at when Miracle can start to outmuscle you on a single turn and kind of put so much might on a battlefield that you can never find your way back into the game, while also simultaneously clearing whatever combat they choose to engage you with. So for now, it feels like TTA is going to have to take a little bit of a step back, and Battering Ram going to join its friends at Targon's Peak and do a bit of sightseeing as Sam D. Sherman going to untap and take a point and take a draw.
Yeah, let's see what we can do here. We do have the Tin Might stuck in the Trifarian War Camp, but it is kind of 13 right now with Trifarian War Camp. But we need to get into Targon's Peak. We have 6, but we have so many runes at our access as well.
Yeah, Sam getting a pretty big resource advantage with TT having to use that power early and not maybe finding as many seals as you would like. Again, seals very good at kind of giving you resources, but the tail on getting that investment back is quite a bit longer. And Midrange Draven are really interested in making this game go very long, because the longer this game goes, the better it is for Miracle. And Sam D. Sherman's here to win. Ferris Forerunner are now going to get equipped with the Spinning Axe. That Darius gets bigger and ready, and everyone's charging down towards the bottom side, and Battering Rams are going to get smashed to bits here in this combat.
Ooh, this is going to be so nice, and we are able to get every one of those Battering Rams out of Targon's Peak. Spinning Axes is still alive as well, and we have 3 runes up to do extra things, as well as attach the Spinning Axes to one of the other units. So A gets +3 might, but also so we just keep the axes in the first place.
Yeah, interesting decision, I suppose, to take out the Forerunner there. Both units were potentially targets. You certainly couldn't get both, obviously. That's why Sam won the combat. But giving 2 extra mechs to base doesn't necessarily feel great. But it was kind of at a point where you kind of have to just clear it all out at some point, because Darius, you don't really want to stick there either. So with only so many rebukes in TTA's deck, I believe it is just 1. So without a Fizz to potentially buy that one back, tricky unit to get off a battlefield. So just deciding to clear it out instead.
Yeah, we haven't seen Fizz from TTA just yet. There are 2 in his deck, as is very common with these Miracle lists. But we're going to have to see where they can come out at one of these points, maybe play one of the spells from TTA's discard pile and hopefully turn this game around, because Sam is already at 6 points and he wanted this lead. He's got it already.
You're currently threatening a win, and the top battlefield looks a little tough to crack. It's 10 base might without the war camp being factored in. So 13, a bit extra from stacking it up there in the top side. But Tide Turner swapping it up with the Darius is great, because don't really care about giving up a point at this point. You're already 3 points ahead here. You're threatening to win with a double hold. You're also threatening to win with a double conquer on the other side of it. You're even going to retreat the hopeful. In fact, going to retreat everyone here and just say, you know what? My army back home is so much bigger than anything you can possibly muster. do something, because I'm going to win by conquering if you don't.
Yeah, and I think we can also capitalize on this a good bit, the Trifarian War Camp, because we have so many different units, which is just each one of them is going to get +1 from the Trifarian War Camp up top. So we'll have to see what they're able to do, but TTA does look at this. He sees Sam is at 6, and that's a really important number for this deck, and that hopefully we could conquer both sides next turn.
Yeah, Ezreal just going to have to go pay Tide Turner a visit, and yeah, you win the combat, get a point, and draw a card. All pretty important things. So TT has to decide, can I have a big enough turn here to try and stack up a battlefield? Because I think one of the things that happens when Miracle falls behind, and it does do so every now and then, I think if you're not at this point in the game where your opponent can threaten a win quite easily from 6 to 8, it feels a little bit better to play a bit more defensively. But even if you have a big explosive Rasa Bushwhack combination turn, you kind of just priced into stacking everything at one battlefield, because the way you primarily draw cards and take out units is by fighting them. And if you're not at the battlefield, well, we've seen people retreat units all weekend long against Draven. You don't want to get into combat, and the easiest way to do that is just to abstain completely.
Yeah, I think that's a great point. It was great by Sam to remove themselves from the Trifarian War Camp while we did keep something in Targon's Peak, which offered a combat for draw. We're not letting them draw twice with the secondary battlefield up north.
TTA calling the shots, and that graveyard is now stacked into a pile after being fanned out before. And I think it had about 8 cards in it when it was fanned out, so I'm going to say with a pretty high certainty that it has more than 10 at this point, which is exactly where Rasa the Sunderer wants to be. And I think we are going to have to see some Rasas reinforcing a battlefield here. But we'll start by tapping through. We'll make another Ezreal, and we'll have to discard a card to draw a few more. But Scrap Heap, going to give that bonus draw all the Miracle players love so much.
Yeah, this is such a great turn for TTA. We do get that second Seal of Discord, the Seal which we had to pay a rune for, pays for itself by paying for Ezreal, and we discard a Scrap Heap. What a great moment here. We'll have to see if it's enough to turn it around, though.
Really digging through the deck is TTA. This is where, again, the deck can shine by accessing so many cards. We drew 3 off Ezreal. I think we played another no, that was the Ezreal before. So Ezreal this turn for 3 cards, thanks to discarding Scrap Heap. 2 called shots, both repeated, I believe. So that is, we've seen 7 cards already and drawn 5 of those, and now Fizz is going to do it all over again.
My gosh.
But what can you find at the end of the line? That's the thing. The battering rams are all gone. We found a falling star. Back from the bin we go. You do have to pay its power cost, so a ton of runes are about to go underneath the rune deck.
Yeah, that is a great point. I wonder what we are still looking for here. Maybe we're still hunting out those Rasas. If we haven't found them just yet, that would be 6 more might for the bottom battlefield, which would be really nice, especially knowing that if Sam can conquer both, we're in a problem.
I feel like it has to be Rasa, because you don't have battering rams left. You find another hopeful. But do you have anything else? Because this isn't that much might. The units you've kind of played to get yourself through your deck with such efficiency are just not big units. They're more utility units. Hiding a card here for TTA, and that is it. All that digging and couldn't find a single copy of your Rasas. You have 3 of them. Gonna get the Peak, Conquer Trigger, and untap 2 runes, but there's so much going on in the hand. It's just all small units. How many tricks are there? We'll have to find out in just a moment, but 9 plus 4, that's 13 might only, and I'm not even going to do the math because I know Sam Sherman's units are bigger. That's already more might waiting at home.
Yeah, I think there's so much might that Sam can threaten here. Obviously, I do believe it is a fight or flight here in the bottom battlefield. I think it's the only hidden in his main deck. So it could potentially push away one of Sam's units, but he's got a lot of them, and he's still got a lot of runes as well that he could be using.
Certainly is likely to be a fight or flight. It could be the little bushwhack bluff, as I like to call it, which we did see actually from Prismaticism on stream earlier in the Swiss rounds. That would really just get your power back as you make a gold. The readying your units on your opponent's turn doesn't do all that much. So not the card you necessarily want to see, but kind of making Sam D. Sherman think about it at least. Because at this point total, it's not like Sam has to go for the win this turn. So it can just respect the potential fight or flight. So if it is a bluff from TTA, it might be a prudent one. But I have a feeling Sam is just going to go rocking in in some increments here and try and cut down the battlefields one by one. And when you do suspect it's fight or flight, it's often safe-ish to go alone and just see what you can chip away at.
Yeah, and I think especially with spinning axes, it is so nice to go one by one. You are giving more draw to TTA by doing that.
That's true.
But each time you reattach the spinning axes, it isn't like you just gave, Noxus Hopeful 2 from Discipline and your other guys don't get anything. The spinning axe, Noxus Hopeful dies, and now you can reattach it to your Tide Turner, trade up to something that has 5, reattach it to something else, another +3. Ooh.
That battlefield just completely wipes away. Draven goes down, but there was a bushwhack.
You were right,
Not
it
sure if
was
hidden
the
card, and I
bushwhack.
think shows off the rest as well. Just conceding, I believe. Yes, it is. It's Sam D. Sherman taking game number 1 yet again. Mid-range Draven, 1 game away from being crowned our champion.
Yeah, what a fantastic job by both players. I loved the bluff. We've seen it a couple times now. Even when you don't have that fight or flight, you act like you have that fight or flight, but it will be able to take us the game. And TTA, I mean, both players will have the option to sideboard. TTA has a couple extra cards here. Obviously, Bryn here, Thundersong. He's also got 3 Ferris Forerunners in that side deck that he could put in, and Last Rites as well.
I'm not going to lie. Most of this board looks kind of attractive in this matchup for different reasons. Bryn here is not bad at shutting down your opponent's potential tricks, although it is obviously better against maybe a deck like Ezreal or maybe the Mirror, where there's a few more spells being played in flurries. But Switcheroo actually seems okay here, because in general, TTA's units are going to be smaller than Sam's units, and Rebuke obviously against Forerunner is a really nice trick to have. Just having your own Forerunners when you're trying to fight kind of these mid-range battles does seem pretty good, but Sam D. Sherman also prepared. Hard Bargain could be decent. 2 Mind Splitter looks great here. The Falling Star could be okay. The Last Rites that both players have access to is certainly something I think they're going to want to bring in, but I talked about it earlier. There is a way to undo all those seals in Sam's sideboard, a single copy of Thermo Beam.
Yeah, Thermo Beam is so nice. I feel like a lot of gear removal that we see is, remove 1 gear, but Thermo Beam is kill all gears, which is absolutely insane. I do think Mind Splitter is also nice, getting not only the information of your opponent's hand, but also to remove something there. And I mean, Falling Star, as you mentioned, I think could be really good in this matchup. You can kill Ezreal's, which is really, really nice, and maybe another unit as well.
You can see a deep exhale there from Sam on camera, kind of understanding the gravity of the situation. Actually going to walk away from the table. So going to get fight or flighted off the feature match stage. And if it wasn't obvious already, we are live here in this finals. We've caught up to the event here. And I think that Sam is going to take a little walk, reset, prepare, visualize what winning this game is going to look like, or maybe just doing a little bathroom break.
Yeah, it does seem like he's putting a lot of pressure on himself from the interview that we saw earlier with what he was saying from his Magic Pro Tour runs, it sounded like. So we'll have to see what he does here. But, a lot of card games is that mental battle, so maybe a deep breath will do him good.
You can see the deck list as well. For either player now available, players going to be looking over them and making sure they know exactly what their sideboard strategies want to be. In general, have to feel like the players have kind of mapped this out already, considering what their matchups might have been in top 8. Although they didn't have all that much time as we reset Sam at the feature match table and the shuffling begins in our second game, and we have seen Sam play many game 3s so far this event. Is the final going to be the time where he finally doesn't have to do it?
That would be really nice to see, but we'll have to see what both these players do. It is the finals for both of them, so they're bringing their A game, and I wouldn't be surprised if it is game 3 again. Both of these players have probably so many rounds into these same decks. Expecting Draven not too crazy.
We've played so many games here in Las Vegas, and we only have up to 2 remaining. As to note, TTA actually has not lost a game in the round of 8 until just now. 2-0'd his quarterfinals, 2-0'd his semifinal, and unfortunately dropping the first game here. But the first one, sometimes you can give it away. It's not so bad. Never feels good to lose the first one. Always feels great to win it. But it really just matters that you win 2. It doesn't matter how many losses, well, it doesn't matter how many losses you take before it. As long as you win 2 at the end of it all, you'll grab the best of 3, the crown, the glory, the trophy, the money, the playmat, the promo, and of course, the best of Metal Draven card, which I can't believe I'm saying that because that is a ridiculous prize for winning a final.
Yeah, and also it'll be a great comeback arc if you do, game 2 and 3 as a win.
All right, game 2 is kicking off. We saw the battlefields. It is Obelisk of Power for Sam D. Sherman and Zorn Warrens here for TTA. Will Miracle continue its reign here as one of the most powerful decks in Riftbound? Or is mid-range Draven enough juice to get over the line and be the champion of regional qualifier Las Vegas?
Yeah, and we are into that game too. Zorn Warrens is the choice by TTA. I think it's going to be great for what that deck wants to do for, I mean, Miracle just wants to draw, draw, and draw. It's got Scrap Heap in its deck. It's got Traveling Merchant, and obviously that Ezreal discard as well. So we're going to be seeing a lot of cards here on that Miracle side. Sam will get to access it, but TTA is definitely set up to access it better.
Yeah, you can see TTA starting off with the stack deck, getting a little bit more selection, maybe trying to find one of the twos that inhabits the deck, and does find a Noxus Hopeful. Not so many of those. That is one of TTA's best turn 1 plays.
Yeah, and I do think he really, really wanted to find a turn 1 going into that mid-range. We know if Sam can get ahead early, then that's going to be a bad spot for TTA. And actually that Obelisk is what allows him to do it, because Obelisk gets discounted by that stack deck that we saw, and suddenly it's not a 4 cost, it's only a 2 cost.
I don't want to read too much into things, but TTA, I think, starting to feel a little bit of the gravity of the finals, especially how late and how long the tournament has been. It has been a long weekend for these players to battle all the way up to this final 2 spot. He's kind of plonking the runes on top in a little pile. He's forgetting to awaken his units every now and then. It is important, again, to remember the little things, to keep everything clinical and orderly, because you want to at least keep the automatic things automatic, because you have so much to think about when matches are this high stakes. But we're back to Sam already. Dravens are out, leaping from the chosen champion zones and back into the base. And now Sam D. Sherman starts to ponder, what do I want to do this turn? There's Darius, which would cost all 6 runes, and apparently that's good enough. It costs 5 too, because I apparently can't remember energy costs from cards that were played commonly in Origins. And is there a stack deck to reset it? If there is, Sam D. Sherman decides, I don't want to do it this turn. I'm going to make you come to me. I don't want to get into combats. I don't think I can win, so I am just going to wait.
Yeah, I think both of these players are kind of in a little bit of a stall. You know, we didn't move forward as TTA, and Sam isn't deciding to try to take either of these battlefields. They know that, you know, combat could mean extra card draw, which could be dangerous for both of them, because you don't want the other to get ahead in cards here.
Yeah, no, you can pretty accurately predict how much you're winning a game by how many times your Draven Legend triggers in any given matchup, especially in the mirror. But the game being a bit slower paced is somewhat concerning when Miracle has such a great engine once it gets online. And Seal into Ezreal, into discarding Scrap Heap is exactly what the doctor ordered for a TTA comeback to even up our grand finals, potentially.
Yeah, it is exactly what TTA is going to need to take this game to. Oh my God, that is the perfect sequence for him, and he is, I'm sure, so happy for it. And straight into a called shot here. Now, not only are we getting that extra draw, we're getting that not having to pay that power for Ezreal, but we're going to get to see 2 cards for the price of 1. Oh, 4 cards for the price of the power of 1.
Yep, that's a pretty good rate if you ask me. And if you're wondering why TTA might be going digging when you don't have to do this, you have 2 seals already. You could wait and maybe keep your rune count a little bit higher. Well, there's a little card called Battering Ram I'd like to introduce you to. And there's 2 of them in the base. Thanks, TTA, right on time.
Yeah, and I'm thinking, seeing here that he's playing it for 1, actually an incredible turn here on TTA's side. I think that the game couldn't be going better right now.
And again, the mid-range decks do want it to be just a bit bigger than every other deck they play against, or get under the decks that are really, really slow. This is a position where the units on your opponent's side of the field are starting to look a little bit bigger than you'd like. So Sam D. Sherman will go digging once again. Stack deck is going to go fanning through the top 3 cards of the deck, and we'll put one of those in our hand and the rest recycled to the bottom. We'll do a quick might check while we're here, though. It is only 9 right now in Sam's base, and it is at least 10 just from the 2 rams, and we're going to add 8 and 3, which is 11, so 21 to 9. Again, a great number here in Vegas is 21, and TTA off to a much better start this game.
Yeah, I think TTA is really happy here. Sam has had to go a lot slower. We saw him play Draven and then Darius, 2 good-sized units, but we didn't even get to get Darius ready and attacking the same turn that he was played, which, I mean, is fine. We have the might, but in this game plan, I think we need him moving.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is there's nowhere for Sam to go, because the whole thing with Draven, when you ready up units, is you want to go fight stuff. And again, when you don't go to the battlefield, when your opponent decides to play pacifist, you can't really get all the value you'd want out of your fighting. But that is a nice little trick there from Sam, actually readying after conquering to, again, keep the units safe in base, because I don't know how many times I can repeat it. I guess not that many more, because we only have so many games left here in Vegas. But do not leave your units at the battlefield playing against Draven unless you are very sure they're going to win their subsequent combats.
Yeah, they're definitely trying to starve each other of resources here, not leaving anything in these battlefields to be able to have a combat against. And so not a lot of draw from these Draven leaders, but I mean, slower game is exactly where TTA is going to feel at home with. Another called shot. We're going to look at more cards, and because we get to choose which ones go to the bottom of our deck, this Draven will be able to know exactly what he's going to be seeing later in this game, because this deck has the ability to cycle through the entire game.
Yeah, every single time Ezreal lives, another cold shot is played for an extremely good rate. That just kind of seems to be the trend that these Miracle Draven decks do consistently show, and that hand is unbelievable as far as number of cards in hand. At a glance, it's 6 or 7. That was not on purpose, and I regret some of my life choices. Ezreal gonna go north perhaps here, perhaps with on the back of a War Machine, perhaps like a Battering Ram. TTA lining up some potential conquers and decides the Zone Warrens is the first port of call.
Yeah, we're going to have to see if Sam has anything, but if not, we'll be able to go on and discard. Ezreal getting discarded means I think TTA is pretty happy with his hand right now.
I'd be terrified if I was Sam and I saw that happen. A Conquer just throwing away this Ezreal. Don't need it. Don't need any more cards. Have more than enough. Going to keep vomiting might into the base. And already a question being asked on the top side. But TTA's got more where that came from potentially.
And everything for discounted prices, which is just where this deck thrives. This Noxus Hopeful, a 2, not a 4 here. We're going to play another card, another Noxus Hopeful for 2, not 4. Discount after discount after discount. And that's not even the best discount that this deck can play.
And of course, using the seal this time to hide a card. That's the other thing it does, besides pay for Cold Shot for free with Ezreal's in play. So Battering Ram going to represent 10 might on the top, and there's going to be a hidden card as well, which, as you mentioned, is really only one of two things. We already saw the Bushwhack. This time, I think we're going to see the Fight or Flight.
Yeah, it definitely could be. And we also do have Switcheroo in the side for TTA. Is something that could be put in, if only for extra cards to bluff with. You never know.
I mean, it's not so bad here because Darius and Draven are both bigger than the Battering Ram, so that is a trick that would maybe work out here. So TTA presenting a few options here for Sam D. Sherman to mull over. I see a Ferris Forerunner in the hand, considering yet another stacked deck. 3 cards in the right-hand side, hand on the table picked up by the left. Requires a lot of dexterity sometimes to hold all the cards that these purple decks do want to have a look at. But clearly a pretty big decision to make here, because TTA is finally committed to a battlefield. And generally that means they're feeling pretty confident about winning a combat.
Yeah, I definitely agree. And they have the cards to defend with. Not even only the cards, they have the runes to defend with as well. A hidden card already paid for, and 3 runes up. That is normally roughly 1 card for a Draven, because we are looking at intervals of 2, but it could still be things like Stack Deck that could help us see more cards on TTA's side, which is not great for Sam.
Yeah, well, Draven going to go bot lane. Going to go ahead and take that point and retreat. Same trick we saw in the previous turn. Ferris Forerunner also got played as the second card to proc that Draven's ready and pop effect. I did see a Rebuke on in TTA's hand, and Rasa is one of the other cards in the hand that I have seen. But these Battering Rams going to do their job and hold on to the battlefield. So Zone Warren's going to be scored for yet another point, this time via holding.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen a couple players actually play Rasa for higher costs than completely free minus a power, but TTA is moving through his deck. I think he is happy to wait. He's only, it looks like, at 6 cards in his discard pile, so he's probably going to wait a couple more turns before we see that Rasa come down on his side.
You can see what very cheap might can do for you in a game like this, where you're trying to outmuscle the mid-range units. As TTA shuffling a few more units around, decides, you know what, looks pretty good here at the Obelisk of Power. Those units absolutely are exhausted. I feel like TTA might be a bit as well, because again, it's just these small things in gameplay. It doesn't matter on its face, but it can add up every now and then. But there's that Rasa we saw, and that you suspected was coming in. Not the biggest discount ever, but not so bad.
Yeah, I mean, it was a 4, but we're threatening 18 down here at the Obelisk of Power. That's a lot for Sam to deal with right now, and I'm not fully sure he's going to want to commit everything to take this back.
Yeah, 18 down the bottom, 10 and a hidden card up the top, a rebuke in hand that we know about, and that Sam D. Sherman very likely suspects as Sam lays the units out a little more in a line just to be able to see those might totals cleanly, and I'm sure that's for him, but I like to think that it's for us also.
That would be very kind of him. It looks like we are looking at roughly 19. Might could be upwards, though, of 23 if you get all the triggers on Sam's side. Darius can go to 7. Draven can go to 6. And so we could see him moving these battlefields, but he's got a lot to think about. That hidden, you mentioned, 4 runes up on TTA's side. That could be 2 more spells that he plays. And Sam has a lot to think about here.
Yeah, 23 with the triggers, I think, is about where you were, and that is correct. I was looking at Sam's board a few times and blinking quite hard. That number does not divide all that well against what? 28, which is the total might that TT has across both battlefields here. Again, 10 up top and 18 down the bottom. And the hidden card is going to throw a spanner or 2 into the works. I do see what looks to be the edges of 2 copies of Fight or Flight in Sam D. Sherman's hand all the way on the left. And we are not scooping, I hope. We're going to a battlefield.
I think we are going to a battlefield. I did also see another Darius in hand. I don't think we played any cards yet on Sam's turn, so we could still get that Darius readied and up to fight, but we are just going to go in first to that Obelisk of Power with our currently 19, could be 23, I think we agreed on, versus the 18.
It is 18. 19 is big enough, but I want to make it a little bigger here, does Sam. So Draven is going to get pumped, and Darius isn't ready just yet, but he could be.
He could
if
be.
We do have 2 actions or reactions we can play here in the showdown. Could get even bigger than that, but this rebuke is going to be troublesome. Ferris Forerunner almost always draws the ire of that particular bounce spell. So now it looks like a little more even of a fight. 6 plus 4, that's 10, plus 5 is 15. 15 playing 18 is good for TTA. Even if Draven gets pumped, even if Darius gets pumped, that's only going to be 17. But it depends what it gets pumped by, because I do see a spinning axe in Sam's hand as well.
We also do see Fight or Flight, which does mean if we can play 2 of them, increase the might of this Darius, but also decrease the might on TTA's side, which, you know, 2-fold win for Sam.
Decides actually to bounce one of the hopefuls back to base. Kind of wants to tussle with the Rasa and get it into the graveyard. Not have to deal with that very efficient 6 might unit any longer. So this fight looking a lot fairer. It's only 14 right now, and Sam says, hey, I'm currently winning. Why don't you do something about this? And TTA says, nope, I'm just going to lose. Take out some of your units, leave a hopeful on the battlefield, but let you win the combat, get a point, and draw a card.
Yeah, I mean, not great to lose all those units, but I'm sure Sam doesn't feel too bad with that card draw. He still does have so many of his runes up. We know that there is a Darius. We've played 1 card thus far this turn, which does mean this Darius could be played as card number 2, and that would mean that Darius would trigger his own ability, readying him, making him a 7. Not enough just yet for those battering rams on the north battlefield, but it could be the first step to it.
You had to commit quite a lot of units just to clean out that battlefield. Did successfully do so, but there's all this might up top, there's all this might left at home. So Sam says, I'm just going to redeploy my Ferris Forerunner here because I know that's a unit that's pretty annoying for you to deal with, and I'm just going to pass it back. So 3 apiece as far as the point totals go. TTA is going to hold for a point here at the Warren, so up to 4. Currently in the lead as far as points go, and is going to awaken the rest of the things.
I think this is really interesting by Sam to choose to play the Ferris Forerunner there and not play that second Fight or Flight that we know he has in hand. That being said, maybe knowing the fact that there's only 1, I believe 1 Rebuke in the main deck, but we are in game 2, and we know there's a second one in the side deck that he could have put in. Also, we can access our own discard pile in the Miracle list because of cards like Fizz.
Yep, Fizz haven't seen too much of. Saw it in game 1, did a lot of digging alongside Nezreal, but wasn't able to come up with the cards that TTA needed to win that game. Instead, it's going to be quite a bit of might coming on through. That is 11 as printed, but 1 recycle here of the rune. It's going to make it +2 more for Draven. So 13 all told, playing 10. With Sam only having 2 runes available and TT having a few more than that. So Fight or Flight going to be used on defense. Didn't want to recycle a power. Does want to push the Draven out of the combat.
Yeah, we do push that Draven back. We could potentially lose this Ferris Forerunner in this battle, but if they decide to kill the Ferris Forerunner and not the Noxus Hopeful, it would mean, oh, it looks like we kill both, but we could get 2 baby mechs again in the base.
Yeah, those mechs do seem pretty good in a spot like this,
Ooh.
so it's double axe here. Couple of tricks here as axe is being thrown and juggled into the air. That's going to be +6 all told at this particular battlefield. So it was a 4 and a 3. That's 7 + 3 is 10 + 3 is 13. And as we pointed out already, only 10 here right now for Sam D. Sherman. So going to have a quick fan through the trash, maybe just counting how many cards it is. That certainly looks like more than 10 if there's another Rasa on the mind for our mid-range Draven player. But the combat does not work out, but the mechs do get made in base. So Ezreal going to be the one left holding the axe at the battlefield. TTA likely going to reattach it to one of his units. The question becomes, which one? As Falling Star says, I don't think so. I'm going to take all of the Ferris Forerunner off the field.
Yeah, and that is a huge swing by TTA. I mean, Sam was pretty well set up, and he had that Ferris Forerunner. Ferris Forerunner is so nice in saying you can try to remove me, but you won't be able to do it. But TTA had the one card that was needed, Falling Star, dealing 3 to both of those baby mechs, meaning Sam is put so far behind here with no units in even his base.
I would not like to cast a curse, our Draven player on the left, but I can't help but feel like Miracle Draven has put itself in a winning position here in game number 2, which is great news for Riftbound fans across the world, because that means we get one more game. And that's all the games we have room for on this broadcast. We'll see if Sam D. Sherman can mount the comeback Mind Splitter. Looks to be the draw for turn, a pretty powerful piece to deploy in this kind of matchup, but is it a little too late? 7 Might looking a little smaller with things like Rasa on the horizon.
Yeah, that is completely true. And TTA has gotten to look at so many of his cards as well. This Mind Splitter may have too many choices really to do too much, but we will at least get the information in hand if we decide to play that 7 Might unit.
It looks like Kai'Sa, Falling Star, Darius, Mind Splitter, Spinning Axe, and another 2, Tide Turner as the last card in Sam D. Sherman's hand. So a lot of options to pick from. But I'm not exactly sure what line you're supposed to take. It's tough to get on battlefield this turn, certainly in a way that feels meaningful. I guess Darius is the way you would do that if you feel like you want to try and win a combo, but there are still 2 pesky runes ready and waiting for TTA, so whatever you get up to here, it's not going to be easy to kick off either battlefield, and that hidden card's still up the top as well. So if you're going to look somewhere for a battlefield, I think you have to look in the bottom side on Obelisk of Power. Otherwise, I think Sam D. Sherman is just going to play for a setup turn here.
Yeah, and I mean, we can set up with this Darius but the problem is we want to go into Obelisk of Power. Ezreal is currently a 6 with the spinning axes, which is slightly larger than Darius. That being said, if Darius does get readied, it will become a 7. It actually looks like we're potentially looking at the top battlefield, though, taking out a battering ram. Currently, we do still go into the south battlefield, though. Yeah,
I like this play here. It's using Falling Star to remove one of the battering rams, kind of clear that out, because you do have to do that at some point, and you might as well use your removal. It's relatively efficient. Darius, though, does win the exchange with Ezreal, which is nice to see. So going to draw a card, get a point, and try and even up the point total. I may have spoken slightly too soon, because TTA didn't really have anything to speak of there on the backswing. So Darius does successfully claim the battlefield, get the point, hide a card, and create a situation where Sam is crawling back the points as TTA gonna awaken and score to 6. So these next few turns looking like they're gonna be our final ones of this game. The question is, Ursaday, for whom?
That is a great question, and Sam was able to do all of that with still leaving 3 runes up. This is a great position to be in, at least for dealing with this turn. TTA at 6 points. Gonna need a couple more turns or be able to take both battlefields to really maneuver his way even closer to the win.
How many cards does TTA have? Hasn't really had that much of the draw happening lately. So a couple called shots earlier. We saw the Ezreal that was really making that sing, but perhaps another Ezreal to dig for more cards. No, it's a Fizz.
Ooh.
Looking to buy back something here from the bin. Seal gets tapped to pay for the power cost, and Fizz is going to retrieve something, fishing up a spell from the rubbish bin. It is going to be Cold Shot once more. This time, though, it is going to cost 2 power, not 1.5.
Yeah, there is no Ezreal to be seen here on the field for TTA, meaning it is going to be at full cost. But that being said, TTA is looking for something. Obviously, he didn't choose any of the other spells in his discard pile. So the most important thing TTA is prioritizing is finding the cards he needs.
Does have a hard bargain, I believe, somewhere in the list. Yes, one in the main deck. Would be pretty good against the suspected spell that's hidden under the battlefield, but just going to pass back here after the fizz happens. And after 6, we go for both players. Starting to feel like a little bit precarious here. But again, I'm not sure which way the scales are going to tip.
Yeah, they're teetering back and forth for sure here. I'm not really sure who's going to take it just yet. We do have a removal spell in hand. I saw that Falling Star. We could potentially kill the Battering Ram, and if we're able to do so, that hidden card is suddenly just going to have to go to the trash as well.
Yeah, also trying to consider if we do want to maybe move this Darius back and then ready it again to go over and conquer at the Zone Warrens, but of course that would lose the hidden card that Sam so lovingly placed there. So we'd have to reinforce first if that's the line you wanted to look at, and there's just not very many cheap units to look at here. It's Kai'Sa and Mindsplitter and Darius. None of those cost less than 4, with Kai'Sa being the cheapest one. One extra, of course, if you want to accelerate it.
Yeah, I think there's like some world where there's a play where you could go into both battlefields if you like fight or flight yourself back, went up, and then you could go back safe. But you don't want to do that this turn. We're currently at 6 points for TTA, so we need to kind of hold at least one battlefield so he can't take both next turn.
Does seem to be that way. Want to at least present some sort of threat, and the hidden card and the Darius do seem to be just that. So it looks like 4 runes are going to be turned sideways. And that, to me, seems like Kai'Sa.
Ooh.
Kai'Sa is actually just going to reinforce. We do want the retreat here. And now this next card is going to ready the Darius. And here's the Falling Star we thought about. Battering Ram going to be pushed out back into the trash. That hidden card is going to go by the wayside along with it. And Darius is ready to go. You can see Sam already trying to awaken it. Hidden card goes away. That fight or flight crumbles to dust. And Sam now threatening to get to 6 himself and set up to win on the subsequent turn.
That is going to be so nice for Sam. TTA did have to pay power to hide that fight or flight, and it's gone now. Instead, Sam taking both sides here. It feels nice for sure, and I mean, we'll have to see what TTA can do.
Very delicate game. Kind of hanging in the balance here is Mindsplitter. Again, don't have time for that. I actually really respect that as a discard. A great spell in many matchups when you can be afforded the time to cast it, but certainly not a luxury Sam has in this particular matchup, because we are basically a turn away from either player winning from this point forward. So far, Sam, if he holds this position, is going to threaten to hold for the win. The double conquer is also available, and it's already 10 might between the Fizz and the Draven with the spinning axe. In fact, it's more than that, with Draven being able to recycle maybe the one remaining Fury rune that TTA has right now.
Yeah, it's a concern for sure. I mean, the might that TTA already has in base, Sam is trying to figure out how to make this a harder puzzle for TTA to figure out next turn. We have 2 runes up. Do we keep it up as almost like a mind game? I still have cards I could play, or does he need to put other cards down to, reinforce his board? It looks like we are going to go for that reinforcement because, to be fair, as long as TTA doesn't take both sides or both battlefields, we still do have another turn.
Yeah, Overzealous Fan and Spinning Axe were kind of the 2 choices there for Sam to make, and decide that Overzealous Fan's protection on that top battlefield was more worthwhile. But Rebuke is going to push Kai'Sa away, and I would be terrified.
I think I would be as well. We could play the hidden here, and assuming it's fight or flight, save Kai'Sa, but if TTA can take both sides, it won't matter. The game will be over.
That's why I'd be terrified, because this hidden card's going to go away one way or the other, most likely. And Rebuke Rebuke, especially that quickly, kind of sells to me that TTA feels like he's found a line to win this game and push us to a final one. But we'll have to find out, because if he can't find it, Sam is going to get awfully close to winning his 2nd match in a row and being crowned the champion of Las Vegas.
Yeah, let's see.
The Tide Turner?
Oh.
Is a Tide Turner. Swapping with the Darius. Very opportune moment. Now going to make the might even better at that battlefield. Does kind of move the power around. Doesn't change the totals too much, but is going to present more threat at the Warrens. And Draven is going to go straight in there and try and pick a fight.
Yeah, it's going to be 6-5 right now, which is going to be enough to kill that Darius. But that does divide the might.
That's
that
game.
Oh no, and yeah, that is going to be game from that fight or flight. Fizz will be able to kill the Tide Turner, and that's the 2 points TTA needed this turn to be able to win. We're going to game 3.
We found the line for game 3. I said TTA felt like it was in a winning position, and I suppose after a few turns, I was proven correct. Thank goodness the player would never have forgiven me if I had cast a curse then, but we are going to get one final game here in Las Vegas. There are so many matches of Riftbound played, hundreds and hundreds, round upon round. Again, 1,700 players or so at this event. Very similar to the numbers at Bologna as far as players that signed up to win some best of, to get a qualifying slot to a regional by finishing top 64, and to, of course, maybe win it all here in top 8. We'll go back to the sideboards once more. The players are thinking, is my deck in a spot where I want it to be?
Yeah, it's a great question. And what knowledge did I gain in this last match that is going to help me figure out exactly the pieces I need? I mean, there's so many different questions. I mean, obviously, Rebuke did seem to come in. I think I saw 2 different Rebukes during last game.
I almost assuredly would want Rebuke in this matchup, given how annoying Ferris Forerunner is. Actually, notably, I don't think I saw Forerunner, which is a card I thought maybe TTA will want access to. We did see at least one Mind Splitter, so Sam clearly bought at least one of those in. Didn't spot a Thermo Beam, didn't really see a Hard Bargain, although not sure how valuable it is in this matchup. Certainly some spots where it's really good, but it's not always overperforming. And the Shovel, it's only a 1-up for both teams, but sorry, for both players, but didn't see that one here either. Have to think that that's got enough power, especially as the game kind of pushes on, that you probably want access to the effect, although it is a little bit slow. And I think the tempo of this game is really interesting because Sam's deck is very consistent, constantly applying very similar numbers, very similar pressure, really great output, good might, and of course, continually snowballing an advantage while triggering Draven's legend ability. On the other side, again, Miracle more explosive, but a little more inconsistent. And TTA had a much more explosive beginning to that game. There are many battering rams played in this game, but if that doesn't happen, I don't think the average might that TTA is going to muster in the section of the game where Sam is kind of ready to really be pushing is going to outmuscle the units that Sam has access to.
Yeah, I think that's a great point. TTA had so many fantastic turns, you know, getting that was basically his 2 costs on his turn 1, thanks to that Obelisk stacked into Nox's Hopeful. I don't think you can get a better turn 1. And then also we had the Seal of Discord into Ezreal into Scrap Heap. Just so many different things there that led to TTA's win. I'm really interested to see if we can do it again. And I know TTA is going to want to find a 2-drop, but he just doesn't have as many as Sam does.
Yeah, also going to be going second here in this final game. So going to be a little bit behind the 8-ball, if you will, to start this one off. And that's okay. Miracle often in spots where it does feel a little bit behind. But Sam has saved, I would say, the best for last here in Game 3. I talked about how Reaver's Row feels like so often the opening battlefield for Draven. Sam saving it for the final moments of this grand final. And all of a sudden, moving into battlefields is going to feel like a really gross prospect if you ever have to go to the Row.
Yeah, I mean, that's a great point. Reaver's Row is so strong in tangent with that Draven ability, but also the other thing is Sam can just keep building might in his base. He can protect whatever in the Reaver's Row and hopefully convince his opponent to give him some combat draws as well, which will be nice. And we'll also have that Obelisk of Power with an extra energy for our turn 1 that will help us get set up early and hopefully get, you know, off to the races.
I actually kind of like Obelisk here going second. Needs to find a unit early, and at least you know you have one in your chosen champion zone. But it is Game 3, and that is our final game of the weekend. We have taken quite the long road to get here, and now only one Draven can remain. Will it be TTA on Miracle Draven, or will it be Sam D. Sherman on mid-range?
Yeah, we'll have to find out. This is the last match that will decide it, and I cannot wait to not only see our winner of the tournament, but the best Draven we see.
That's true. You do get to be the best Draven. That means winning the best of prize, which is very valuable on top of it all. So Stack Deck to kick things off. We have seen this opener so many times from Dravens and Ezreals alike.
I am Yeah, I mean, it's always nice to get to pick the cards that'll come to your hand, and you get to look at 3 to choose the best one for your hand here. It does look like we do find a 2-cost, and it is going to be that Treasure Hunter. We saw that last round for Sam. I don't think we saw it any of the last 2 games, but generating that gold early, it's not as nice as a Sil per se, but we will just get it from moving, which is pretty economical.
Yeah, it does the thing you want it to do, which is get points early on the board, get yourself some gold. Again, Sam does not have seals, so this gold nice only is good. And Falling Star immediately committed here by Sam. Does not want the early game to go any way other than his.
Yeah, that is a fantastic turn 2 for Sam. That Falling Star does cost us a bit of power, but I mean, to take the wind out of TTA's cells, I think it's worth it.
I mean, look, mid-range is often a deck that can kind of be like a little bit more slow, but in this matchup, Sam absolutely is the aggressor. Wants to get on battlefield early, wants to play the earlier drops that he put in his deck, and wants to do something before the engine can really get online. But bad news is that Seal the Discord is going to kick things off here. So TT already finding the pieces. Ezreal, I know, is going to be the follow-up here as well. So starting to assemble the machine already. How much time does TTA have? That's the question we're going to have to ask ourselves.
And we discard an Ezreal, though. I don't know if I should read that as a great hand or a terrible one when it's only our turn 2. I'd want to see a scrap heap, obviously, to get extra card draw. Later in the game, I'd say we must have a great one, but this early?
The one card we only need to be thinking of is Battering Ram. That is the only thing you want here early on in the game, and there's an Oxus Hopeful, just barely missing out on the 5 might, but 4 ain't bad as Sam D. Sherman awakens everything, gets a point for holding, and starts to push forward because, again, time is not on your side.
It is not. Sam's going to want to try to finish this game early or at least be able to get an early lead here. It's a bit difficult, obviously, because TTA is already finding its units. It was able to find at least somewhat of a discounted unit with that Legion keyword on Nox's Hopeful, but it wasn't the Battering Ram that he really wanted.
Ezreal on this seal also sets up Cold Shot to be played at maximum efficiency. So lots of things for Sam to worry about on subsequent turns. For now, just trying to puzzle out what we want to do with this hand, because this hand kind of sucks. It's Darius, Mind Splitter, and all of those cost more energy than Sam currently has in play, and this is the impact of that Falling Star.
Yeah, that is rough. It looks like those 2 power will come back to bite us. We could play a single Darius for 5 for 1, but we won't be able to get to use the written text on the card, which is to ready it, get that 7, potentially take another point. But if we really wanted to do that, we could have. Nox's Hopeful was ready in our base, and so actually we are choosing here, making a conscious decision not to take that 3rd point.
Yeah, again, even with Reaver's Roar giving you a pretty easy avenue out, you don't want to lose combat to Draven. So good on us today for remembering the energy cost of Darius, which I think is something I've forgotten twice already in this grand finals, but it's been a long weekend. That's going to be my excuse. I'm sticking to it. As Sam setting up the units in the middle of the game. It's almost like that's something that a deck that's labeled mid-range would want to do. But TTA, what's next? A 2nd seal. Always delicious in these Miracle lists.
Yeah, Miracle wants to get these seals done as quick as possible, and that seal is already going to pay for itself to some extent. Well, no, it's a different color. But we are going to be able to see that Fallen Star come down and to start clearing out different things. We see that Darius that we just paid for going into the trash already.
Yeah, again, not a great hand for Sam, so just committing a big unit and getting it Falling Star pretty efficiently as TT, I think for the most part, realizes I just need to buy time. I love cards, I want to draw them, but the only way I'm going to do that is if Sam commits to a battlefield that I don't think he really should have. So Sam, again, being careful, wanting to get points where he can, but not wanting to overextend and give card draws over to the Draven. That really is the name of the game when you play against this deck. Try as hard as you can to not let your opponent's Draven Legend trigger.
Yeah, I would definitely agree. And Sam is playing that mini game here between all of these actions, that conscious decision to stay back. It does look like Mind Splitter is coming down, and only 2 cards in TTA's hand is showing us that Sam is playing it successfully. He's starving TTA of cards, even though maybe he could access them in different ways. He's not just yet.
I almost wonder if that's a little tiny mistake again from TTA, because could have responded with the spinning axe before the Mind Splitter trigger did go off. You have to think that might would have been pretty valuable on one of your units, but just giving your opponent the choice of what card you want to take, and Switcheroos pretty good. Maybe it's a card you want to hold on to, so offer up the axe to your opponent here on the Mind Splitter, but certainly didn't seem to consider an option you wanted to take. So maybe decided that already knew if Mind Splitter does come, I have no interest in playing this axe, but is going to lose it as a result.
Yeah, and TTA does only run 2 spinning axes, so that's half of them already gone. That Mind Splitter is so strong, being able to discard a card from your opponent's hand. And I mean, we also now know it's just a switcheroo. We don't have to worry too much.
Yeah, I mean, next hidden card is going to be a little bit more obvious, and more than anything else, TTA is just so down on resources in terms of cards in hand. Miracle, a deck that draws so many cards, usually has their hand full to the brim, but not in this case. It's one measly card. My goodness, that is almost a perfect draw. Cold shot off the topping. It's either smile on TTA's face. That is exactly what he needed to kick himself back into this game.
Yeah, he's going to get to look at 4 different cards and choose 2 of them, which is going to be really, really nice here, going from only 2 cards in a hand to 3.
Part of Greed pretty good. I've heard from some reliable sources. A Rasa now getting spotted as well. Not too expensive, discounted by 6 right now. 4 isn't the best, but it's certainly not the worst if TTA wants to add a little bit more might to this battlefield, and still a Seal of Discord up and available to pay that power cost nice and conveniently. And again, there is a Mind Splitter across the other side in the base of Sam, so knows that there's a pretty big unit that you have to contend with very, very soon.
Yeah, and there's even a chance, right, that Sam could have a second one. There were 2 Mind Splitters in his side deck. He could have potentially put in both of them into his deck here for this game 3. So TTA, I mean, he's only has to look out for one, but he does have to look out for that one.
I think TTA reached for Gold because I think he assumed it was Draven that was coming to win that combat. No, it's Ezreal with 3 might versus the 1 of Treasure Hunter that does take the exit offered by Reaver's Row, but that does mean Draven is winning a combat, drawing TTA a card and scoring his first point of this game. Going to be a little bit of a climb back here as Falling Star going to recycle both of the Fury Runes and taking out the Hopeful. 4 might value taken out by 6 damage. Not exactly the exchange rate you're looking for, but at this point you kind of do have to, again, buy yourself more time.
And we take it out and we get our own Noxus Hopeful and a Battering Ram as well. We're just adding so much might to our base, really developing our board so that we can hopefully, I mean, come back to some extent with Sam is at 3, but also just establish ourselves in a way that Sam can't take this game.
That was a really good turn from TTA. Hides a card on the battlefield with Ezreal by using the seal, removes one of the problem units, again presumably hides a Fight or Flight to challenge the Mind Splitter from coming in down onto the Reaver's Row. And the Traveling Merchant with no cards in hand says discard a card, draw a card. You just get to draw a card if you have no cards to discard.
Yeah, that is a fantastic part of Traveling Merchant. I think the saying is like, do as much as you can. So if you can't discard, that's fine, but you can still draw.
And exactly, that's music to Draven's ears. I mean, really, every player's ears. Everybody loves drawing cards, or at least you should if you're out there slinging spells wherever you are in the world watching. Thank you so much for joining us all, by the way. We are almost 70 minutes into our finals, and Game 3 has been a treat so far. We can only crown one champion, and there is still some game to be played. We are far away from the end of this game as it hangs delicately in the balance between our 2 Dravens.
Yeah, these Dravens are feeling the pressure. Every decision they make could honestly lead to the end here, and we'll have to see what they decide. I mean, there's a couple cards in Sam's hand. I do believe I see at least 1 Tide Turner, a Darius at Spinning Axe, and maybe a... What is the last one?
Fight or Flight.
Ah, Fight or Flight there. So many great cards that can help us, but we have to choose what to do this turn.
In fact, you know, I've been casting a lot of Riftbound a weekend where I can see the little lantern in the guy's hand in Fight or Flight and know exactly what the card art is. But that's a result of covering many matches of Riftbound for you, which has been a wonderful experience, I might add. But before we get a little too poetic in the booth, let's have Mind Splitter move on in and force the action. Is it a Fight or Flight? It is not. It's Switcheroo. That's just about as good. In fact, I think Sam would have known what it was because saw the Switcheroo off the Mind Splitter and just decides, you know what, I'm going to win the combat anyway by popping Fight or Flight. Now my Mind Splitter is on the Reaver's Row and I'm the one drawing a card.
Yeah, I mean, he was prepared with that Fight or Flight. He had an idea what was there, and so he could deal with it very quickly. And now I believe we won the combat, so we'll get to draw a card and get our point.
Yeah, Sam a little more astute than me. Actually, 100% knew what that card was after information from Mindsplitter, because TTA wanted to empty their hand first before the Traveling Merchant went off. And again, that little bit of maximizing value, eking out a little bit more of an edge, did give Sam a slight bit of additional information. I think regardless, would have been pretty happy with the exchange. And now Darius is going to come down to cut down the Spinning Merchant, and that Merchant is goodbye. That's 7 might to 2. That's a very easy win for Draven, and yet another card for Sam D. Sherman. And what did we say today? What's the one thing you don't want to do in a Draven mirror?
Don't let Draven win the combat!
Don't let Draven win the combat, because drawing cards just snowballs the game to a point where Sam Sherman can see the end in sight.
Yeah, and we are already to 5 points now, getting closer and closer to 8, but also starting to pull away from TTA. And so, I mean, we're looking kind of nice. 5, potentially 7, well, let's just say 5 might in our top battlefield since we only have 1 rune up. And it's looking like 8 in the bottom, and that hidden card, it's scary.
16 might at home, though, so TTA certainly got some things to fight back with, but what else is there in the hand? Only had 1 card to start this turn, did draw another one at the beginning of the turn, but getting out card advantage, honestly, in this spot. And so we're going to start by trying to challenge the Darius here. 7 might to 5 feels like a pretty easy fight to win, and Sam Sherman going to have a glance at the hand. Note that the hidden card only works at the battlefield. It hides that. And unless it's a Tide Turner,
Ooh.
which is going to move the Tide Turner over there and save the Darius. So the combat's still going to be won. In fact, no units going to go down here as a result. But Sam deciding that preserving the bottom battlefield and buffing it up, making it more of a stronghold for me to operate from, is more important than having a Tide Turner.
Yeah, we also get to protect this, I mean, 5 cost, 1 power unit. That is Darius. Darius is such a big, hefty unit, so it's really nice to be able to protect it there and only sacrifice the Tide Turner.
Yes, Tide Turner, one of the cards you can play from the other battlefields. So what I said about hidden is not incorrect, just didn't apply it fully, considering all the cards that Sam would have had access to.
That is very true. And now we're trying to figure out what to do with Reaver's Row. I'm sure TTA had a game plan for both of those battlefields, but I don't think he was expecting Tide Turner when he was initially doing his math, which means he's going to have to recount and refigure it out. And it looks like potentially we're going for a hold up in the Obelisk. We're going to play a couple more cards since Ezreal is at risk there in the top battlefield. We'll play a second in our base.
Also turning the same trick with the Traveling Merchant. Same thing, discard a card, draw 2 cards. When you can't discard, you just get to draw 2. Feeling pretty good as far as the value goes, but is it in time? It's 6 points now for Sam D. Sherman, and TTA gonna have to have a massive miracle turn to turn this game around, because slowly but surely, mid-range Draven is just plugging away at the points, and I would be very scared if my opponent found out 11 might at the top battlefield and started to have a peek into what they might get up to there.
Yeah, it is definitely intimidating, and Sam can be patient here. He's at 6 points, which is a really, really nice number. I mean, we only need 2 more. We can decide either to try to conquer both in future turns, but TTA at 3 isn't even threatening to win. So there is even a chance we could decide to pull back, but it doesn't look like that's going to be the play. Darius comes back. You'd think he's not ready, but 2 spinning axes will be enough.
Certainly ready. When you play a second card, ready me. And those spinning axes mean Darius is ready for combat. That is 7 plus 6. That is 13 might crashing into the Obelisk of Power. 3 units get deleted off the top battlefield and straight into the trash for TTA. It will make Rasa easier to cast, but there are no runes available, so TTA can do nothing but watch his forces fall by the wayside as Sam Sherman is 1 hold away from winning Las Vegas.
This is such a great spot for Sam to be in, and I'm sure he is so happy right now.
Slowly but surely, considering all the options, what else do I have access to? Kai'Sa, Thermo Beam, I believe that card is. Oh no, it's Ferris Forerunner, excuse me. There are a couple cards that cost red power. And I couldn't quite make out the single symbol with Sam's finger, just barely over the spot where this other one would be. Now looking in the base, counting the might at home. What do you have to break my battlefields? Where do I want to put this Forerunner? And you're at a point where you only need to stack a single side to win, and the Mind Split is already looking pretty menacing in the bottom lane alongside Treasure Hunter.
Yeah, I mean, in Ferris Forerunner, we do have the runes to play him to one of these battlefields, that would be an additional 6 might threatening to hold, and that would be all it takes to win. That being said, it would completely wipe Sam of all the runes that he has, which would mean that TTA would have all the knowledge that he would need to start, piecing together a plan to come back.
Well, TTA doesn't know this yet, but Sam doesn't have anything else to hand but units to play, so you might as well play them. You put them in your deck for a reason. Ferris Forerunner going to be deployed to the top battlefield, and Sam is going to say go. Can you break both of these battlefields? If you can't, I am going to be the champion of RQ Las Vegas. And TTA, again, look for Bushwhack, look for Russell, look for cold shots. This turn is going to have to be incredible to overcome the force that Sam has assembled.
Yeah, he's got so much might between these two battlefields. It's going to be difficult for TTA to break both of them, but he's got a lot of runes to try.
Bushwhack, that is exactly how you want to start this turn. TTA is not going to win off this, but he is going to do a lot of damage. This needs to work for TTA.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we do also have a lot of cards in our discard pile. I haven't seen what TTA has exactly in his hand, but we do have a number of big might units, and I think the biggest one is going to be that Rasa coming down. Might have been a 10 once upon a time, but it's going to be a 0, but just for 1 power, and 6 more might ready because of Bushwhack.
I like that TTA, I think, picked up the graveyard to start counting it. I was like, it's good. I'm pretty sure it's more than 10. This game has been going on for a decent amount of time, so how big can this Bushwhack turn be? We're going to start off by going over to this side with a battering ram and a hopeful and try and challenge the smaller of the two battlefields, and that is easy cleanup for Sam D. Sherman. Is going to retreat the Mind Splitter, gives a bit more might for later, but still the combat is won, and the card is drawn as TTA is slowly but surely accumulating more and more resources. And again, it is called Miracle for a reason, because when it does its thing, miraculous things happen.
Yeah, that being said, even if TTA can bring back this tournament and stop Sam from winning, Sam has time. TTA will only be at 5 points, and Sam is just standing there at 7 points, even if he loses this top battlefield.
Yeah, it's not about having a big turn and winning the game from that point, although sometimes it is on the Miracle Draven list. It's often creating a situation where you do so much in one turn, play so many units to the battlefields, you create an advantage that is simply overwhelming. Scrap Heap going to be discarded here for Traveling Merchant, picking up 2 cards out of the deal, and TTA is starting to piece together what's looking like a completely disgusting Draven turn.
Yeah, I think TTA is trying to find a card here to push or rebuke either this Draven or Ferris Forerunner. We only really have 9 might here between Rasa and Ezreal, and I mean, we are currently threatening, I believe, 17 in that Obelisk, which is a little bit too much for these 2 cards to deal with right now.
Yeah, TTA, again, needed the Bushwhack to have the units enter ready. Needs more units. Here's Traveling Merchant number 2. We are getting desperate here. We might be moving just to draw another card. What else is coming? Battering Ram for 2 is not the discount we would have wanted.
But we are up to
17,
16?
Ooh. Rasa is 6. Never mind. Math is going to happen later. Traveling Merchant's going to move. A Cold Shock gets drawn. That is a very good one to play. It's going to play it right now. You can see Sam Sherman jumping up and down in the chair. Rasa is 6, Ram is 5, that's 11, Ezreal's 3, that's 14, fifth, no, you're right, it is 16, Traveling Merchant, 2 might on that unit in the top right-hand corner. It is not Treasure Hunter, it is slightly bigger than that, as Cold Shot's going to happen. Be very careful, TTA, don't get too excited, put your cards down one at a time, draw your things, do not resolve your spell incorrectly. Tensions are high, cold shots are being made, and runes are going to be recycled, but it's all going to be worth it in the end. As we recycle once more, cards quickly going to the hand. Bring here Thundersong to the bottom of the deck. Not helpful here. What do we see now? A Spinning Axe and a Rebuke. That seems like a very good piece to have found. Rebuke immediately put to hand. And probably put to task as well.
Yeah, I think that is going to be the card that TTA was looking for, because Rebuke would be a fantastic solution to, more than likely, I'm going to guess, Ferris Forerunner. So, oh, no, it's going to be the Draven, meaning Ferris Forerunner, if it gets killed here, actually is going to be able to create 2 more mech units in the base, and that can swing back next turn.
Is there any more as Rasa goes to the bin here for TTA? The mechs get made, the Mind Splitter is there, the axes are going to go away, but it's still 13 might at home for Sam D. Sherman. The hold win is not going to happen this time. Double Conquer probably not going to happen on the next turn, but again, Sam can have a setup turn, let TTO go to 7, and then try and crash back for the win.
If I
Yeah, Sam still has so many options because of that early lead, and he also is actually running 3 spinning axes, unlike TTA, so he does have the option, even when these 2 spinning axes go to the trash, that he could find another.
There's battering ram for 1. We are going to hide a card here as well. It is ready, thanks to the bushwhack. That is correct. Thank you, judges, for pointing that out. A little chuckle from the table. Good to see everyone still having fun this late and this tense into a tournament. A hidden card going to be put on the top battlefield here. It is 10 might up top for the battering ram, the Ezreal, and the traveling merchant, and it is currently 10 plus 6 is 16. So 16 versus, what did I say, 10? 16 versus 10 with a hidden card for TTA. This is a position that looks good. That turn wasn't the biggest miracle Draven could get, but it may just be big enough.
Yeah, and we do have 13, but we know Darius is in hand, which is potentially another 7 if we wanted to be running in with these different units. So I'm going to go on and say 20 might at minimum that could be coming in here. I mean, maybe not enough to clear both battlefields and get that win, but again, you can hold. We can also just take a turn to set up. These are all options, and we have so many runes. I am loving watching these players play. You can see they're having so much fun with all the smiles as well.
TTA kind of running out of gas at the end of it all. Had the big turn, drew through so much of the deck, but not a lot of resources left, and Sam has a bunch of runes and a fistful of cards to try and answer back with a big turn of his own. So as always, considerate, careful, and deliberate here. Every decision you make could influence whether you win or lose this final game of Riftbound here in Vegas.
This is the game that everything is coming to. Oh my gosh, and Sam is trying to figure out the best way to get big might, but also potentially maybe might this turn. Obviously, we talked about that Darius, I believe,
Kai'Sa, Switcheroo, and one other card. I think it's either a Tide Turner or a Fight or Flight. Could be a Treasure Hunt, I suppose. Could be a Ride the Wind, actually, as well. And Sam says, you know what? Let me take a minute here. This finals is untimed. What's in your bin?
Also, how much is in your bin is another thing as well. I don't believe we are far enough into our deck for it to matter, but one additional way to get points is to deck out your opponent, and in miracle cases, it is something that miracle decks have to watch out for. They go through enough of their deck that you can actually do it, and if you have enough units on your own board, you can run them one by one into your opponent's battlefield and force them to draw those cards.
Yeah, certainly could, which could be a fun way to have it all happen. Darius, though, going to be the player recycling a single power here when you play your second card. Ready me, give me +2. And Kai'Sa going to be accelerated here as well, so adding might to the table right now. Not really going to be used for the draw trigger for the Conquer, because probably not going to live the combat, but it will at least help win it here for Sam. So where are we going?
Yeah, it looks like we're deciding to send only a couple of them into this top battlefield, potentially. Darius does also get that +7. Note, we are counting it out. We're currently looking at 21 might that it looks like Sam is potentially sending into this obelisk of power, and it does seem that's what he's going to do. 21 versus 10.
It's 21 versus 10, and even -7 is if one of the 7s gets pushed out by a Fight or Flight. That's still 14, so still enough to win the combat pretty handily here. And TTA, no runes available, only this one hidden card, and it can only be so many things. In fact, it can only be 2 things, and one of them does absolutely nothing in this spot if it's that second bushwhack that did look so good for TTA's big turn. So Sam D. Sherman trying to cut down a few of the units, get a card draw. We'll actually get 2 draws here. One for Draven and one for conquering a battlefield when it will not win you the game. Because you cannot win by conquering unless you score both battlefields on the same turn. So as a little treat, you get an extra card.
Yeah, it's definitely a nice thing to be able to draw from this. Obviously, you'd like to be able to win from it, but getting that card and getting further and further into your deck is going to be really nice for Sam. It does look like we are going to be killing the baby mech and the Kai'Sa, denying Sam the ability to draw a 3rd card from that Conquer, but it does mean that we're going to have 14 might still in the obelisk.
Yeah, pushing back the Ezreal, I think, just for future court shots to make those power costs a little bit more tenable. Because again, TT are likely going to have to dig through the deck and dig deep to find a way back into this game. Because already, just with a single battlefield taken, this looks impossible to try and break through. And there are 2 rebukes in Sam D. Sherman's hand, a hidden card, a ton of might, and not a lot left in the tank for TTA. Is this the moment where Sam D. Sherman becomes the champion of Regional Qualifier Las Vegas?
Yeah, TTA's got to deal with a lot here. He does have a number of runes and some ways, obviously, to draw if he can find the cards to do it. First one is going to be stacked deck. Look at 3 and choose 1. I'm seeing Fight or Flight. There is a Bushwhack as well, but is it going to be a card that can help him win or at least stop Sam from winning here?
If a single unit is left on that battlefield, the game is over. Ezreal can fight that mech. So they will trade. Not a great trade for you, mind you, but at least Ezreal can deal with that. But you don't have any other units to really get in there. And Draven is still a deck that cares about combat. And to fight, you need units to fight with. You need forces to command. So Fight or Flight, a single copy, is just not going to do it. And without Bushwhack, I don't know how you ready some units. It would have to be Bushwhack, Rasa, but TTA just doesn't have the resources for that. Like, I'm struggling to find ways for TTA to not lose here.
Yeah, I'm trying to think how many Rosses have been played. We've seen at least one this game, but I'm not sure if we've seen a second. This is going to be, we are checking as well, I feel like ourselves, just double checking what is in our discard pile, what has been played, what we have an option to find if we continue to dig in. It does look like we're moving Rebuke to the top, so there is some question if we could find Fizz, we wouldn't actually have to find the spell we want to because it's in our discard pile already.
We are live and the venue is quite quiet, so I will lower my voice just a few decibels for now and try not to talk too much about the cards in players' hands, because again, we don't want any information going anywhere it shouldn't be going, and I'm sure the players are laser focused on the match in front of them. But I am known for being somewhat of a yelly boy from time to time, so I will reserve that for the final moments of this game, which I have to say yesterday, it seems like we are rapidly approaching one way or the other.
I will try to do it with you as well because I like to speak rather loud.
There will be time.
We will get it, I'm sure. Let's see here. I mean, this is going to be a big moment. TTA has a lot to think about.
Is that TTA's deck? Did he fan out? Is there 5 cards left in his deck? Did he? Is that real?
I mean, I didn't think that we were going to see, that far in, but I did mention earlier, deck out is a way to win.
Looking at this stacked deck still, okay, there's going to be 2 more cards put under here. I forgot we were resolving one, so I believe took a spell that sometimes gets hidden. Again,
so 7 cards.
Not to reveal too much. Yeah, so only 7. Still plenty left in the tank. Here's Rebuke, pushing away the Mind Splitter. Doesn't feel great on the way back down, but you do need to move units off this battlefield.
Yeah, but so we're having to move things away. I think Sam is doing a really good job at being patient. A second Fight or Flight is coming from TTA, pushing Darius back. Now it's a 3-might mech being threatened as well by a 3-might Ezreal. It looks like we are taking a pause really quick just to check here.
Wonder if players are talking about maybe wanting to Rebuke a different unit? Oh no, wants to switcheroo.
That is such a smart thing. They do have to choose the target for the Fight or Flight. And now switcheroo is going to be able to actually make what was going to be a 3-might mech by itself at the battlefield a 5.
And that's it!
Oh my god!
Sam D. Sherman with the switcheroo at the final moment is your champion of Regional Qualifier Las Vegas. It doesn't change which unit gets pushed, but I talked about it. The Ezreal was the card that could fight the mech, and the mech got just big enough to shut off that play. What an incredible end to what's been an amazing tournament here, but there can only be one at the end of the day. So our champion, our winner of our Blade of the Ruin King promo, and Playmate, our winner of the Best of Draven and the best Draven deck in the room and possibly the country, is Sam D. Sherman and mid-range Draven as he takes it all in.
It is so nice. You can see he is so happy, just taking a moment to really process that win. You can tell it was so important to him, and it is fantastic to see these players.
Razor thin margins. This game was played on TTA. I thought it was down and out in the latter stages of that game, but sure showed me that Miracle had more than enough play, but that switcheroo, that final hidden card that we had left in the back of our minds and forgotten until Sam D. Sherman flipped it over to win Las Vegas. As the players do the thing gamers love to do, and chat about the games that just happened.
I mean, we all love this game, and talking about it is just one way to show it. That is for sure so cool to see these two passionate players fight it out at the end.
Well, it has been a long day, a long finals, and an awfully long weekend today, but I can't think of anything else better than commentating Riftbound for many, many hours in a row, because it has been a treat to see all these different decks, all these different legends, and even though it was all Dravens all the way, I think it's fair to say that Draven, maybe some people have it draw some eye because it is such a good deck, a represented deck, a deck that is commonly a fixture of the recent metagames in Spirit Forge, but I don't think you can call the Draven games boring. They are fascinating puzzles to solve in Riftbound.
Yeah, it was so awesome to watch, and honestly, coming down to a switcheroo was crazy. A lot of times you think of it almost more as a bluff, but instead it was the deciding card. So cool to see, and we got to see all the different types of Draven decks as well.
Quickly going through the deck list in just a second as we are going to look at our bracket one more time. 8 players entered here in our final throws at Regional Qualifier Las Vegas, and there can only be one at the end of the day. Took 3 games, excuse me, to get over the finish line, but Sam D. Sherman is our champion, our best of Draven glorious execution. And I was trying to see just how many switcheroos are here, as there is the final best of winner crowned right at the finish line.
I love this picture. He was ready to fight it out, and he did. What a great game by both of these players. So cool to see. Oh my gosh.
And I have a deck list here in my hand today, and I've hidden it away from you in view for one very specific reason. So I'm going to ask you a question. How many copies of Switcheroo does Sam D. Sherman have?
Oh, joke's on you, Pastry. I was looking at that earlier, and it is one only in the sideboard.
There is only one copy, and that is all it took for Sam D. Sherman to be crowned the champion of Las Vegas today. It has been an incredible weekend here with you. I cannot tell you, as someone that commentated League of Legends for more than a decade of my life, how much I feel home here at Riftbound. So thank you very much for having me. Please invite me back. And I can't wait to see what Riftbound has in store, because already in the early stages of this game, it has been incredible to behold.
Yeah, watching all these players not only get to see each other and interact in person, have so much fun, but also have these master classes on screen and show us how much they love their decks and also how great they can play this game has been so much fun.
Can you believe we're only 2 sets in?
Yeah, that's kind of insane. There's so many different, options, so many awesome leaders that we got to watch today. There was a Jackson top 8. I think we had 4 different leaders. So many cool, great games.
Well, we've had all the games. We only have a few things left to do, so now we're going to throw it down to the stage for our awards ceremony.
I am here with the winner of the Las Vegas Riftbound Regional Qualifier, Sam D. Sherman. I know the emotions have to be washing over you right now. How are you feeling after the big win?
I am speechless. I can't believe it. I'm so excited. Can you tell?
Yeah, I can absolutely tell. It's radiating off of you. What does this mean to you to be the winner here at the end of all of it?
I've been playing these big tournaments in Magic for many years, and every single time the takeaway is, man, I really wish I could win one of these things and get a trophy. So I can't believe it took me one Riftbound tournament to do what I couldn't do in many tens of Magic tournaments.
Well, I won't hold you back from your trophy any longer. Here's Justin with it. Let's present you as the winner of the Las Vegas Riftbound Regional Qualifier, Sam D. Sherman.
Well, the hall has emptied out as thousands of players filled this hall to witness Riftbound in its peak form. There are so many matches, so many legends, so many stories to be told, but the end of it all, as everyone was forced to leave the expo hall, not because they wanted to, but because it was closing, near almost midnight here in Las Vegas, we finally crown our champion, our best of players, our Riftbound legends. There are so many narratives that we have written and so many stories to still be told. A top 8 full of fearsome competitors that came through Bologna, flew over to America and almost made it happen. But at the end of the day, it is a single man in his first major Riftbound tournament that is crowned king of the strip at the end of the day. Draven may be the deck that reigns supreme, but there is only one champion, and Sam D. Sherman can lift that trophy high and proud as we've had one incredible weekend. To everyone out there watching, thank you so much for what we have to witness here, and no matter what's happening, treat yourself nicely and you have a wonderful night.